The weekend has arrived at the AIG Women's Open. For 2 days, the world's best have battled the elements on the east coast of Scotland in this iconic setting of St Andrews, where golf began centuries ago. Over the next 2 days, the opportunity for someone to make history and emerge with a career-defining week in what is the final major of the season. The setting, well, look at that, absolutely ideal. The leaderboard, well, that's mouth-watering too, and we can't wait to see what develops on Saturday at the home of golf for this third round. The weather, well, as you can see, a little bit of sunshine around, dry and windy, of course. It's been a little calmer this morning. Scoring's been very good. The wind, though, is expected to pick up as the leaders head out, gusts of around 35 miles an hour. 82 players made it through to the weekend, the cut falling at 4 over par. Well, the third round got underway at 7:25 this morning. But one of the lovely stories of yesterday, of Friday at St Andrews, was the fond farewell of one of my fellow commentators sitting alongside me, Katrina Matthew. Very good morning to you, afternoon, I should say now to you. This was yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that was an amazing feeling coming up the last. I saved my only birdie of the week for the last hole, so couldn't have pictured it any better. But, it was just lovely to walk up there with Graham, my husband, caddying, who's caddied most of my career. And, I had a lovely group with Kari Webb, Stacey Lewis, and actually really quite enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
You looked a little reluctant walking over the bridge to say goodbye, but as you say, this couldn't have ended any better really for you.
Yep, a little right to left. I actually thought I'd missed it right, and it just snuck in that right edge.
And a lovely reception as Scotland's finest, much deserved as well. I know Sandy Lyle, former Open champion, who was amongst those watching on. Did you get emotional at all about it?
I didn't really actually. I enjoyed it way more than I thought I would. When I've played the last few years, I must say I've not really enjoyed it. I think the nerves have just got the better of me. But I think this time, knowing it was going to be my last one, I actually did go out and enjoyed it. So it was a lovely walk up the last.
It was, and I've got to say, Laura Davis, I've got two former AIG Women's Open champions alongside me in the commentary box. How about this first page of the leaderboard?
It's spectacular, isn't it? It's perfect. You've got the world number one and number two. They're right on top. Hall Yin, Charlie Hull, the home hope, is going to take a massive gallery round with her today. But a really good supporting cast. Former champion Ashley Buhai's there. So Lydia Ko, gold medalist. It goes on and on and on. And the next few pages, there's players that can make a move. Yeah,
even a couple of amateurs in there. You saw Louise Rickwist on the first page, Lottie Woad on the second page. And as we can see here, Esther Henseleit, Alban Valenzuela may make the cut on the mark, +4. Henseleit's already finished with a birdie in around a 66. Valenzuela could get even better, Katrina.
Yeah, I think that just shows make the number on the cut, but in these kind of conditions, if they've gone out, it's maybe slightly better than it's going to be, and they can really vault up that leaderboard.
Well, here is the Swiss Miss, Valenzuela.
Yeah, just short of this 17th green. No disgrace in that. She's putting from quite well off, so hard to judge the pace well. She's done brilliantly there. Superb. Hopefully, that's a tricky little left-to-righter, but hopefully that'll go in.
Yeah, it's a danger hole, that one, isn't it? 17 if you go long.
Birdied the first, dropped a shot at the second. Inglis Boutier now looking to get another birdie at 3.
Yeah, I think they've just got to try and take advantage of this, the wind down a little bit.
Not to be. Started with a 77, so fought back well yesterday, did the French player. And you look, Henseleit, Valenzuela, Lynn Grant's going out there, Försterling. The Europeans having a good start to day 3.
Captains on site. They're all on notice. They're all paying good attention, and great to see. I know Suzanne's got lots of decisions to make over the next 24 hours, so these players have got to step up.
Yeah, I saw her earlier. She was away out to watch. Maybe a few more grey hairs.
Well, this is Alexa Pano, who's playing her first tournament, not as a teenager, turned 20 earlier this week. Already a winner on the LPGA Tour.
Oh, a lovely shot there into the first. Just that wind down a little bit. It's just playing that a little bit easier the first hole really nice flat green one you can take advantage of.
Playing alongside Leona Maguire, who started the week with a couple of bogeys but has stuck around 1 over par.
It's a lovely angle, just to use the little light breeze compared to what Katrina and all the others were putting up with the first 2 days, but misjudged that one a bit. She won't like that result.
Realistically, these players starting at 1 over level par, can they win?
I think they're going to be going out there thinking they can. I mean, I think that obviously they know they're going to have to go out there and shoot probably a 6, 5, 6, 7 under, which they'll have seen from the early going that is on. So if they can get off to a fast start.
Well, here's Wichini Michai. That was a golden chance. Not taken by the tie. Like a jumper, though. She been in the shop?
She's been in the shop. Why wouldn't you? You've got to take a few souvenirs home from it. Actually, that's my favourite jumper so far. Really snazzy.
You're heading out to the shop, aren't you, after
I
this?
fancy one of those, yeah.
Well, we'll give the QR code later as well, so you can scan on that. In fact, get your phone out now, Laura, because I think we're going to give it to you any second. Just see if Wichini can pop this in first. Pity, because she just birdied the last, so that was a chance of back-to-back birdies.
Yeah, for these people back in the field, they've got to try and take advantage of these chances to vault up that leaderboard and threaten the leaders.
Well, that old course jumper and more of the same. You can scan that code, and you don't have to be here to grab some of the merch that's on offer. But if you are coming to the course, some great things to buy.
Seen lots of the bobble hats around this week.
They're popular, yes.
Valenzuela here, can she get it high enough, because it will snap across the front of the hole. She looks like she's aiming outside. Just enough. Pace was perfect. Well done. Really good.
Well, what a round this is. If she could birdie the last, and we know it's a birdieable hole, it would be the lowest round shot at St Andrews at the Women's Open.
And Forssterling here for par in 16. Oh, just didn't quite give it enough break there.
Yeah, and going along really nicely, playing with Lynn Grant. They're both 4 under for the round heading to that hole, but Lexi, as she's known, drops one there. 4 wins in the last 12 months on the Ladies European Tour from the German.
Yeah, very solid. Good stuff. Knows how to win. Very important in this game.
You had a few between you.
Laura certainly did.
Come on,
Listen,
Katrina.
Skipper, you didn't do so bad yourself, mate.
I think it would be good for Leona to try and get a good round in here. She's not been at her best probably this year so far for her, but this would do wonders for her confidence, I think.
It's just nice to see some shadows out on the greens. There she is. Ireland's finest. First LPGA Tour winner from Ireland. First Solheim Cup player from Ireland. Her Solheim record, I mean, nothing short of outstanding.
It is, isn't it? Her match play record is. She's just such a fighter and a feisty player. And a great putter, short game, which is, I think, kind of as crucial for match play.
And she's kind of the unofficial host on the Ladies European Tour next week, off to Carlton House for the Women's Irish Open. She'll be in the field for that again. I mean, she's like the Pied Piper when she's playing at home. Thousands following her around.
Yeah, I remember when after she played in that Solheim, she went back to Ireland and she was in an open-top car going through her town.
Yeah, in Cavan. Yeah, great scenes they were. Well, out in 2 balls today. We've had 3 balls the first 2 days. We had 2 tee start as well, but it's all off the first for round 3. The next voice you will hear is our starter, Caroline Ward. I think they're just waiting for the players up on 18 to move out of the way, so just let that clock tick away. What a setting though. the Victorian clubhouse, the grandstands that overlook 18. And there is a player who has made history this week, Shannon Tan, the first player from Singapore to make a cut in a major. In the female game, that is.
That's why we're waiting. Tee shot up 18, right in front of this first tee. Perfect angle. Those who are watching at home that are playing in those late groups, that's not a bad play.
I think that's just what can make play just that little bit slower around here with the double greens and the double fairways.
Okay, while we wait for the announcement, what an opportunity for Alexa Pano to make a birdie. Her first Women's Open.
Shame there, would have been nice to get into red numbers.
Can she set herself up for one more birdie? Valenzuela.
On the tee from the USA, Caroline Inglis.
Well, you can hear the announcement as that shot was being played in. Valenzuela with that putt for a round of 65. Yesterday, Caroline Inglis here shot a round of 66, which was the low score of the week.
And a perfect tee shot there from Ingles. It is a lovely tee shot to stand up on. You've got about 100 yards. You can't really miss that fairway.
On the tee from Singapore, Shannon Tan.
Well, it's perfect evening dinner time viewing in Singapore, isn't it? To watch the trailblazer that is Shannon Tan. She's in her first year as a professional. First start on the Ladies European Tour was in Kenya earlier this year, and she won in her very first start. It's led to the Olympics and now to the Women's Open. So they're underway. Both Inglis and Tan starting at level par. So let's have a look at some of the other pairings. We've just seen these two go off the American. Caroline Inglis alongside Shannon Tan. Next out is the 2016 champion from Woburn alongside Lilia Strom, who knows about making the cut and making a move. She actually won from that position a couple of months ago. Alison Lee on course for her second Solheim Cup appearance alongside a major champion, Hyoju Kim, who won in Evian a decade ago. Just off at 1:15, runner-up in the last major, Steph Kyriacou, alongside Akiya Iwai of Japan. Her twin sister didn't make it through, but Akiya is having a fabulous year in the majors. So those are some of the groups, or I should say pairings, that are heading out shortly.
Now, can she cap this beautiful round she's had? It's uphill, hard to get it there, right to left. Shame.
She must be a name on the list, Laura, as far as those Solheim Cup picks are concerned.
I think she's amongst a group of about five or six that are still on the mind of the captain.
She's not giving much away, is she?
She's not, but that doesn't do any harm, does it, Katrina, shooting a 66 round 3 at St Andrews?
No, it can't do any harm. All she can go out is to go out there and play as well as she can.
Boutier to the fourth hole. Second shot. Ideal spot is pinned today right in the middle of the green. 29 back. Well, over that ridge. I think the pin will come into view any second.
Carry just over.
Yeah, well done.
was it the third? We saw a putt of a similar length from Michai that she didn't make. Kawamoto, though, to make it. And gets herself back to where she started the day at 1 over. 9 Japanese players making the cut, started with 19. Been some year for Japan in the majors. 2 wins this year for the very first time. Yuka Saso and Ayaka Fudaway. Katrina, you must have been here a few times over the years. You never tire, well, I don't at least, but I'm sure you don't either tire of seeing the views.
No, you don't. There, the Eden Estuary, the tide probably on its way in now. We see it out there, but it's just lovely. That little loop there with, you know, kind of 7, and then you come across the playing 7, you watch them play 11, and then 8, 9, 10. It's a great loop, and if you're coming out to watch, that stand behind the 7th green is a perfect spot.
Take dead aim. All about distance control. You haven't got to worry about that vicious crosswind. Although this one moved a little bit. That was perfect, wasn't it? Just started it left with a slight breeze and a really good birdie chance.
And I think with the wind down today, and the greens are they've kept the greens that little bit softer because of the high winds the first 2 days. You know, players can really attack the pin positions. Yeah,
they are predicting it's going to gust up to 35 miles an hour, which is somewhere like you had in the first 2 days. But at the moment, it's a little less than that.
Just, I think, long there in the second's a place to miss it. There's some treacherous little humps and hollows at the front of that second green that you've just got to get over.
Back to the first fairway. Caroline Inglis, 38 putts on day 1, 26 putts on day 2.
And she was exactly 12 shots better. So that works out, doesn't it?
Yep.
78.66. Some comeback in a major, especially around this place with the high winds. So let's see if she can carry it on. This would be a good indication because there's nothing apart from pin she's looking at here.
Just maybe half a club too much.
Up to the second, Alexa Pano.
Yeah, you can really see those humps and things at the front of this second green. She's just got to try and get over them. Oh, and that's just a little unfortunate it checked up, but nicely played.
Celine now, can she coax one in? Really good putter when she's on her day with this club. Superb. Oh, almost tried to shove it out there a bit and never quite committed to that one. Easy par chalked off, but you've got to go low today. We've already had a couple of 66s in and we've got other really good rounds on the go. Carlotta Saganda 5 under with 3 holes to go.
The next pairing getting ready to head out for this third round. One of the former champions there, Janagan and Lilia Strom.
This is game 29 on the tee from Sweden, Lilia Strom.
Little word in the ear from caddy George. One of those that had the opportunity to play here as an amateur. I know you won the St. Rules Trophy, Katrina, a few years ago. Linnea played in that as well, a decade ago. Par 76, isn't it, for the amateurs around here?
I think it is. A lot of these they play a lot of par 5s on this course when you're an amateur. perfect tee shot. It's amazing how straight you hit it when the fairway is 100 yards wide.
On the tee from Thailand, Area Janagan.
Former world number 1, Area Janagan. That was at Woburn, where she lifted the trophy at the AIG Women's Open.
Very strong player, doesn't need her driver down here because the Saukenburn on the right hand side there at 250, 261 are the points that you've got a yardage to, and anything that leaks could go in.
She never hits driver though, Laura.
No, that's true as well.
Yeah.
But even if she was, it's just not worth it. The length that she can hit it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair point. See if this putt is hot again today.
Yeah, just back down the hill, perhaps just a little bit right to left. Oh. Well, that was a good read.
You both saw it the same way, though.
Leonie Maguire off the putting surface, but putter out.
Just saw it grab that little bit of fringe there. Pulls it up short because it was on a very good line.
I'll let you read this one, Laura.
Well, I'm going to say left to right. I would have said right to left, but... Well, that one is right to left, so there you go. What do we know? That's why we're sat in here.
So a couple of good looks go missing at 1. Up at 2, Pano.
That was a good try. I mean, I think it's the pace of the greens the players are probably struggling with. They're so much slower than what they're normally used to.
Been a very good round from Lynn Grant. 5 birdies, just a 1 drop shot.
That's a couple of them we've seen play down that left side on 17.
Yeah. I thought the first time round, I thought they were on the front edge of the green, but the pin's way back, isn't it? It's 41 on, so it's not a bad play. It's a good leave.
Here's another European who's going along well today. 5 birdies, no drop shots on the card from Saganda, so cut line to 1 under.
Oh, just caught that ridge and is going back down, but great to see Carlotta coming into some form for the Solheim coming up. I know she really loves that event.
St Andrews Beach and the iconic venue that is St Andrews. The jewel in the crown, isn't it, in the Kingdom of Fife, but there are plenty of other wonderful courses as well. You'll know a few of these, Katrina, probably played a few of these. Aberdour here, just north of Edinburgh.
Yeah, I live just the other side of the water here, so looking straight up over here every day. But it's some lovely courses, you know, Crail, Ely, as you said, Aberdour.
And overlooking your property as well, North Berwick's not too bad either.
It's not too shabby, is it?
Wonderful, been there myself. And
in fact, there's home just right over there.
kids there, give them a wave.
Give them a wave.
What a place for a golfing pilgrim, isn't it? That is 5 Pilgrim Way. 2:30, that's when the leaders head out, so just about 2 hours from now. Just happens to be the world number 1 and 2 paired together.
Right, Aria, nice tee shot, perfect position. When she was flying a few years ago, it seemed like she was going to be unbeatable for a long time. Just gone off the pace a bit, but still very dangerous when she gets it right. And again, just misjudging the distance. A few of the players into this first hole.
Yeah, 10 of her 12 LPGA Tour titles came in the period of 2 years here at Janagan.
There's Maguire on the third. Going out at St Andrews, you can aim down the left, all the trouble's on the right, so there's always plenty room left in these fairways.
I had a sort of awkward moment with the owner a few weeks ago. She had a winning putt, a potential winning putt, at the Aramco Team Series event in London, and she, unbeknown to me, from the hospitality, the television was on loud, and she could hear us commentating. So
I hope you were nice to her.
she was wanting to shout back, "Shut up, Richard," but obviously I wouldn't have heard her. There's a few who've been
I was
shouting
going to
that
say, a
over
lot
the
of us
years.
have said that over the years. You beat me to it.
No one's really got the handle on that second shot at the first, have they?
Very strange, considering how benign the wind is. It's just weird, but that's the beauty of this game.
Dad Rick looking on.
Shut up, Richard. For goodness sake, don't go on. Perfect.
Eventually settles, doesn't it?
Here's Saganda. The pace is crucial in this. Back up that slope there onto the top tier. She never quite got that hard enough. That's a look I think you could pull off, Laura.
Yep, I've got that outfit. I'm probably going to wear it tomorrow. Had the boots delivered this morning.
She hasn't got the earmuffs on though today.
Well, not so much wind, is it? I mean,
She looked like she was off to the ski slopes
Yeah.
yesterday, didn't she? Mirabelle or somewhere.
yeah, it was testing. Now, this is a really important part for her round. Yeah, Rondo, look at that pace on that, but that's how you do it.
I think that's how you have to hold them on these greens when they're just that bit slower. You've just seen that, you know, if they're kind of just slowly going up to the hole, they just kind of go offline or get blown with the wind.
That's why
Caddy's
she's not.
got-
It was her
Caddy's got them.
brother. Her brother said, "I'll have those for tomorrow." Choppy waters out on the North Sea. Got to be brave to be floating on one of those out there. Although I mean, it is a gorgeous day, really.
Well, the sun's out.
For now, yes.
Now, Aria's left herself a lot to do here. I would try and read it, but after what Katrina and I just butchered those last two putts in the group in front, we'll just watch it. It should be right to left at the beginning, and then when it goes that dark a bit, it should go back the other way. And then on top, who knows? She didn't know either. Such a tough putt.
The first green's a tricky one. It's so flat at the front, and then the back half of the green has got some huge humps and hollows on it.
Katrina, it certainly seems, looking at the leaderboard as well, that there was a favoured half, shall we put it. You weren't in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, what was it, the late early times are kind of dominating the top of the leaderboard. But I think Yin played just in front of me, and that was remarkable scoring. The first day when she shot 4 under was really quite remarkable. I mean, I shot 5 over and actually felt as though I'd played quite well.
Yeah, she and Louise Rydquist, the only players from that side of the draw in the top 10. Rydquist, the Swedish amateur.
They do say it evens out over your career, but I'm never sure about that.
Yeah, and slightly off the upslope. That will help her to get a bit of height on this. You didn't want height yesterday or the day before. Today, not so bad, although she's knocked this one down, trying to generate some spin. Yeah, well done.
What do you make of the course setup today? They've put a couple of tees back today from forward tees 12 and 14. One or two others push forward like the par 3/8.
Yeah, I think just that the wind dropping that little bit, you know, is enabling them to put the tees back on some of those holes, and I think that's probably good. You can see there's still, even though there's been some rain, that the fairways are still running out.
Well, how about that from Wichin and Michai?
That was a big drive she's hit down here.
Yeah, if that's her drive, that's amazing.
And she's some talent, been playing major since the age of 14. Alexa Pano, first time though teeing it up in this championship.
Aiming it to the right, obviously going to try and use the contours a little bit. Land it on the green, kick left. Come on, down you come. No, she's misjudged that. That's a strange one. I suppose if she goes straight at it, she's got that big slope that's going to kick it down there anyway, so a hard one left.
Yeah, I thought she might have had just enough room to go a wee bit further left over the bunker.
Well, this is what Janagan left herself a par.
Not a nice way to start. 3-putt on the first, but hopefully with the second 2, 3, 4 playing a bit shorter, she can get a couple back.
So slips 9 behind the leader, Nelly Korda, at 1 over.
Rozang to get to level par for the tournament. It's on a good line. Stayed there. Unlucky.
It did well to make the cut, Rose, given the trouble she had early on in the round yesterday. Had an 8 and a 7. Had a few goes in a couple of bunkers.
Yeah, the bunkers are tricky here. The faces are very vertical. I think that's a kind of new change from probably the last time I played here. And if you get close to the face, it's really difficult to get them out.
That's a round of 69. First full year as a pro and already a couple of wins.
Now Strom, can she get close to the green? Oh, sorry, I thought we were on the third or on the second. Oh, that's nice. Really good shot. There is a bunker out there on the left, but she's well right of that. Oh, that's a big hit.
Lovely ball flight she had there, wasn't it? Just that kind of low, penetrating, going to run out.
Yeah, I was chatting with her caddy George earlier this week, and he said that that is what she can do around here. They were just worried maybe that her short game wasn't quite up to what was required, but she's had a good couple of days so far.
I don't know about you, Laura, but I think the short game's not quite as crucial around here because I think you can putt from so many places off the green.
Yeah, you definitely can. If you're a bit dodgy. Oh, hello. Go on. Oh, the drive deserved a birdie. Second shot, not so much, but nice smile. She's not bothered. She knows that's a good save from that position.
This is at the par 5 fifth.
And the pin's just 41 on here.
What's that, 59 behind it?
Yeah, probably. Nicely played there from Celine. She was just in that big dip just short of the green. Played a kind of chip and runny shot down the green.
.257 to that bunker, you can see, and she's making a beeline for it. Let's hope it's short. Oh, it's going to get gobbled out. Oh, let's hope that's bounced off the wall. That'll be a backwards or sideways at best.
Problems for area. Clock ticking away to 12:35, which is when the next 2 ball are about to head out. That's not Caroline Ward anymore, of course. That's the Scott, the man, ready to make the announcements. Finishing off, here's Lingram.
Oh, and that was a poor shot there from Lynn not to get up over that valley of sin. She'll be annoyed at that, not to give herself a good
from the
birdie
USA,
chance.
Alison Lee.
American, who's on the cusp of making another Solheim Cup appearance, some 9 years after her first. Not yet won on the LPGA Tour, which is a surprise. Has won a couple of times on the LET.
perfect tee shot there, right down the middle. You can see it just running down that stripe. I think she'd have got closest to the middle in the Pro-Am.
On the tee from Korea, Hoju Kim.
I had the pleasure of being in Korea earlier this year when she won, and she has a fan club called the Shooting Stars. Have you seen them, Laura?
I played in an event that she was at 2 years ago, and I've never seen anything like it.
I got given badges, there was banners and T-shirts and jumpers they all wear. She's a real star back home, Hoju Kim.
The only thing I can equate to it is I was in Japan with Aimi Azato once. Same thing. Not the fan club and the badges, but just the amount of people. It is quite extraordinary what stars these young Asian players are.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any of the Shooting Stars fan club going to be wandering around with her at St Andrews, but I wouldn't surprise if there is.
There will be some here. Let me tell you, there will be some here.
This is for eagle for Michai.
Fantastic second shot she's hit there. Can she cap it off? Hit it. Annoyed with herself at that. That was a weak effort for eagle, really.
Yeah, she's had a couple of chances to make this an outstanding start. Missed a short one at 3. Then that drop shot at the last could have made eagle there.
She keeps her head nice and still when she's putting there. She obviously tries to keep it down until she's made sure she's hit the ball.
Celine, decent chip up the green. That looks pretty straight. She looks like she's aiming straight, but she has to hit this. We keep saying it. And the player, yeah, well done. Really good birdie for Celine.
Second birdie, yes, today, which takes her back under par, 1 over par. Alexa Pano did tap hers in at the 3rd, so she's at level. There have been some Saturday moves, haven't there? These players among the later starters, 3 under par and better, but you can see from the cut line to just outside the top 10 for Alban Valenzuela and for the Olympic silver medalist Esther Henseleit. Saganda 5 under for the day. Lin Grant up at 18, left it in the Valley of Sin.
She'll be so disappointed with that one. This is not even a guaranteed 2-putt from down here because it is so slow, and she's got about 3-4 feet of fringe first, which won't help. Fringe upslope normally gets it bouncing early.
That's come up shy. This is not her favourite hole. Made a double bogey 6 here on day 1 when she went out of bounds.
Yeah, she was playing in front of me. It's quite the shot to go out of bounds on.
Apparently
18.
she nearly smashed the window in the Russell's Hotel down that right side.
Janagan just had to chip out of the bunker sideways, I think she went, and she's hit an absolute beauty for a 3rd.
Yeah, giving herself a great chance to save par.
Katrina, what's this like now for you, having, battled this course the last 2 days, to be now sat in the warmth?
It's quite nice to be out that wind. Not that it's quite as windy today, but I feel as though I've been battered about for 2 days.
You'd rather be playing, and you'd stick a nice little 65 out there today. I had you down for on Saturday.
Alison Lee's a great ball striker. Played a little, again, just another one going long. I don't know whether they're just misjudging the wind, thinking it's still quite as windy as it was yesterday.
You were about to say you played with her in the Aramco Team Series event,
With
didn't you?
Trish, one of our fellow commentators, yeah. We had a great week that week, actually.
Was that the week she won in Soto Grande?
No, that was in New York. We played with her. We all had our moments in each round that week. Alison maybe in every round. Trish and myself came in and out.
Now, can she judge this one for us? We'll find out pretty soon if she knocks it close, if the fan club are here. Yep, that's very good. Nope, I'm going to say they haven't turned up. Too cold.
No, I mean, you'd hear screams. One on her major debut, Hyoju Kim at Evian back in 2014. So Lynn Grant with a little bit more work than she would like for her part.
Yeah, she's having a great round, and this would make the afternoon and lunch feel a lot better if she can pop this one in.
Certainly give her a much later tea time. Went out just before 8:30 this morning.
Yeah, like Laura said, you've just got to keep the speed up on these ones. I would say just inside right. Nicely done.
Yeah, around a 68. Well, she was 11 shots off the lead heading into the final round of the Scandinavian Mixed a couple of months ago, and won. 8 back as things stand right now.
She'll now hope the wind picks up to the levels it was at for the first 2 rounds, just to give her some sort of chance. That's just the nature of it.
From one Swede to another.
Yeah, the pin 27 on here, just on the left-hand side a little bit, and then lovely shot there.
They went to the same university, Strom and Lynn Grant, and they both won on that Sunday from behind.
It's meant to be. Michai, earmuffs are on. You can hear it getting a little bit stronger, and that flag's definitely moving more. Can she get it far enough left so it doesn't get blown off course? Yes, she can. Just missed a good eagle chance. Sorry, Katrina, just missed a good eagle chance there, but a good birdie back up, hopefully.
Sorry, Laura, she's been playing some great golf. If she could just get her putter a wee bit hotter.
No, I think you're right, but you could be very bad.
Could have listened in to Leon and Vern, but I don't know if we'd have understood them.
Certainly not understood Vern. Leona's just about all right. They speak so fast. Come on, Leona. Right in the middle of the green, this one.
I'm not
29
saying,
on.
I was going to say, I'm not saying anything. I'm off to Ireland next week.
She's just not on her game, is she? She's just not quite. I mean, that's just not Leona there. Completely misjudging it again. She hit that weird shot over on 9. Did get up and down for a par yesterday. But that's left her an awkward one from a pretty good position.
And this is like the putt Janagan had. Even though it's downhill, you've still got to hit it. Moving both ways. And Alison's judged that nicely.
Yeah, the wind is expected to gust up to 35 miles an hour. Interesting to see where those 66s from Henson Hyde and Valenzuela leave them at the end of the day to avoid a bogey start. And unfortunately, that's disappointing for Area. Already back to +2.
This is game number 31. On the tee from Australia, Steph Kyriacou.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Looking at that umbrella now flapping around above Alistair's head, it has picked up.
It has indeed, and the players have their umbrellas up. There must be a shower being blown through.
Runner-up in the last major. Used to playing in the windy conditions on the coast in Sydney. Steph Kyriacou. Terrific round from her yesterday. And here comes one of those showers.
On the tee from Japan, Aki Iwai.
Well, last year at Walton Heath, she birdied 2 of the last 3 holes to make the cut on the mark, and then ended up finishing in 11th place, as you can see there. So she'll be looking for something similar this weekend, but she actually feels she still has a chance of winning this. Does Iwai?
Absolutely, I would completely agree with her. You know, she can get out, as we said, 5-6 under today. You just never know what the leaders are going to do.
Been impressive for her. She's made the cut in all 5 majors this year, which is no small feat for a player who doesn't play on the LPGA Tour.
No, they have a great tour over there in Japan that gives them plenty of opportunities to play, and you see, you know, quite a few of them come over each year and play in the majors.
Well, she's ranked in the top 40 of the world, underway in what is now a wet and windy St Andrews. Up on the green, Hyoju Kim.
Well, this should be just, well, a pretty straight putt. Oh, maybe move just a tiny bit from right to left. Good solid par from Hyoju.
Not seeing many putts hold on this first green.
You can't just roll them in, you've got to hit them in, and as Katrina said, it's the way to do it, but it's not easy if your putting stroke is a really good pace putting. Now, can Strom make one? Again, not a huge amount in this, might just try and drift to the right at the end. Well done.
So moves amongst the few under par. This is at 6 with Inglis and Boutier.
Very slow putt, uphill. Yeah, it's done well. It's just pulled up that probably 6 inches to make that, you have to make it sort of putt, but look how awful it is out there all of a sudden.
Yeah, take shelter. Cold, wet, windy. It is August, isn't it?
You'll never be allowed back in Scotland if you don't calm down over there.
I'm all right. I'm indoors. Yeah, tough conditions for the players just heading out. There have been some good scores. You won't be surprised to see some people huddling underneath, taking some shelter. Keeping Alistair, I think she's just keeping Alistair warm, isn't she there, Georgia Hall? Alistair, wasn't Alistair the starter when she played in the Champion of Champions event here, when she had a bit of a four-ball, didn't she? Lee Trevino,
that was incredible.
Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy.
Not bad at all.
Caroline Inglis. Back amongst the birdies. Had her fair share yesterday. The American had a couple of great weeks. Inglis didn't think she was going to be in the event, but she finished tied 20th last week in the Scottish Open, which got her one of the 3 spots available for this week.
Strom, she can get after it. Oh, hates it's gone right. You can't go right. Bunkers up there. Oh, it landed nice and soft. Well, she'll be happy when she gets up there.
We'll be hearing more from Katrina Matthew as the afternoon goes on, but another Solheim Cup legend strolls in alongside me. Trish Johnson, good afternoon.
Afternoon. Lovely to be indoors. Beautiful try from Alex Pano.
You can see there's a marker there as well. That's where Leona Maguire has chipped to, so she's played nicely there. Not bad, is it? Your first Women's Open, age 20, this week, and you get to play 4 rounds at St Andrews.
Very nice.
Iwai first to go here at 1.
Yeah, from quite a long way back. And she's overcooked it slightly. Is that going to come? Oh, just for a second. It might have come back down the hill, but pretty much where we've seen most of the players today.
Looks like that shower's abated quickly.
Yeah, but the clouds are coming through so fast, it'll be showers all day, on and off, probably. Steph. Trying to work out the distance. Can she get one? No one's been, I don't think anyone's hardly been short of the flag. Obviously the burn's there, but it's nowhere near it today. 19 on.
They're not taking any chances at all, are they? Even though I think they're just a bit shell-shocked from maybe the wind that was into them the last couple of days.
Well, she had a superb US Women's Open where she actually led Jiyai through 36 holes, share of the lead through 54, and the putter is letting her down.
Strom having got away with a bit of a loose tee shot. Can she take advantage? Looks like she doesn't like it. That doesn't always mean anything. No, she's just come down short.
'18 champion. Just going through the last checks before heading out for round 3. Georgia's going to be playing alongside former world number 1, Gino Thitikul, 21 years of age, playing her 7th Women's Open, which is extraordinary in itself, isn't it, really? After that is the world number 1 amateur. What a performance yesterday from Lottie Woe. The biggest surprise as she heads out with Mikang Lee is she's not the leading amateur. One of the rookies of the year, Jin Hee Im of Korea on the LPGA Tour, playing alongside one of the veterans in Jiyai Shin, who's got a former caddy master here from St Andrews on the back and following his instructions well. Patty Tavatanakit, a couple of wins for her this year, playing alongside the 2 times AIG Women's Open champion Jiyai Shin. They're going out just before 1:30. And then Ali Ewing, who has been just a regular in the top 10 in majors ever since last year's AIG Women's Open, playing alongside Andrea Lee, who's got all the pressure of being in that last automatic spot for the Solheim Cup places, this being the final qualification event. Her favourite event of the year. She's not shy in saying that, Georgia Hall. What have you made of her performance so far?
Very good. Came in here with not a massive amount of form. She knows it has to get slightly better for the end of the year. Big stuff coming up, obviously, this week. Solheim Cup in a few weeks' time. And she's very pleased. I mean, she knows she could have gone a bit lower yesterday. She had lots of chances around the middle of her round that didn't go in. But she was very positive. I spoke to her after the round and very positive. Looking forward to the weekend and certainly doesn't think she's out of it.
Yeah, you look at what Nelly Korda has done at the Road Hole, birdie, and she's gone double the last 2 days, and that's the difference between them on the leaderboard. Fine margins. Nice group this as well, alongside Gino, who's never short of a laugh and a smile.
This is game number 32. On the tee from England, Georgia Hall.
Well, what a history she already has at the Women's Open, whether it be the Smith Salver, the big one itself at Royal Lytham and St Anne's. And she has certainly got hope here of making it a 2nd title this week at St Andrews.
Tight down the right, 270 to the corner, 250 around here. Sit down. It's okay.
On the tee from Thailand, Gino Thitikul.
Some might think it's been a bit of a quiet year for Gino, but she actually didn't start playing in 2024 until April because of a thumb injury. Returned at the Chevron Championship, but she has a win alongside Ronin Yin in the pairs event, and she will be one of the danger women trying to make a charge. Professional wins as a teenager. The newly named Gino.
Incredible, isn't it?
So both these players with hopes of being in the mix, starting 7 behind the leader, Nelly Korda. Plenty of support for her, as there will be for Charlie Hull, Trish, heading out.
Yeah, interesting that she's got her Team GB bag as well. Nice to see she's got her Olympic bag. So I wonder if I don't think Charlie did have hers, from what I can remember. But yeah, the two most popular players, obviously, for England. Now Iwai after a good two-putt. We didn't see the first one, but she laid it up just a couple of feet. Good player, this kid. Really good player. Saw her play in Thailand last year. Gives her a real rip.
Saw Strom shot in, leaving the flag in, right to left. Come on. Oh, it's a good try. Maybe a couple of feet short. That camera angle might have shortened that.
That's Carlos Saganda, who's had some real struggles down the left side at 17, spoiling what had been a really good day for the Spaniard until this point. She's another one, I suppose, you could put in that had a quiet year so far, 2024.
Yeah, very much so. Not up to her high standards, but at any stage, I love her game. It can just turn on like that, and she'll be back in it and on the right end of the leaderboard.
Well, in 2025, we'll be at Royal Porthcawl for the AIG Women's Open, close to your home, Trish, and people can get tickets if they scan that QR code.
Yeah, can't wait. Really is going to be sensational. They've been doing all sorts of things to the course and the surrounding areas for a couple of years now, really, and it's going to be spectacular. The only thing I pray for is the weather, because I have to say...
What, to be good or bad?
I hope it's good, because goodness gracious me, if it's bad, there is no other place that you would definitely not want to be.
I'm sure it'll be a fabulous week as the AIG Women's Open comes to Wales. So this for the double bogey for Carlotta.
Yeah, it's a shame. Going along so nicely all day. Oh no. Well, unbelievable stuff there. She's dropped all the way back down. She was 5 under, back to 2 under for the day, 2 over. And she was still in the tournament about 5 minutes ago, and that's put her in all sorts of trouble.
Well, that's heartbreaking, isn't it, for her? The road halt finds another victim. Yeah, these two could, I think these are, if I looked at the pairings of, some of the players that were maybe just slightly out, I reckon these two playing together could put themselves along nicely.
Yeah, spur each other on, hopefully. I got some friends out here watching, and they said last night, what's the group to go and watch? And I said, well, Georgia and Thitikul, absolutely perfect. They want to get out to the 7th, which is where you said is just the most perfect vantage point. And I said, well, watch these guys out to the 7th and then wait for everybody else to come through. And honestly, when you sit on the back of 7, you see tee shots coming in from everywhere, shots all over. It's bliss, absolute bliss. As we watch Thitikul, she's got a lot short. These two have got a lot shorter distance in than the previous group. Only 134, just a 9 iron.
Got the distance right, just pulled it a bit.
Down the right side for Georgia Hall.
Yeah, really good line to come in this, Laura.
Yeah, I think it was probably by design. Now, come on, take full advantage. The way she was hitting her irons yesterday, she's pulled it, and that's going to be long. Yeah, that's unbelievably poor from Georgia. She won't even be able to believe she's hit that one. Bit quick, maybe.
Yeah, she tries to play that little punch shot, and sometimes the arms just come ahead of the body, and then the club just wraps over rather than you can try and get your arms to stop through the ball, but you've got to still turn your body, keep everything square, and sometimes she just gets a little bit quick with the arms, and the club face just turns over and just get that extra distance, which is a killer when you got a little. What's she have? 114 yards in there.
Next pairing getting ready to go out. How impressed were you, Trish, yesterday with this 20-year-old Lottie Woad?
Yeah, I thought she was amazing. I really did. I hadn't seen much of her. Obviously heard about her reputation and obviously winning Augusta, but it's more her attitude. I think she really, she gets annoyed. She wants to win this, and I think we just have to get used to the fact that, amateurs aren't amateurs anymore. They are ready to play. They come out of college and they are just, she's the #1 amateur in the world. Same as Rose Zhang was. She came out, she won her first tournament, and I think this girl is destined for huge things. I can't wait to watch her in person next week at the Curtis Cup.
4 amateurs made the cut out of the 5 that had teed it up, and here is one of them, the Latin America amateur champion, Anna Kona, hopefully with her last shot of the day. Indeed it is. Well done, Ella. Round of 72. I mean, it is some chase for the Smith Salver this year.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And obviously you've got the 2 at the top, Lottie and also Louise, that have got a big start on her, but it's pressure. These girls are under pressure. Yes, I think the 2 we've just spoken about are still thinking they're in this championship, that winning that amateur medal is, or the Salver is, the thing they've come here for.
Yeah, Julia Lopez is out on the course as well at +3, the other amateur who made the cut. Just got to get this putter warm, Michai. So, much lengthier than we're expecting this opening putt for Georgia Hall.
Yeah, we've seen any putt of distance to this first has been difficult to read. Pace shouldn't be too bad because it's a little downhill. Yeah, all in all, that's pretty good. Off the drive, she'll be disappointed.
Georgia, a winner of the R&A Girls Amateur, which is something that Lottie Woad won a few years ago at Carnoustie as well. And as Trish was saying, it's that the confidence from her was only 3 shots off the lead at the halfway stage at the Chevron Championship, the first major of the year, just after winning in Augusta. Just, here I am amongst the best pros, and was on Nelly Korda's heels then.
This is game number 33. On the tee from Korea, Mi-hyang Lee.
Playing alongside one of the LPGA Tour's experienced campaigners in Mi-hyang Lee, who has got a win in Scotland under her belt.
That's how wide this fairway is, 139 yards across. That's not ideal.
On the tee from England, Lottie Woad.
Yeah, nice to see. Great reception for Lottie Woad. And it's not just Charlie. And it's not just Georgia. Maybe there's 3 English players that have got a chance at this championship.
Her college is Florida State, and her coach has been here this week from Florida State. And she was due to fly home yesterday and said, I'll only change my flight if you're in the top 10 heading into the weekend. And she starts today tied 11th.
So
I don't know.
where's
I don't know. I don't know if she stayed or she's gone.
Well, you got to stick to your guns. I mean, there's, you know, you
10th
say
is
top
10th,
10.
11th is
It
11th.
is, isn't it? It's a failure, isn't it? Let's be fair. It's disappointing, but... Now, did you say earlier on in the week that you've missed this fairway once?
Yes, left.
Right. Was it howling gale?
No, it's in my defence. I had normal shoes on, and I was so excited. First time we got to St Andrews, I just went on the tee, grabbed someone's driver, and said, "I've got to hit one." I didn't have my clubs with me, and I've just sniped it straight out of bounds. So it's never been a tee shot I've fancied ever since.
Okay. So a lot of excuses there, but the gist of it was you have missed it out bounds left.
Absolutely, hit
Okay.
the. I didn't break any windows, but I certainly got it under that white fence.
You're in good company with Mr. Ian Baker Finch. Only a couple of rolls away from Thitikul.
Can't see the hole, but it's only about 6-7 feet. Oh no, I think it's missed. Yeah, it's just slid by.
Part the first, Kyriacou. Here she is, trying to make a 3 at 2.
Ouch, that hurts. Decent putt as well. Must have thought she had that one. Yeah, you got to, mind you, just got to capitalise on those when you knock them in that close. Unlucky or not.
Particularly when you're in the starting position these players are in.
Yeah, you got. I mean, she's got to be looking at 64, 65 today to get back in this with this sort of weather.
Well, Pano moves to 1 under par. First birdie of the day for the young American. This is one of the holes, Laurie, where they pushed the tee up today a little bit.
Yeah, it was really strange because it wasn't that long, but they were finding real problems playing it, getting it close. Everyone was long. We've had no birdie. Oh, hello, nearly had a hole in one. That would have been definitely easier.
Michai's proximity to the hole in this
Yeah.
third round is sensational.
She could so easily be well under par. Look at this. We've already had 9 birdies on the 8th this morning, so it's definitely held. Oh, that's so close.
Up the hill for birdie, Lilia Strom. Get to 2 under, big break on this. Slight left to right wind as well. Now I'm interested, is she one of the 5 players you were talking about that's got a chance of Solheim? I mean, she shot 60 to win a tournament, surely.
Couldn't possibly tell you. Well, I could, but obviously then I'd have to kill you.
Oh, your dream come true, surely.
Off the back of the birdie at the par 5, Pano. You wouldn't be far away from the US Solheim team. Maybe not this time round, but certainly in the coming years. Player who's been in the spotlight for many years despite her young age. In fact, her only win in the LPGA Tour came on the shores of Northern Ireland almost a year ago exactly.
Mi Hyun Lee, perfect drive. We keep saying it. Obviously, you're going to hit this fairway. Can she get the distance? So many have failed. That was a lovely, smooth swing. Yeah, well done. Finally, a good shot into the first.
Sets down a marker for Lottie Wode.
Well, we know she's a bit of a specialist with a wedge. I think she's got a little bit more than a wedge. Well, actually, come to think of it, she might not have. It looks maybe a 9-iron, but you'd like to think that she'll get this within 10, 15 feet.
Two good looks of birdie coming up there. Lottie Woad starting the day 2 under par, 6 adrift of the world number 1. One of the front runners, Pei Yun Chien, arriving at the course, starts the day in a share of 5th place.
Yeah, fabulous player. Cheeseburger Chad on the bag. He's been a caddy out on tour for many a year.
He's called Cheeseburger Chad because
He eats cheeseburgers. That's all he eats. Over to Thitikul at the second.
who I'm sure enjoys a much healthier diet.
Quite possibly. Oh yeah, well done. Beautiful shot.
Just the other side of the walkway, Georgia Hall.
It's quite a nice pin, this one. It's all the way at the back on the left, but there's not much behind it, but you have got plenty of room to just pitch it, especially with that little wind. You can see just maybe a 10-mile-an-hour left to right wind there. Just pitch it on that little sign there to the left of it and let the contours gently bring it round to the flag. She might have gone right. She let that go a bit right. Yeah, she has. Ooh. Not good.
So one left, one right with the approaches. Not a good sign. Par 3/8 playing with Michai is Inglis and Boutier.
You could just see the hole just on the centre top of her cap. Is it going to break? Come on, back you come. Yes. Well done.
So back to level par for the championship. Bogeyed the first 3 holes. Area Janagan. Try and get one of those back here.
Very good. Very good. Just let the downhill take it in.
Michai Lee will have a birdie putt to come. First Lottie Woad, who we saw yesterday, was they weren't going in, they were certainly threatening the hole.
Yeah, for me, putted as well as anybody over the first 2 days. Just with the strength of the putts, not necessarily how many went in, but this would be a nice way to start. Up, slightly uphill. Oh no. Well, I can't believe it. There's literally nothing. And even the wind, I think, is in the right direction. Oh no, there is a little bit of grass there, so disappointing part.
How frustrating is that?
Michai for birdie. I think we're willing one of these to go in, aren't we? Not really been close yet. Please, come on. Oh, not even close. Oh dear. She's not happy. She's hitting it great, but unfortunately, if you can't hold a putt, you can't make a score.
Nice to see those blue skies above the RNA clubhouse, that lovely Victorian clubhouse.
This is game number 34. On the tee from Korea, Jin Im.
It's an all-Korean pairing, so there'll be plenty out there cheering these two on. Jin Im playing alongside Jenny Shin, making the cut of her Women's Open debut. Rookie on tour this year. 74.68 first 2 days.
On the tee from Korea, Jenny Shin.
Yeah, one making the debut. There's Fraser. Word in the ear. Long-time caddy manager at St Andrews. In fact, was the caddy for Stacey Lewis when she went 5-0 in the Curtis Cup around here a decade or so ago.
Could be a secret weapon, couldn't he? If she can get, well, if she shoots 4 under today, she'll still be having a chance tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's not just caddy for this week. He is a regular caddy on tour. It just so happens that he has a bit of knowledge of this place. So they're underway. Couple under par.
I'm assuming he's Scottish with a name like Fraser?
Yes.
It's like having Poirot in the studio, isn't it?
He's the Riddler. Fraser Riddler is his full name. Up on the green. Mi Kyang Lee to get to join those two at 2 under.
Can she do what Lottie Woe didn't? Yes, she can. Good start. The perfect start.
Well, technically it's a birdie putt on the second for Georgia Hall, but my word, this is tricky. Up all sorts of hills, downhill at the end, but got to judge the pace. Yeah, left herself plenty of work to do. Wasn't easy.
Now, can Leona spark into life? She's driving it beautifully. Her irons are just off. She just needs one good one to get that feeling back. Distance has been a problem. Not here. There you go. That's what we want to see.
A beautiful approach shot. Also, I don't think her putting is, you know, it's not quite what we have come to expect, but maybe that's because she's not hitting it close enough.
Well, Thitikul in certainly birdie range here. Have to settle for the par. Officially changed her name from previously Attire to Gino Thitikul. Final hole for Pajari Ananarukan, who's putting together a nice round in this third day's play.
You always want one more, though.
On the tee from Korea,
Not quite.
Jiyai Shin.
Still no drop shots on the card. Not quite the 5th birdie, but 68. That's a nice move from the cut line to just outside the top 20 as things stand. Another one whose only LPGA Tour win came in the UK.
Just a touch on the left side of it for the breeze. Right, fine. Distance.
Well, pretty average. That's what we've seen most of the day, really, about 30 feet. That's an average shot for today.
Yes. It's going to feel for you half and half.
Back there in a moment. Crucial part really this stage of the round for Georgia Hall. What a good 2-putt that is from where she was. She's now got to start finding her range with those approach shots.
I was bang on line, just came up a tad short.
Yeah, it's all about layers, and Laura, what you feel comfortable wearing while you're playing.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, between shots, you've got to take some off. Look at Charlie there. She's got a great big jacket on.
On the putting green, she said after her round yesterday she was heading for the putting green because she was not happy with her pace putting. Working there with Nick Soto, her putting coach.
Yeah, this is what you see most of the players doing. They'll get those machines out there. That one's probably for the eyes, I'd imagine. Also, obviously, you put it through those front two tee pegs. How far you take it back. There's all sorts of different gadgets players have. They all have their favourites. It's just to try and groove your putting stroke.
Charlie off in, well, just less than an hour now. Here's her best buddy on tour, Georgia Hall.
Yeah, partner in crime. They get up to all sorts of mischief. That's perfect.
Yeah, they were sharing one of the lodges at Dundonald Links last week. Not sure who did the cooking.
I'm going to say neither.
I think you're right, Mr. Takeaway.
Probably can afford a chef. Come up short, just short on the fringe. It'll be an awkward putt across the green, but it's okay.
Defending champions arrived.
Have you sign a couple, perhaps?
Yeah, can sign a few autographs.
That was good though. The caddy there looking out. Maybe Lilia wasn't concentrating. He go and sign a few. That was nice. I like that. The caddy's aware of everything. They have to be nowadays. They're a demanding job. People think it's easy. It's not.
Well, she turned up at Walton Heath last year as a major champion, but there's no doubt winning there and becoming an AIG Women's Open meant so much to the American.
It was so special to be able to lift this. I was going through a really tough patch last year and somehow came out on top at the AIG Women's Open. That gave me a lot of confidence, you know, that you can be resilient and overcome whatever you're going through and everything happens for a reason and keep pushing through. Was trying to lag it up there, but it went in, and at that point I was laughing because nothing could go wrong in that moment. You look at every single name that's been on here before, like most of them are people I've looked up to and have watched, so it's kind of surreal to even have my name on there. History's rich here, so many people have won here, and it's just the perfect place, the home of golf, to grow the game, and I can't wait to see all the fans that come out this week and interact with them.
Well, she had to give that trophy back on Monday, not before a Sunday night send-off at the Dunvegan with a few friends.
That's a great idea, isn't it? Milk it for everything it's worth. Well earned, wasn't it? It's played superbly last year at Walton Heath.
Now here's a player with their name on that trophy. At 3 for Georgia Hall.
Yeah, that's more like it. That's a beauty. Pin high. It's going to be a quick putt down the hill, but good birdie opportunity. Got to make a move on this front nine today, Georgia Hall.
Well, let's just remind you of how things stand. All these players now are going to be heading off in the next hour. What a final pairing, the world number 1 and 2, Nelly Korda and Lilia Vu. Charlie Hull will have the company of Ronin Yin, the Olympic gold medalist, Lydia Ko. One of those just 5 adrift. And here are a couple of the players who have, well, basically completed round 3 and in style. 66s for Alban Valenzuela and Esther Henseleit. Just working down a little bit further from the leaderboard. Birdie at 3 from Iwai has her in that group at 1 under par. Sorlin Grant finishing off with her round of 68. And Michai out in level par. Could have been so much more. There's Shannon Tan making history this weekend. On in 2, so Strom has this for eagle.
Yeah, left to right, off the get-go. Oh, has she hit it? Go on, get over that line. No, just left it on top of that hill. I'm going to say that's more like 10 feet from when we pan back and see the better angle of the ball.
Well, Jenny Shin, I can tell you, has already made her 3 here, so that's a fabulous start. Her fellow Korean, Im, will have to settle for 4.
There's Strom there, you can see it looked like it was about 2 feet, but camera angle deceptive. Got to hit this one, you'd think. Well, she looks like she's aiming dead straight. Let's see. Just on the left lip. Fell in lovely. Well done. She deserved it. 2 good shots in. Walking off there with a par would have been miserable. Cracking start.
Well, Georgia Hall in fairly close here at 3. Lengthy one for Thitikul.
Down the hill. Little right to left on it. No, never really got that one rolling up the hole. But they're awkward, aren't they, these longer putts?
So after birdieing the first, Shin had the tee shot at 2. And is that what the players see, Laura, which is not very much?
Yeah, well, no, they've taken the gorse down. And this is, it's going to just skirt the bunker. Yeah, well done. Very good shot now. But when you stand on it, you can see enough. Whereas years gone by, 2 and 3, they've taken a bit down. They've given you a bit of a look, which I think is a shame because it's the not seeing that makes it so difficult.
Georgia Hall down the hill for birdie at the 3rd. Now, give it plenty of pace. Yes, get in there, you beauty.
Well,
that's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, the importance of those par saves at 1 and 2, Trish.
Yeah, massive, aren't they? And especially the last, that 2-putt at the last hole was really significant. But that's, yeah, I mean, you've got to get some momentum, haven't you? You've got to get some energy going. You know, it's going to be a easy-ish day today. And if you want to put any pressure on those top 3, especially Korda, then you've got to get early birdies on the board.
Par 4 7th, little dogleg to the right. Start of the loop. Oh, sumptuous from the Irish woman. So as we look down at the first, I'll hand you over to the very safe, capable hands of Ali Whitaker. What an exciting weekend we're in for Ali.
Oh, I can't wait. It is a mouth-watering prospect ahead of us here on Saturday and Sunday. 2 major champions here as well alongside each other in Jiyai Shin and Paddy Tavatanik. I'll bring in Christina Kim as well for the first time today.
Yes, good day to everyone. It is what has been already a beautiful, beautiful 3rd round. Coming up to Jiyai Shin on the 1st.
Her AIG Women's Opens came 4 years apart. One in 2008, one in 2012. But you never bet against her getting another one. Starts the day 6 shots back, but 2 days ahead, 36 holes, a lot can happen.
Yeah, total superstar. I remember her win at Hoylake, won by a country mile, didn't she? If I remember rightly.
Yeah, 9 shots.
What a superb player she's been for so many years. And can I also say, an absolute delight of a person. She's probably one of my favourite people on tour. Always got a smile for everyone, doesn't matter who they are.
And a memory of an elephant as well. If she's met you once 8 years ago, she'll come straight back up to you.
After a blistering tee shot, Patty Tavatanakit. Great tempo, beautiful bounce, such a strong, strong player. Major champion, had a little bit of a slump a little bit last year, kept her head up, well, maybe not right here, but lovely shot. Had 2 wins this year. Yes, absolutely.
On the second, after the birdie at the first, Lee for her part. Right to left, not that much right to left, nope. Disappointing. Oh, you get off to a flying start and then you give it straight back, so annoying.
To the 4th tee, and Georgia Hall.
Yeah, just focusing on position here, going with less than driver. Quick pickup of the tee. And that should, just going to miss the fairway, but we see a fair bit of the ball.
Loved her quote overnight, Trish, about when Thursday and Friday she looked out the window and she said, "Yes, you beauty, I love this weather. We need more of this in an AIG Women's Open."
Yeah, you can always tell those players that are barking mad, can't you? Lilia Strom. Down the 6th hole. You never get tired of watching these first 5, 6 holes. I mean, they're very similar. A lot of them, 2 and 3, 4, 5, and they're pretty similar holes, but they just each have their own little quirkiness, and it's just sensational. I love watching people playing this golf course.
Yeah, definite nuance to each. This for back-to-back birdies for Leona Maguire.
Yeah, speaking of things and players that you love to watch, Leona Maguire is an absolute magician around the golf course, tactician. Nice fist pump from Werner's Test there.
Magician, tactician, got another one? Go on. Beautician? No, but no, that doesn't work. Ow, come on, bail us out.
To Charlie Hull. He tees off in 45 minutes, like you can see. Been down doing her putting, now over to the range. A couple of autographs. She's asked for a few herself, hasn't she, throughout her career? One from Paula Creamer and a Solheim Cup, no less.
That was one of the best moments in the history of women's golf, I think. And if people don't know, they haven't heard that story. Charlie was playing against Paula Creamer and just annihilated her, I think, 7 and 5, and then asked for her autograph afterwards, in which Paula thought, well, it's a bit strange, but give you your autograph. She said, no, it's not for me. Talk about rubbing salt in the wounds.
It was for her friend James, wasn't it, who's out watching her this week? As we go to Linnea Strom, 2nd at 6.
Yeah, wonderful proximity there, wonderful distance control.
Back down to the iconic first.
You could say that for every hole now, couldn't you, really, around here?
We are spoilt for choice. Same 2 with our players, including this one, Jiyai Shin for birdie.
Look out, everyone.
What a start.
Great swagger as well. Love watching the way that she walks. And just like you said, always has a smile on her face.
It's like she always has a theme tune in her head, the way that she trots around. She's actually never missed a cut in an AIG Women's Open in 11 years in this event.
I mean, she's got plenty of reasons to be happy, to be fair. You know, if you're looking for one, but nonetheless, you know, that happiness comes before she won everything and she was the person she is, and it just, you know, it's nice, isn't it? Sometimes to just see someone who deserves everything they get, and she really is. She's just such an unbelievable ambassador. I think that term is used a bit sort of flippantly sometimes, but as far as women's golf concerned, and certainly, yeah, she's a one-off. She really is.
Now, after that lovely approach here on the first, Patty Tavatanakit. Uphill putt. This one's going to move a bit from her right to left. Roll out. Oh, just did not turn at the end there. Solid stroke, solid start.
Gutted nonetheless.
Currently averaging in the red, the first 10 birdies so far today. And here is, well, we can say the one to watch. She has been all year, hasn't she? Sometimes for different reasons, but plenty of them have been good. 6 wins already this season for the world number 1, Nelly Korda. 2 consecutive rounds of 68. She's done that twice this year. Both times she went on to win. She is in a commanding position going into the weekend.
I'm just trying to stay very present and not think about anything other than, you know, one shot at a time, and whatever, you know, golf and links golf throws at me, I'm gonna take it head on. Yeah, I think when the conditions are a little tougher, I mean, expectations and golf, you know, in a sense, normal golf is thrown out the window and you're just trying to play the win. During a tournament, you're never going to have your A game throughout all 4 days. It's about just kind of adapting with your B and C game as well. But today I hit it really well, and it kind of feels really nice when it all clicks and it all goes where you're kind of envisioning in your shots, or kind of everything's just flowing. So it's a great confidence boost. We're just 36 holes in. We still have a long way to go, but whenever something clicks like that, it feels really nice. The fans and the crowds have been amazing thus far, and I enjoy links golf a lot, and obviously every year that I get to play it, I learn a little bit more about it.
The 2 days, nearly a carbon copy on the scorecard, and this was a beauty at the road hole. She's birdied it both days so far. That was her 8th yesterday, started down the 10th.
Beautiful, beautiful putt here on 18, left to right down the hill, back-to-back birdies, 17 and 18 both days.
Then she would go on to turn onto the front 9, start with 4 pars, and just lets this one just drop into the cup on the par 5 5th.
Yeah, and the 9th hole knocked it just short left with her drive, playing straight downwind. Just a little chip up, left herself, what, 3 feet? Just enough to make you think a little bit, but right in the middle. Those are the ones that she's missed a few of in the last few months, but not yesterday.
Blemish-free, bogey-free. There's only been 1 so far in the first 2 rounds of those. It came on the 8th on Thursday. She has barely put a foot wrong so far, given the conditions. Loads to look forward to today as we go back to 1.
This is game number 36. On the tee from the USA, Ali Ewing.
Ali Ewing is just such a fighter. Had a horrific start to her AIG Women's Open and fought back so hard for the latter part of her first round. And yesterday,
yeah, started double bogey, and then put the gloves on. She's been brilliant in the majors this season. 3 top 10s from 4 so far.
On the tee from the USA, Andrea Lee.
She's been in the mix so far this year in the majors. That came at the US Women's Open. She was tied for the 54-hole lead and didn't go on to convert. We'll try and rectify that and get herself right back into the thick of things out there a day earlier this time round.
for sure, and you know that she's got to have a Solheim Cup lodged deep in the back of her mind as well. We always talk about how you need to focus on the here and the now, but something as important and honorable as a Solheim Cup is hard to get out of your mind.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is, I mean, I think if Andrea Lee doesn't play her way in, she would get a pick, an automatic pick anyway. She's just one of those players that sort of goes under the radar a little bit. No one really ever talks about her in a way of, you know, major champion, but she's always there or thereabouts. Just, she's a lurker.
Yeah, well, it was similar, her and Minji, their experiences on the final day at the US Women's Open, but also tied for 17th at the Chevron Championship. You're not wrong. She's never far away from the outskirts of the front page of the leaderboard.
Yeah, the fourth hole didn't really hit a very good 3-wood. Left herself in all sorts of bother in the bunker. And now she's just, well, she's got that for a bogey. It was a strange play off the tee. That's 225 to carry that rough stuff. She didn't even come close to carrying it.
And to 6, Linnea Strom with this putt for birdie.
For a third of the round.
Go on.
Yeah, Laura wouldn't give us any insight whatsoever into whether she was a possibility for the Solheim Cup, but I think she has to be.
Jenny Shin with this putt from just off the putting surface for birdie. And you can see at the corner of your screen, she kind of swung at it again. She knew she left it short.
She's one of those players, Christina, that if you only knew her from the golf course, you wouldn't really know her at all. Has a ridiculously dry sense of humour as well, hidden behind the snood.
Yeah, extremely quick wit.
A healthy dose of sarcasm as well. As we go over to Georgia Hall. This for bogey now, Trish.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know a golfer that doesn't have sarcasm. If you don't have sarcasm as a golfer, you're never going to survive, I don't think. But this is a big putt here. We said it earlier on 2. She held a really good par putt on 2, but this one, left to right down the hill, you cannot make double bogey if you want to contend. So come on, Georgia. Left half, firm, beauty, well done.
Yeah, it was actually a very good 2-putt where she was coming in from, albeit 2-putt for bogey. Trish, would you say sarcasm's more important or more commonly found in players or self-deprecation? Self-loathing.
Definitely sarcasm.
This for 3 in a row at the par 3, 8th, Leona Maguire. She is on the move.
Now she's on a roll. Once that blade gets working, she is an absolute magician with that, and with the rescues as well. Now Lottie Wode left the one short on the first, about the same distance. Is she going to give this one enough welly? Oh, she hasn't done it again. Oh, she has. She has. What are you doing? Right in the jaws again.
So a trio of pars to start the day for Lottie Wode, the Augusta National Women's Amateur Champion. What a finish it was there. We're looking forward to seeing more of her this weekend. She's inside the top 15. That's how the top 10 look. The world number 1 and world number 2 still to come here today at St Andrews. So let's go back down the first. The 2 Americans. It's going to be Ali Ewing by some margin to go first.
Yeah, great angle to come in from. Start at left of the, right at the left edge of the green. Let the wind drift it.
What I love about Ali Ewing's swing, you can see it, so how she holds the blade square all the way through and sort of underneath on the way through, so the ball gets very little movement. That's why she hits it so close. It's easy if you hit it like an arrow straight, isn't it?
Yeah, strong as well. She is strong. Andrea Lee will be next to play. Andrea's picked up a bit of yardage in the last 2-3 years or so. Used to always be considered one of the shorter players on tour, but been putting in a lot of work. It's one of the most efficient swings and gets so much out of her game. And you take that and add to it extra distance, and she is always going to be a force to reckon with. That one wide right. she's about as perturbed as I am right now. But with that short game, don't have much of a doubt as to her getting that up and down.
Just getting a little bit of a pitter-patter of rain around our commentary box. And there is the defending champion, Lilia Vu.
I love this golf swing. It's one of my favourite swings, it really is. It just is power personified, and it's just effortless as well. I like all the lines, all the simplicity. It's not a lot of movement. Just very, very simple. Just stays right over the top of the ball on the backswing. A slight shift with the hips on the downswing. I mean, everybody has obviously bad days and bad weeks, but when she's on, you can see why she can shoot such great numbers. And of course, she's a brilliant putter. That always helps.
Jamie Spence is out watching Lilia Vu for us on the range right now. Any observations, Jamie?
Well, she's hitting it very straight, I can say that much. Because this wind, it's not a wind you want to stay out in too often. Coming off the left, slightly helping them off this range. So really they prefer it off the sea, off the right-hand side, but you haven't got that. But she's playing within herself, which is what you've got to do on the range. She's just working on a rhythm. She's got a couple of strong hybrids in the bag, Lilia. A 1 hybrid and a 2 hybrid. And they're going to come in and look at that, arrow straight.
I'm glad you told us that, James. That's an education for me. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a 1 hybrid and a 2 hybrid.
I knew there was a 2 hybrid. I didn't know there was a 1 hybrid, Trish, I must confess. It's a 3-wood to you and me.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Us oldies.
How long would you stay out here, though, Trish, hitting balls with this left to right wind? That's the thing.
Not long at all. No, just enough to get warmed up, which I think is probably all she'll do.
Nervous times, eh? Girls in the box, these, aren't they? I don't care who you are.
It's exciting, though, isn't it?
Women's Open. It is exciting, yeah.
I mean, if you don't get the nerves, you don't get the excitement, do you?
No, you don't. You need those. They do a great job now for all the spectators. They show all the carries of the players and how far they're hitting it, and it's a really good place to be.
Moments away from the next duo at 1:50 local time here in St Andrews. Looks like they're ready to go.
This is game number 37. On the tee from Sweden, Louise Rudqvist.
She called it one of the most special days she's had in her golf life so far. It was a blemish-free 67, 5 birdies amongst it for the amateur Louise Rudqvist yesterday. And on debut, no less.
Yes, the female Aaron Rai, we dubbed her yesterday. Got the 2 gloves on. Now he plays with those 2 gloves on in hot weather. I'm wondering whether she just plays with, because it's pretty damp. And
on the tee from Japan, Mao Saigo.
So one of these two, very much so a junior, Mao Saigo, technically leading the Rookie of the Year race as well on the LPGA. She's already got 6 victories though on the JLPGA before she made the move. She is a seriously exciting prospect. Many of them coming out of Japan at the moment, both male and female. 2 major champions in the women's side this season already.
Absolutely sends it for such a small little thing, in all honesty, but really, really strong lower body, gets a really strong base going and just absolutely sends it.
Looking forward to seeing more of Ridquist out there today. Said she started the week and yesterday thinking about the cut. A couple of birdies settled her down. Then she started thinking about pressing on. Look at that, Gabby Lopez watching the swing of Saigo.
Yeah, we may be players, but we are absolutely still fans of the game regardless. So we make our way up to the green on the first. Andrea Lee.
Lopez, by the way, shot 69. It's to start with a birdie for Lee.
Down the hill for birdie, the back of the green, just off the back of the green for Jiyai Shin. Tricky one to judge because she's got a bit of uphill and downhill. Downhill first, then uphill, then downhill again. As she judged it, oh, it's a beauty. Absolute beauty. Well played, that girl.
With all of those different slopes and everything, I kind of did the math. I think it ended up being pretty straight overall speed-wise. Beautiful putt from Jiyai Shin as we make our way back to the first. Ali Ewing. Beautiful pace. These are two of the most beautiful putting strokes that you can see in all of golf.
Now Strom for another birdie on the 7th this time. Oh, just a little aggressive up the left side. Much better than missing it in the jaws short, though. At least you give it a chance.
We're starting to see some names and new ones emerging onto the front page of the leaderboard, courtesy of back-to-back birdies to start her Saturday campaign. Jiyai Shin is there. Same too from Jenny Shin, who also has picked up one early doors today here in round 3 of the AIG Women's Open. Some good moves as well from Esther Henselite and Alban Valenzuela. Will we see both of them in a Solheim Cup in a few weeks' time? Another who's going along nicely is Leona Maguire. We go there now to see if she can get 4 in a row at the 9th.
Yeah, as you had alluded to, Ali, this would be 4 in a row for Leona. That was just a little bit of a bobble early in the putt, which slowed it down a little bit.
Im's birdie putt just from a couple of feet at 3. Not much in this at all. No, easy. All set up with a glorious approach shot.
Hails from Jeju, down in the south of Korea. On a little bit of an island.
Yeah, so she would be well equipped to know what it's like to play in the wind.
Yeah, making a tournament debut as well, impressing. So with that, she's into the top 6. You can see on the bottom right of screen.
Well, this is a remarkable story, really. You love it, don't you, when the amateurs come out of nowhere and just, well, they're not just involved, they are actually involved in they fancy their chances of winning the tournament. 3 under par. Well, if she plays anything like she did yesterday, and she's got every chance of being involved come Sunday. Pin height, pretty good.
She is the European Ladies Amateur Champion this year. That's how she stamped her ticket here, earned her spot this week for the very first time.
I think that's the thing with amateur golf now these days. They play so many big tournaments. That's why they're so ready. I mean, half the time, I ask a lot. There's a couple of players that play at Royal Porthcawl amateur tournaments all the time. Darcy Harry is one of them, and they're going everywhere. Portugal, Spain, they're playing. I think, God, I only play a couple of tournaments a month. They play every week. It's brilliant.
Now Saigo, this one also left.
They also play a few events in Japan, don't they? It's one of the few countries around the world where the women's tour is much stronger than the men's in terms of prize money, also in terms of the amount of events. They've got a good 7 or 8 more than the guys. See the range down in the bottom left. And there is Charlie Hull, who will start the day 3 shots back of the lead of Nelly Korda. And Iona Stephen down there watching on, being our range spy for us.
Yes, good afternoon, Ali. I'm down here, just snuck behind Charlie Hull, watching her go through the motions here as she starts to warm up. And to be honest, she's getting close to the end of the long game part of the warm-up. She's got the driver in hand now, and she's just working on some low ball flights. You can see her trying to work the ball just ever so slightly from right to left, just to hold this wind that's coming from the left on her back. It's not nearly as strong as it has been in the last couple of days. Thank goodness for that. But she's looking very focused, body language. She really means business right now. Adam Woodward on the bag, great partnership. And Matt Belsham, our coach, isn't here anymore. He's gone away for the weekend, but I know they've been working hard the last couple of days. Matt Belsham also works with the likes of Matt Wallace, Alex Norin, so they've been together for quite a long time. And Charlie looking like she's going to bring some business to the course today, Al.
Yeah, I know she's one of the few players that, modern day players, I think, that tees the ball quite low with her driver. And she picks the club up pretty quickly, but we'll go back to Charlie.
And jump over to her Team GB teammate in Georgia Hall. This is her 4th, though, at the par 5. So something's gone awry on the way there.
Great distance control, though. Good poise. Can always be disappointing when you only have 2 opportunities to play a par 5 on the old course, and one of them you know you're not going to be making birdie.
Over to the world #1 amateur, Lottie Woad, giving that one an absolute wrap.
Yeah, had left a couple of putts short, very makeable distance, so trying to ensure that she won't. Not to mention, just as you can see, everyone pulling their umbrellas out. It's starting to rain. It's quite breezy out as well. Rain's falling at about a 40-degree angle and coming down pretty good.
It's near on a rite of passage. Days like Thursday, days like today, where the brollies you got to hold on to. Maybe Alistair Scott needs to put a few more pegs in the bottom of the one at the first tee. That's where we go.
Yeah, I think it's days like today that make Laura very, very glad that she's actually decided that she's commentating this week rather than battling those first 2 days and maybe today.
So a couple of groups ahead. This is the 2 p.m. tee time of Cassandra Alexander and Ashley Buhai, both from South Africa. Sure they'll enjoy that company out there today. And then the Olympic gold medalist from 2 weeks ago, Lydia Ko, will have the company of Pei Yun Chen from Chinese Taipei. Out in our penultimate pairing is Ronin Yin and the local fave of Charlie Hull, who will have plenty of support. And then the final group, Lilia Vu,
Cassandra
and Nelly
Alexander.
Korda, to get quickly back to the first. I thought her quote was really good after qualifying, tied for second down at Crail. She said, I don't want just to make the cut here. I want to be part of the story. At St Andrews this week, she's worked her way right into it. Cassandra Alexander starts the day at -3.
Yeah, massively long ball hitter, so this golf course should suit her. She's got some power on it, this girl. Not won a tournament on the LET yet, although she's been part of at least, I think, 3 wins on the Aramco Team Series.
Ashley Buhai has been a part of a win in this very championship 2 years ago at Muirfield after the 4-hole playoff. It was one of the bunker shots I think we'll all remember for quite some time. Her up and down from right of the 18th to get her AIG Women's Open in over 200 starts on the LPGA. At that stage, she hadn't won.
That is true. Look at her now, though. Great low penetrating ball fly, always is able to generate a good amount of tumble off the tee. great ability to just really focus on keeping her tempo nice and smooth. I know that when she had won, she said one of the keys to it, because Carnoustie had been so windy, she had said she almost felt like she was taking it back. It was 60% speed on the way back, because it's so quick. It's so easy to swing quickly when it gets windy.
Yeah, shame they don't play quickly. We'll get out of here quicker. Now, Saigo, long putt down the first. Just pulled up a little bit. I tell you, it's going to be one of those days. It's going to be horrid on and off for sort of 5 minutes at a time. Right now, it is wicked out there.
Look at the angle that Georgia Hall's caddy Joe is holding the brolly at. This to save her par at 5. She's working hard for it right now, isn't she? And will continue to do so. So 2 steps in the wrong direction for the 2018 champion.
Gridquist now. Her birdie putt. Hopefully she learned something from Saigo. She's learning quickly that it's wet.
Isn't she? Aren't we all? Yeah, she's meant to be back at school at the moment. School started back in the US on Tuesday. She says, I think it's a pretty decent excuse. I'm sure her coach, Kaylin Anderson at South Carolina, would agree. She'll be watching on. Take a look at this. It's Jiyai Shin. She can barely see out of that bunker.
Having to throw this one just straight left of that flag because there was no angle for her to get it out of there. Trish, what did you notice the difference in the sand once it got wet? Because this Open Championship style sand is so different from what we gather in the US.
Yeah, it really is, and you've got to be very used to it. And when you get close to those banks up the front of them, you've got to be very careful, because it comes out so much cleaner. It's a lot harder when it gets a bit wet, just to catch it a little bit cleaner than you would want to, and not quite get the same amount of height that you need. So you've got to be careful with those sort of shots, and also, you know, like Jiyai Shin just did there, you've got to know, a bit like Rose Zhang found out yesterday, when you just can't get out of a bunker.
So Nelly Korda here, just hitting a couple of chip shots. Spency?
Yeah, you've got plenty of options, haven't you, with these fantastic facilities here. Right outside the clubhouse of the new course. Just some basic little chip and runs here for Nelly. She hit a lot of drivers on the range. I'm going to say about 15 of them. And 3 wood's her favourite club. So this is going to be the game, though, isn't it? You're not going to hit all the greens today with this wind. So you're just going to all these different pins, just trying to pitch that on top, get a bit of spin. Look at that one. That's very nice.
Was she favouring any kind of shot shape in her warm-up? Because yesterday in her post-round interview, she talked about the fact she's been throwing some fades out, which is a less comfortable shot for her.
Yeah, she was in a little bit of a fade, but I don't think you got any choice on the range with this wind, to be honest with you. It looked pretty straight, I've got to be honest with you, Ali.
Straight will work.
Just took it.
Straight will work.
They do, don't they?
Mm. Down with this duo that were together for the victory.
The normal one, or you're going to get that little flighted one? Mid-flight. I think you can almost just hit just a normal one, just up that left there.
We're playing 15, that's 65 then.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
We're playing 15.
Yeah. Okay, so we need to slide it in there. Okay, because if it lands a little short, it's still going to run up. Come on.
One of the iconic lines from a caddy for me, what she said to Ash when she went down into the bunker at Muirfield, show them why you're #1 from the sand. She delivered.
Yeah, most South Africans are pretty tasty. Short game, but Ash has got well, she's one of the very best. Right, so Tanya's told her exactly what shot to hit. Has she responded in kind? Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Now, after that bunker shot from Jiyai Shin, this is going to be a long par attempt. It's not raining. It's not even cloudy where Jiyai is at. I mean, probably just matches her general disposition. That one just scooting
she
on
doesn't
by.
get wet. No, she just goes in wherever the cloud just disappears when it's over the top of Jiyai. She just like, no, she never wears waterproofs. You watch, she'll never wear waterproofs. She doesn't need them.
Now, after that blistering tee shot, Cassandra Alexander. Oh, lovely low ball flight there. Very nicely done. A little bit past the flag.
Come down. Come down. Good.
Incy Mehmet is down getting some interviews for us around on the golf course. We hear she's drawn up alongside Gino Thitikul out on course.
Gino, thank you for joining us. Very different conditions today, maybe compared to the first two. How would you describe it?
I think the wind is kind of rest today. You know, like it's not that windy as the last 2 days, which is good. Still have it. Also, the weather changing a little bit as well. As you can see, I'm wet, but now it's sunny.
Yeah, I mean, it's very on and off, isn't it? With this southwesterly breeze, especially for the first 7 holes, a lot of it is straight across, isn't it, rather than down or into.
Yeah.
Do you like to fight the breeze or use it?
I think I kind of get to both, because sometimes the yardages is kind of different. So sometimes I have to fight it, and sometimes I just let it go. And then, yeah, it's just like a lot of creativity here in Scotland, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of feel as well. Finally, when you were an amateur, I mean, you're still only 21 years old, you won the Smith Salver Award twice. I mean, how much confidence did those victories give you, having that prestigious award?
To be honest, I don't know how I get that, you know, trophy at all, because like I said, I'm not like a huge fan of links much, because you know, I'm not really get used to it at all when I was young, and then yeah, I just get it instead of, you know, I just like, maybe I just call it a luck, but it's not. No. Maybe it's not, but yeah, I just get it, and then I think I did better when I, you know, be a professional, so I think it's helped.
Yeah. The true answer is because you were the best on the day as the amateur, so congratulations. We will see you later. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Is anyone not laughing? It's hard not to. When you're out with Gino, interestingly enough, her first Smith Salver came the year that Georgia Hall won, and they're playing together today. So that'll be a nice way for both of them to roll back the years as we go down to Shannon Tan from Singapore, who gets another there at the ninth. She's another that's put a new putter in the bag this week with a little more weight on it, Trish.
Indeed, yes. And also I found a little bit of a lot of information about Shannon, and from a good friend of ours, Kate Burton, because obviously she's from Singapore and she's allergic to sand, grass and champagne. Now, the first two I can take. The third one, I'm gutted for her.
Back to one.
This is game number 39. On the tee from Chinese Taipei, Pei Yun Chen.
We got Money on the tee here, as she is known amongst her friends on tour. Very, very popular player amongst the LPGA Tour.
And her first ever made cut in an AIG Women's Open.
Stop it.
Surprising, given how good her ball striking usually is. It's her fifth start.
That is an absolute shock. She's a brilliant player, strong, low ball flight, mashes it.
So is she known by Money because she's so generous, or because she makes a bundle?
I think it's more of a sort of a swagger kind of situation, you know?
On the tee from New Zealand, the Olympic champion, Lydia Ko.
A good segue, swagger, to our most recent member inducted, well, she will be into the Hall of Fame, has the points for it. After silver, bronze and gold, we will never see the likes of it again. What happened 2 weeks ago in Paris Not sure we'll ever see the likes of Lydia Ko again either.
No, she really is. She's not even a once-in-a-lifetime type of player. She is a literal one-off. Kind, gracious, graceful, caring, generous, powerful. Taking it a little down the left side there. No Ian Baker Finch, mind you.
Well, yeah, good job that's 100 yards wide, I think.
It'll work. Not quite sure whether she'll knock that down as a fairway hit. Technically she can. Lydia Ko up and running here on day 3. Both of these players start 5 shots adrift off the lead with Korda.
Yeah, you wouldn't put it past Lydia Ko, though, would you, to just have one of those days where she just hangs around, has a good back 9, finishes 2 or 3 behind the leader, and then that's just the name that you just don't really want to see.
Now back to the first. Ash Buhai. Long putt for her birdie. Should be sufficiently satisfied with that approach. She did have a, piece of furniture in her hand with that hybrid. So good 2-putt there.
Woodquid's second shot into this 399-yard par 4 hole. Generous pin today, probably one of the easier ones. You've got plenty of room to land it. That's a beauty. That's a beauty.
Cassandra Alexander next. Again, playing with her fellow Springbok of Ash Buhai. Curl on. Just didn't really move. You have to assume it's a bit of a misread, seeing how it ultimately ended up rolling end over end. And apparently we're on the same golf course, even if it doesn't look like it is weather-wise. Back to Linnea Strom, the birdie here on 8. Is it going to go in? Oh, yay!
Sure, she's thinking the same thing. A third of the day, she's into the top 5, just like that.
Jenny Shin. Can she get this one to drop for yet another birdie? Oh, I can tell you, a putt left short is probably one of the things that players in general is irritating. Nothing bothers Jenny Shin more than a putt left short.
As the mics back away from her. Redquist. Not to be. And the best look she's given herself so far, early doors. Just 2 holes in. There'll be plenty more to come. She's got 1 year of school left ahead of her. I think we'll see this name more often on the professional leaderboards. We're nearly all out and underway. Just 2 groups left. The top 4 on the front page. Charlie Hull and Ronan Yin. Not long until they get their days started. Same 2 for Nelly Korda and Lilia Vu. It is hard to think of a better leaderboard, especially with an amateur on it as well. A player trying to get the Rookie of the Year title in Mao Saigo. Jiyai Shin always seems to be there and thereabouts in an AIG Women's Open. This is the part where everyone seems to fade away. And you're the last woman standing, Christina, on the putting green now.
Yeah, it's really important for Nelly to just really make sure that her nerves are settled. I mean, she's #1 in the world. She's done just about everything, but it's so important to make sure that you end yourself on a really good session with, even if it's just a few made putts from a short distance, you got to make sure that you're accustomed to seeing the ball go in the hole.
She's made some changes to her equipment as well. New putter in the bag on Wednesday. We'll talk about that as the day progresses. In the meantime, let's look back from the green to where Lydia Ko is. She might have had to have waited for some traffic down 18.
Yeah, she's got a hybrid in her hand. Wind's going to be pretty strong off her left side. Just generates tons of power, very graceful. She's on the putting green, which is always a dangerous sign.
Always fun for the caddies as well. Okay. Do you have a number from over here? Just hit it. 60 yards left. Paul Cormack up to the task. Pei Yun Chen now with her second.
Oh, money. Oh, I think there was maybe a little bit of a double cross and a throw of the hands there. Just got a little bit behind the ball there, and that's going to be a tough start for her.
Can be kind, Laura. Can be brutal as well, this game.
Very much so. Yeah. And usually in majors there's a lot more pain than joy. Jiyai Shin, can she birdie this fourth hole? Has given herself a great chance. Bit of a decent break, probably out towards that other marker, the coin you can see right of the hole, maybe halfway between that and the hole.
Just leaves that one short there. We were talking about it earlier, Laura. There was rain coming down all over everyone's screen in our comms box. Jiyai Shin, same image as this. Sunshine and clouds. She was standing, you could see her own shadow.
Yes, that was quite the storm. About, what, 20 minutes ago?
She has no idea.
No, true.
The glass is always half full, isn't it, for Jiyai Shin? Two pairs left to go. What a weekend ahead of Charlie Hull. He'll be out alongside Ronin Yin and this penultimate pair. Truckloads of talents between these two. And it is game 40 to the tee here at the home of golf with the clubhouse of the R&A watching on. And they are ready to go now. Charlie's probably been ready for quite some time.
This is game number 40. On the tee from China, Ronin Yin.
Even at the tender age of 21, has already tasted major victory. Hers came last year at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. It was her second of the season. She became the second player representing China to win a major after Shan Feng won the same event, albeit 11 years earlier.
Taking this down the left side. Lots and lots of power behind this player.
On the tee from England, Charlie Hull.
She'll have the crowd behind her. They're out. And it's standing room only down there alongside the first for the 28-year-old from Kettering, who almost got the fairy tale finish 12 months ago, a runner-up to Lilia Vu, in the hunt again this weekend. She'll do everything she can to rewrite the final chapter in her own terms out here on Saturday and Sunday. That's a great way to start. Jacket goes back on like it has all week long. Charlie Hull gets her campaign started for the weekend.
Pure aggression from Charlie. She gives every shot everything. Very much a committed player. Really hits bad shots, to be honest with you. Fun to watch.
Says her idol growing up. She said you were it for her, Laura. Lydia Ko is it for many of the generations current and to come. This for birdie at 1.
Oh, dead in the heart there. Beautiful pace though. It's always a bit of a nerve settler to be able to, you don't have to necessarily make a long putt, but just know that your pace is good.
Alexander from the ideal spot. She's a bit frustrated. Has she gone too far left? Has it not come back? No, she shouldn't be frustrated. It's perfect.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant approach there. Should be a little bit up the hill for her.
Oh, Jen's having a disastrous first hole. Could do with this for the bogey. That's not going to reach.
It's a familiar pairing. They played together along with Charlie Hull on Thursday and Friday. We'll share each other's company for the 3rd day in a row. Sometimes, Christina, it's not the noise that gets you, it's the silence when everything gets calm.
Oh, most certainly. I like the idea of, as we let it breathe, you can feel the tension actually starting to build.
Buhai just going to lob this one over the corner of the fringe. Oh, a little bit aggressive. No, that got away from her. I can understand why she didn't putt it. It was such a severe slope. The further up you go, the further it would have slung it off the slope.
Yeah, she was left in a very unfortunate situation because, you have to do something kind of special and just shy of silly to have gotten that one, nestled up really close to the flag there, but still has an opportunity to make her putt for par.
So down to the penultimate pair in Charlie Hull and Ronin Yin at their second shots, and Iona Stephen will be out with this duo this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ali. And I'm very much looking forward to this walk. 3rd loop around the links this afternoon. It's a cracking day out here, and the wind's still blowing a hoolie into off the left from 159.
Brilliant running.
Beautifully, solidly struck shot there from Ronin Yin. Nice low, flat trajectory.
So Charlie Hull looked in good spirits in the warm-up. I'd say definitely a feel of an added intensity to her warm-up today. Wasn't really chatting to anyone, just very, very focused. Now lying nicely from 137. She's got 117 to the front. Little cut down 7-iron straight into it.
It's okay. It's a nice, decent start. We've seen many a player hit it about there today. Don't want to mess with that smoke and burn. Manny Chen unfortunately took a visit, made a double.
Now, over to the third hole, Louise Rudquist. This her third shot. Approach came chasing down. Brilliant pace here. It's a good putt. Going to have just inside of 5 feet or so for her par there. A lot of terrain to have traveled.
Second tee, Lydia Ko. Yeah, she's hit that up the bunker with a fade. There she goes, scampering along. That's perfect. That's how you play the tee shot of the second at St Andrews.
Perfectly described too, Laura. Scamper. It definitely did scamper. Position A right there. Now up to the green on the second, Cassandra Alexander. After a beautiful approach. Oh, just kisses that left edge.
This for par for Rudquist. Oh, it's going to stay high on it. So we've got a tie in the amateur chase, both at 2 under, her and Lottie Woad.
After we saw Ash Buhai's chip shot chase on down to here. She's got this left for her par. At least, I was going to say, at least she saw what the putt was supposed to do since it went past the hole. Just needed a bit more giddy up on that putt. A bit disappointed to get down in 3 from just about, 20, 30 feet from the hole to start.
Laura, the world number 1, the world number 2 in the final pair on the weekend of an AIG Women's Open. I'm thinking yes, please.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. And at St Andrews, just that little bonus on top. And yeah, they know exactly what each other are about. Played a lot of golf together, practice round this week.
It's going to be a battle of the heavyweights in women's golf out there for us this afternoon. Up ahead on the balcony, it's going to be his last event professional as a CEO of the RNA. I think women's golf, and all of us say thank you to his contribution. I'm sure he's liking what he's seeing from up there, Martin Slumbers.
All right then, ladies, thank you. This is the final game in the 3rd round of the AIG Women's Open, game number 41. On the tee from the USA, the defending champion, Lilia Vu.
This is actually the best 36-hole position by a defending champion from anyone since it became a major. Talk about some showing coming back on an extremely different style of golf course as well to where she won by 6 12 months ago at Walton Heath.
As you'd expect, stripes one down the middle.
On the tee from the USA, Nelly Korda.
She really has been the needle in women's golf, maybe even in world's golf for the first 6 months of the year. She owns the stage as well. Once more, the world number 1 in search of her 3rd major title. She leads by 3. She starts her day today, Nelly Korda.
That is on an absolute string as well. just perfectly piped. Didn't even have what seemed like a foot of curve on it.
Could be history repeating itself. Last year, Lilia Vu in the foreground won the Chevron Championship and the AIG Women's Open. Nelly Korda won the Chevron Championship this season to start her major campaign. Will she get one in the final of the year as well, just like Vu did in 2023? Bookend the major season. It's going to be a fight.
It's going to be a fascinating 2 days, isn't it? Certainly the superstar of the LPGA Tour. And what a run she had at the start of the year.
Yeah, 6 wins in 7 events for Nelly Korda.
This was back up at the green, Roning Yin. With her birdie attempt down green, up the hill, up the green, and it looks so, you know, it looks like it's just going to chase away. It's one of those putts where you're like, ooh, don't really want to get this past the hole. But not a whole lot going on too far beyond it, though.
Got the remix of Lydia Ko here.
This is a putt she'd like to give a chance to. The start of it's a bit downhill, then it goes up and then just drifts back to the left. Very makeable. But you've got to hit it. She'll be disappointed with that.
Especially after the cut's already been made, you know, there's no point leaving it short. Well, doesn't matter, I mean, ever, really. That side ridge there just in front of the hole from where Charlie was coming from, where you saw the change in coloration in grass. And it just sort of kind of rode that there for Charlie.
A little bit of a bizarre start. She said yesterday that the green's got in her head a little, you know, from long range, struggled with her pace. Not exactly the begin to the round that she would have liked there at 1. A tad befuddled.
Yeah, these greens will do it to you. You could hit 18 greens in regulation and have 1,000 foot of putts. It don't necessarily mean you're getting it close. Now, after the double, this is the only way you want to come back with a nice solid birdie at number 2.
That one also coming up short. It's a good read, though. You know, you got to always try and find something positive in everything that you do.
Left or right. Yeah, I think it's got to be. Okay. It's like a 90% flight. Yeah.
Well, the only way we can make this pair better is to throw Jamie Spence out alongside it this afternoon.
Oh, you're very kind. Good afternoon, everybody. 152 for Vu. Into the wind. Keeps it down. Look out flag. Does it get any better than this? The sun's out, there's wind up. We're at St Andrews, the home of golf. It's a glorious day. The crowds are out today as well. And I'm out here with the number 1 and 2 players in the world.
Ticks across the board.
Oh, you sometimes you got to be aware of where you are, and this is where you want to be, right here.
The tan tap? Yeah, I think that's good. That's a little off the up there, so it should drift the whole way. Yeah.
137. 8 iron. No, 7. He's giving the signal 7. This is a little chip with this. Just a little chipper into this wind.
Certainly how she played it, Jamie, and well, one of the first ones we've seen that's not flown over the flag. They've been very aggressive here this morning.
As we take another look at the strike, like it sounded pretty good. Maybe just, I don't think she caught it too early. It's possible, you know, Jamie had alluded to it earlier that when you're playing with that wind off your back and off the left, you don't want to be out there for too long, hitting too many shots. You just want to make sure you got the muscles working, blood pumping, and get out of there, because that's a recipe for disaster.
Charlie with the driver. She will be aiming at that bunker, knowing full well she can get past it. And a little fade.
Quick pickup of the tee from Charlie there. Absolutely roped that one.
I think she's driving it as well as I've ever seen it. And she's always been a good driver of the golf ball, but this week so far has been exceptional.
Patty Tavatanakit, second shot here at the first of the 2 par 5s, number 5.
Not bad at all. Eagle chance.
What a beauty from Tavatanakit. Still in search of her first of the day, might get 2. They're at 5, back to 3, Lydia Ko.
Another nice low tee shot from Lydia. Ooh, you're getting a nice good a chase from that one there. Oh, that little divot slowed it down, kept it in the fairway. Thank you very much.
Yeah, because of all the undulations on a lot of these fairways, you do find yourself catching a couple of divots. Charlie Hull did yesterday. So we get down to the first.
I think it's Nelly to go first. I think she knew she had quite a lot of club there in her hand, Korda, and she just didn't hit it. You know, sometimes you got that much, you think, well, I just got to ease it, and you just forget to hit it, and that's what happened there. Normally this first hole, drive or 3-wood and a wedge. Not this week for the women. It's been a bit of a brute, actually.
What do you got from the back?
Oh.
Okay, I'm totally on board with that. And the wind is pretty much
Slope up this into the wind, into off the left. It's a pretty flat green. I think you just got to play a bit of the breeze here on the left. Keep it up the left-hand side. It will get knocked to the right at the end of its journey, this one.
Like you said, Jamie, this hole's ranked 11 today. It was the 9th hardest yesterday and 11 on the first round. So very unusual for the first at St Andrews to be that tough.
Good pace. Still going to have about just inside of 3 feet left for her par. So after that brilliant second shot on the second hole, got an eagle putt here for Patty Tavatanakit. Perfect. This is the kind of putt you want. Distance you can be aggressive with. A little tentative with that stroke.
Not the result she wanted. Will still be her first birdie of the day. We'll move into the top 5, but had a big chance there to pick up more than that.
Tricky one, this. Just looking to get off to a nice steady start. She hit 5 iron in here. Lilia Vu, from again, just over-egged it a bit, just went straight through the wind. That's the problem, you take an extra club, it just comes out low, especially when you hit it easy, and here we are. Putting down the slope. There's a little bit of ridge before the pin as well. Managing to get right behind her. She's aiming a little bit down the left here.
What a good putt. Very nicely done, and she'll tap that in. You've got to get your score early. The 8 of the first 10 holes are playing under par, and then the next up until 18 are all playing over par, so score early.
Ronin Yin with her second shot here at number 2. Good aggressive swing there, really well played, especially from that rough. Have a good chance at birdie here. Can be a little bit aggressive.
Can see from up here with the shadows, the undulations around the old course. Almost looks serene right now, Laura.
It's fantastic, isn't it? The players will be appreciating the lack of wind, but this would be a really good putt to make and a really bad one to miss for Nelly. Oh, and there you go. That's just her second bogey of the week, sorry.
28 holes lied between the 2 bogeys that she has had this week here. A bit disappointing.
Her lead cut to 2. So that's where Charlie Hull has ended up down the second, split the middle.
Yeah, she absolutely pumped one down there, Ali. 142 is what she has left. She's going to have to play a little 6-iron off the back foot. Tough to keep it on that top tier.
About where Georgia Hall was about probably close on an hour ago. Unfortunately, she didn't 2-putt. Hopefully Charlie can.
Second tee, Vu, 399 today. Plenty of room up here. Bunker down the left, which I don't think they can reach today. It's well left, but it's fine, it's safe.
Your center becomes basically the white hole sign. Just
Thing is here with this front nine, the further right you can play off the tee, the better the second shot, but obviously you're bringing in a gorse and a few bunkers on the right hand side, so the easy play is to go left, but doesn't necessarily make it the right play, does it?
Oh, for sure, Jamie. The R&A are definitely challenging the players in the way that they are thinking about playing this hole here. The remaining 17 or the remaining 16 as well. Fearless tee shot from Nelly Korda there. But the line that you were talking about, Jamie, staying right, really opened up the shot for her
right
second.
there.
Position A1.
Now, can Charlie get it to the hole? That's the first thing. The line is important, but not as important as getting that pace right. I think that's okay. I think that's close to pin high. Let's have a look. We'll have to wait.
Down to the 9th, Thitikul has found the green at the par 4. So this for eagle.
Yeah, good aggressive putt. Is it going to be enough? Oh! Valiant effort. Good birdie there, though.
Good birdie chance here. Up the hill to begin with for Ronin. Out of the right. Oh, did she hit it? Oh, it didn't break. Wow, that was a good putt.
Yeah, that was a very good putt, like you said, Laura. We hadn't seen a whole lot of putts that have been past that hole, so we haven't seen what the break is up near it.
We'll learn as the day progresses. Like we always do, it's a masterclass. The education you get around St Andrews. But it's an early drop shot from Nelly Korda. Her lead cut to just the 2 over the rest. Seeing that group there at -3. In the top 5 is Jenny Shin, amongst others. She's chatting with Incy Mehmet.
Thank you for joining us. Some players like to take a week off before major championships. Others like to play. That's what you did, just to adapt to the Scottish summery conditions. How much does that help and benefit your game?
Yeah, I learned a lot last week. Haven't played links golf since last year, basically. So playing Dundonald, it was quite windy, so I got used to the windy conditions and learned a bit of do's and don'ts and how the greens and stuff like that reacts when I come out of the bunker. So I learned a lot last week, so I think it's paying off a little bit this week.
The AIG Women's Open is all about growing the game. I'm sure you've seen plenty of juniors out there. I know your grandfather introduced this game to you. Any sort of stories you can share and what kind of got you hooked?
Yeah, I mean, my dad is a golf fanatic. My grandpa did introduce me to golf, but it was really my dad that me into the game. And I don't know, that I do see a lot of the junior girls start in the game and then kind of, you know, when they hit puberty, they're like, oh, it's not that fun anymore. I want to be a bit more girly, and it's kind of sad to see. So what helped me, because I also went through that phase, and what helped me was I'm very competitive. My mom kind of threw me into the group of boys, and we played a lot of games in the weekend, and I hated losing. And it just felt so much better, like beating the boys. So, you know, I grew up, my whole junior golfing, I grew up playing with the boys, and I think that helped heaps, yeah.
Okay, well, I hope if the juniors are watching, they're taking the notes. We'll let you do what you do best. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
In her 14th year on the LPGA Tour with 1 victory. She's a real character of the game. Calls Las Vegas home these days, Jenny Shin.
Back to Lydia Ko on the 3rd. This for birdie from long range. Go on. It's a good putt. Nice and relaxed.
Yin. Here at the 3rd. Bunkers, 3 of them down the right hand side. The 3rd one's at 258, so she can certainly reach that, but she'll want to be going down the left, and she is. Carries that corner of the rough.
It's a really nice dynamic move, isn't it? That of Ronan Yin.
Yeah, I absolutely love her swing. I played with her a couple of years ago, and the first hole I had a really good drive with my driver. I thought, oh, that was good. She stands up with a 3-wood, knocks it 40 yards past. I thought, oh. And there's nothing of her, and I thought, oh, hello.
Laura, you and I have played together before in Aussie Women's Opens, and you've done that to everyone, so I can't feel sorry for you.
I mean, it's got to be like the fly a little off. I just think that if we hit big and it rockets, it's going to go forever. I mean, to that pin, it's all the way back. If it comes up a little bit short, you've got a bunch of green to work with. It's a little flighted for sure, and then just like you start going good line, pretty much had it.
So 194, the angle's all against her here. Got to carry the bunker short of the green as well. There's a pin on the top left. It's the 2 hybrid.
Nice and thin.
They say thin to win, but I'm not sure it is in this case. It's going to be pretty wild from down there for Lilia Vu coming next.
Yeah, I don't think she could do much better than that, really, Lilia Vu from over there. However, Korda on the right side of this fairway from 143. She wants to pitch it about 130. That's a 7-iron again, but she can hit it this time. Good strong line. Pulled it. That's gone miles. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's going to be a very interesting shot. It's not a bad. She's got a lot of green to work. A lot of green, with enough green to work with, and she might be able to pull something out of their bag there. Not so much if it got in that bunker she just missed.
Wind just didn't touch that. That along with the pull, and it's absolutely launched. It's not the start Nelly Korda was hoping for today.
Back to the 3rd tee with Charlie Hall. Driver in hand. I'm gonna give this good rip. Oh, you got the leg kick there. You got the leg kick. She likes it.
Why wouldn't you? Look at that. That is perfect.
Laura, what was your tell? Got the Nelly Korda Club 12, the leg kick from Charlie Hull. Did you have
just
one?
a big sigh of relief, because I was never the straightest hitter, if I'm honest. I mean, I used to be really good at out of the rough, out of the trees, but I've never the straightest hitter, so it was a big sigh.
No one was better than you, Laura. Down to Lydia Ko at 4.
And like a low peeling cut here. Gently. I can tell you for sure, Allie, one of the telltales that Laura hit a good one would be that the top of her visor would flop down over her eyes. And then she would have to lift it up with her left hand.
That's a good call, actually. 'Cause that meant I'd stayed down through it.
Correct.
Well done, you. You know more about me than I do. Andrea Lee for her birdie at the 5th, down the hill and in. 2 under.
Gets back the shot she dropped at the third, so back to level par for the round.
Roning Yin with her approach into the third. Ball just a little bit below her feet. Covered that one nicely. Oh, I'll say. Lovely.
I think the pins are a little bit more tucked today because obviously the first 2 rounds they didn't want to make them ridiculously difficult, but there are some you get the wrong side of them, you've got all sorts on your hands.
Well, that was a cracker from Charlie Hull. Boy, did she hit that driver well. Gee whiz. Thumped one down the left, and she's got a lovely lie here from under 100 yards, actually 96 to the flags, what she's looking at. But from where she is, she can't see the putting surface. So very often Charlie likes to get up. She walks all the way up and has a look at the green, has a look at the pin, then walks back. With a wedge off a bit of an upslope. Tough to keep this one down.
Masterfully played there from Charlie Hull.
She has a chance to cut the lead to 1, depending on what happens here. Might vanish completely, who knows? Over to Nelly Korda.
This is an interesting play from Nelly there. Wow. Wow, that's a good level of creativity. My goodness.
She was dreaming in colour there, Laura.
You know what, that was superb, and that was why she's at the top of the leaderboard, because the imagination required for that when you're not playing most of your golf in America is like target golf, to come up with that world class. Now I just hope she goes on to make that, because that'd be a brilliant 4.
She's talked so much about taking it 1 shot at a time in links golf, trying to stay in the present, just take on the battles as they're thrown her way. She was up to the task that time round. We'll see if she can convert. Should be Lilia Vu, yeah.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot from Korda. And Ali, you said it, the wind just died on Nelly's second shot there. It's warming up a bit. Maybe it's just changed direction a bit, but it never touched it. That's what can happen. It's a beautiful shot up that bank. That was difficult.
What did you see from back there, Jamie? You had a beautiful short game.
I didn't see much, I've got to be honest with you. I'd rather have been in the bunker, to be honest with you, because she couldn't go aerial, because I don't think she could stop it. So that's all she had. But to get that touch, to get that ball just tumbling over the other side of that slope was pretty special. Well, this is obvious. It's a right to left break. She's going to have to hit this ball just slightly off the green, let it go back down off the right.
That is a pretty normal spot for players to finish up at after being down there on that right side. Hopefully she'll be able to do things a little different and make it.
Yes, now over to the third. We saw that lovely shot in, over the pin, down the hill. Well, everyone thinks it's going to break, and initially everyone's been reading it, but it goes to the right. No one has pulled that, has hit that putt on the right line. There's been plenty of chances at it.
Looks as though Lilia Vu has not lost her turn. So she is going to continue with her usual process. Can't rush these things. Got to stay in your routine. Brilliant 2-putt there from Lilia Vu. Great work by our defending champion there.
2 pars at the opening 2 holes, one easier than the other. It will be a par ahead. for Nelly Korda. This could just be a par of the day, should she roll this in.
Undoubtedly. Yeah, Jamie said the imagination required, exceptional for someone that's not grown up on this sort of golf. It's not an easy putt, mind. Easy to miss this just on the right edge.
Unfortunately, Laura, from your lips. Oh my goodness. So back-to-back bogeys to start the day for Nelly Korda.
And just like that, she is back to -6 in what feels like a blink of an eye, albeit pressure being applied to her short putting. Neither time up to the task. So that means this is a putt to join the lead for Charlie Hull.
Wow. I'm not sure if Charlie knows what's all been going on behind her. She's really focusing on what it is that she's doing and loving every moment of it. My goodness.
Game on.
Game on, definitely. And she won't have a clue what's going on back there. She just doesn't care. Honestly, that's her game. It's just all out attack. Take on every shot she can within reason. Adam tries to rein her back, but she's so confident and got all the shots. So, yeah, it's going to be great fun the next day and a half.
So 28 minutes later, after this duo teed off, the lead has gone. It's now been joined by that of Charlie Hull and Nelly Korda.
Yeah, it's bunching up for sure here. Third hole, 359 today. Wind off the left, slightly hurting. Just picking up again. It's been gusting all week. Driver for Vu.
A lot more playable today though, Jamie.
A little bit. That's leaning right a bit. There's a couple of bunkers down there. No, that's okay. Won't be too far away though. That's a good angle to this pin, Laura.
That's what you said. The braver you are off the tee, the easier the holes play. So you've just, at some point, you've got to step up.
I agree. I agree.
On the left, there is none. On the right, they're basically on the line of the number 4. You can't see them.
You'd never think she'd go bogey. Korda watching on the range. It was a masterclass really on the range. But this game can grab you. A couple of weak iron shots really. You have to say. From Korda, needs to gather herself. I'm sure she will. She can get it within 60 of the front here.
That club, more often than not, a real sense of and source of confidence for Nelly Korda. She stripes that one down the middle at 3. To our co-leader, Charlie Hull at 4.
Lower ball flight. Yeah, I gave it an extra look, maybe a tiny bit off the line she wanted, but it's perfect now. It should get into that little gap. Oh, you couldn't walk it out there.
I don't know if I would fit down there, Laura.
Well, I know I wouldn't.
It's so narrow you can't even really call it a fairway. What she's found, she's also found herself, courtesy of the birdie at the last, in a share of it here in round 3 of the AIG Women's Open alongside Nelly Korda. So out alongside Ash Buhai today is that of Cassandra Alexander, who's level par through her first handful or so. She's talking to Incy.
Cassandra, I mean, South Africa, Johannesburg versus St Andrews, Scotland, very different climates?
Yes, slightly different. A little more windy, a little bit more rain. a lot more bunkers. So yes, lots of different things compared to what we have back home.
Just to kind of give you the viewers a bit more of an insight, I mean, how far wide do you need to aim compared to your target at times?
Yeah, I mean, depending where the wind is, you've got to go pretty wide, especially if you have like crosswinds. You're going 40, 50 left or right of your target. So yeah, can be pretty interesting.
How do you stay in the present? Because it's one thing where I feel as though it's easier said than done. Do you have any sort of physical triggers that can help you stay in the moment?
I think just sticking to routine and, you know, like I like a lot what Brooks Koepka says in like majors where it's just another round of golf. Obviously it's very special, but you kind of just go back to it's just another round of golf. This is why you started. That kind of mindset keeps you in the moment.
Yeah, I know this is such a prestigious tournament, the AIG Women's Open, and of course at the home of golf. How incredible was it when you arrived here for the first time, because it's your first time playing it?
I mean, I had to pre-queue. I had Monday pre-queue getting in, but as soon as they put this on the schedule, I was like, I need to play this. Firstly, I've never been out to St. Andrews. This is only my second Open, so I was like, listen, we need to get into this. However we do it, we need to get in, and then luckily got into Monday pre-queue. And I mean, when you drive into St. Andrews, it's special. You can see it's special. It's beautiful. Everywhere is golf. I think there's about 40 golf shops in this little town. So I'm really happy to be here. And I mean, it was a huge goal of mine to get into this, and then be playing well is also a bonus.
Yeah, it's a massive bonus. We love watching you play. Keep up the great work. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Cheers.
You.
Yeah, we do. She is right in the mix, isn't she? I mean, those bogeys that we've had from Nelly Korda now means we've got 20 players separated by 4 shots, Laura. You're sitting in the clubhouse now at 2 under, watching this with great interest.
Oh, very much so, yes. There's no question. Venezuela and Esther would have been hoping that the leaders wouldn't go further, get to double figures, basically. And they're still in with a chance. And they've put up a magnificent pair of 66s earlier on. So it's anybody's.
There's a wedge from 99. Into off the left. Very good. It's a bit of a gift, really, this third. Always has been.
And maybe a chance, Jamie, for a nerve settler for Nelly Korda, because even the number one can get nervous.
Yeah, well, the first 2 iron shots haven't been her best, Richard. Just come off the one on the first and overcompensate on the next one. But this is right in her wheelhouse with the gap wedge. And we've got Cargate bunker, which she's got to flirt with from this angle, but even so, she just should be eyeing this flag up and pitching it right there, really.
Yep, that's okay. That's more like Nelly Korda. Nerve settler.
More bogeys in the first 2 holes than she'd had in the first 36 holes through 2 rounds at St. Andrews this week. Here's the co-leader.
Nearly 300 yards this drive from Charlie Hall. She's left herself 117 and the pin on a little ledge.
Just the 3 birdies here today, and you can see why. You've got that ridge in front. You don't want to throw it too far past. If it hits a downslope, it goes away. So pretty standard couple of shots in there.
Well, we just heard her chatting with Incy Trish. Cassandra Alexander, she's got the power to get home in 2 here.
She certainly has. Absolutely rips it, but that's not going to help. And starting over the left-hand side, is that going to end up in that left bunker? Plenty of power, but dependent on the lie. As long as she's got, if it's in the middle, she's got a fairly decent up and down.
Had a number of lip outs yesterday. Could have been easily better than the 68 she did shoot. All pars so far from Alexander. Back to 3.
Yeah, a couple of good birdie putts coming up here. Number 1 and number 2 golfers in the world. Don't often get that, do you? In majors. We've got it here. again, there's so many putts at St Andrews, they just look flat and straight and sort of a dark tinge to them as well, the greens. They've been here for a few hundred years, haven't they? So sometimes the breaks aren't obvious, but I just think you play a bit of the breeze as well, which is coming off the left. That's my take on it. I had a quick look.
You can't knock her down for long. Nelly Korda bounces back in the lead as well.
Big putt, that one. Real confidence settler.
Thought about dropping, didn't it, for a split second?
It would have been hard, wouldn't it? I think she's thinking, oh, please, just keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, literally on its last legs, wasn't it? But that's a good comeback.
It's what the best do, Laura.
Yep, a bit of adversity and come back strong. That's the difference. Trust themselves, know they've got the game. They've seen so many good, positive things over the last couple of years, these two. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, one of the best putters in women's golf here, Lilia Vu. It's not just about the stroke, it's about how you read the putts. You just let it come to you. She does that beautifully. Great chance here down the slope.
Not to be, but she has made some inroads, at least. Started the day 3 back.
Charlie now with a long putt. Looks like outside left. Oh, she pulled that a bit. Is it going to break enough back? No. Just slightly misread it, or maybe actually just trying so hard to hit it hard enough, just pulled it a bit.
Just a little bit of tidying up for Lilia Vu, no problem. Yeah, they played together the first 2 days, Lilia Vu, Nelly Korda. They also had a practice round together on Monday. So very well acquainted.
Solemn Cup partners, I wonder? Don't think they have been, have they?
No, putting the world number 1 and 2 together for Team USA
hasn't tried that once before, didn't
hasn't
they?
always worked that well.
Didn't come up trumps, did it?
Hall Yin, left to right, up the hill. This to get to 5 under, that would be within 2. Never really got that. She didn't look interested in that one from the second she hit it.
But it's not a bad lie here for Cassandra Alexander.
Yeah, I think this is pretty easy with the wind behind us. Land it on that downslope and get it to release out. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Managed to qualify for the US Open. She was number 1 in strokes gained driving. It was the short game she felt coming away from that major that she was a little bit behind where she needed to be.
.409, the 4th. It's always been a difficult hole. Not so much with this wind, it's sort of slightly helping them off the left, so there's plenty of room down the left. No trouble really to worry about unless you lick it right. Heading a little left.
Yeah, I was trying to force on that white thing. So just like at the 14 and let it drift, yeah.
Important putt on 4 this for Ronin Yin. Just to keep in touch with the leader. Pretty straight putt. Oh, no.
And now Vu on this 4th tee. There's a big mound and rough to carry, but they're all going to carry that. Yep. Nice shoot off a downslope there for Vu. That's perfect.
Feels like at the moment it's who can make the least mistakes. Well hold from Charlie Hull. Those flags are flapping around right now. We were expecting gusts of up to 35 miles an hour.
Alexander for her birdie. Just saw her out of the bunker. This is just inside right. We've seen this putt 4 or 5 times already today. No, never committed. She's angry now, and I don't blame her. Long hitters do not like parring par 5s.
Sounds like a voice of knows what she's talking about. Jiyai Shin, 8th tee. Just a little 137 today. Just a little flick with a 9-iron. The wind the way it is. Pin's a little bit further forward though, so can she ever? What a shot that is. A beauty.
Well, she's just birdied 7, Trish. Chance to get another one there at 8, and suddenly she'll be within 2 of the lead. The 2-time AIG Women's Open champion, Lydia Ko, the Olympic gold medalist, just with pars so far. The silver medalist shot a round of 66.
To the 5th, Charlie Hull, first par 5 of the day. And she's licking her chops on this one because you can just let rip down this 5th. The space, as always, is over on the left-hand side. You cannot miss it right here. There are 6 bunkers that are really in play. They're all very deep. Alcatraz over there. Just whip one left, keep it, hold it into this wind.
Leaking a little bit down the right, but that's one of the. I think it went in.
Only that little 12 car in a distance.
Now, just to get within 2, Jiyai Shin. Oh, she's such a good putter. Punching that one home. She's involved. Make no mistake. She is right in the thick of things.
Looking for win number 65 in her career. She knows how to get it done.
Yin next to go. Also with the driver. I can report it looked like Charlie's ball has found the bunker, unfortunately.
Well, it's been an eventful start to round 3 of this AIG Women's Open. Is that bird trying to fly forward and the wind's gusted up?
He's just treading water. You can see something, a little morsel on the ground. He's trying to get his angles right. Not just on the golf course.
Here the tee shots at the 4th from our final pairing. They've got their angles right.
I don't think there's 4. It's 2 drops.
Yeah. Starting at that 4.
Correct. Yeah, as long as I'm making right at that 4, it's going to be good. Same things, like maybe we're not hitting this like super flight, but it's got to still feel a little flighted.
Yeah.
And the touch off is good, all right? Start line.
155 for Vu. You can only see the top of the pin. It's in the middle back here. Not easy to get to from here.
What's that playing, Jamie? 55 playing what?
105. Straight across, Trish. It's not hurting them on this shot, and that's why she's just gone a little bit long there. Vu. Never helps when you can't see the green either from where she was.
Yeah, I mean, because we're so far left, I almost feel like you might feel like you can see it a little bit.
Lovely, covered the ball very nicely. Ball then turf.
Yeah, I think right now it's good too though. Okay, I wouldn't say it's playing. Yeah.
145 for Korda. Better angle actually. She can see everything from where she is. Sees the green, the flag, it really helps you. I've got 8 iron. I'm not sure the signal was 7. Should be an 8.
Oh, there, Jamie. Definitely too much club. Just pitched it too far on that downslope. And that'll test her as well.
Well, even with that birdie at the third, there's no doubt it's been a edgy, nervy start from the championship leader.
Quickly to us. You're going to drive into the Alexander.
This is at the par 4 7th, Andrea Lee.
Yeah, to get back on track a little bit. Into the breeze. Gonna have to give it a fair old wrap. Oh yeah, walking it in. Knew it was in for the moment she hit it.
Yeah, two of the, what you'd think are the American Solheim Cup players playing together. Andrea Lee with Ali Ewing.
Jen, oh, just misread it. Misread the wind more than anything, I would say.
How was that start from her, Laura? I mean,
oh yeah, it's just soul destroying, isn't it? Really looking forward to making a run at it on Saturday. Dump it in the burn at the first and make a double.
yeah, she's called money, as we've been saying. She spent a bit there. Charlie's having to come out sideways.
Yeah, unfortunately, just you can see where it ran in. Sensible, just, well, you got no choice. There's no other choice. In a way, it's probably quite handy, because if she'd have had a choice to get forward, anything could have happened.
Right, Lydia, settling herself. Does that every single time with the left arm. It will move. It's pretty quick. It's downwind. Oh, it's unlucky. You can't do any more than that.
Just quietly going about her business at the moment. Lydia Ko, very much in the mix.
Korda missed the screen to the right. This is pretty straightforward. It's dead straight up the hill. This is pace, really. It's pretty slow back into the wind and up the hill.
One of those left. It's all hard work at the moment, really, for Nelly Korda.
Alexander's second shot to the par 4 6th hole. Just got to start it slightly left, just see how much that wind is. Howling's a bit harsh, but it's pretty breezy. Lovely shot, just below the flag.
I mean, whatever happens here, what this is going to do for her confidence, Alexander, ranked outside the top 200 in the world.
Yeah, winning majors is never easy, that's for sure. Wish I'd had the chance.
You have walked off with a trophy at St Andrews,
Well,
though,
I have,
Jamie.
yeah, but that wasn't quite on my own. My team sort of carried me over the line there, Richard, I have to be honest.
For England?
England, yes.
But you were popular in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, beat Scotland in the final as well, so didn't go down well.
Celebration in the Dunvegan, was there?
I can't remember, probably. Difficult two-putt this. Sort of slings off this bank that she's putting off to the right, then it will come back quite significantly with wind and slope. I think I could play a little bit further right than you think. It should dive at the holes.
Absolutely spot on. That's moved, well, it's outside of Nelly's now. It's moved that far. She hit it about 8 foot out, or 5 foot out. Needed to hit it 10-12.
Found one of the 7 sisters. So playing a third into this par 5 now, Charlie Hull. She can get there.
Well, you got to feel that's got in that bunker. It was making a beeline for it. I didn't actually see the end of it, but that will be another layup of some sort, or even out backwards if it went in with enough force to get up against the lip.
Yeah, that could be big trouble for Charlie Hull.
From the left-hand side, Thitikul on 12. Wind off the right. Pins on the left-hand side. So plenty of room to work with. That needs to sit down just before it gets down that ridge, and that's not going to, just released out of that rough. It's okay.
Vu up the hill and in. Very well done. So solid, holds out so well. If you're the number 2 player in the world, that's a must. You can't get away with missing short par putts.
Playing with Cassandra Alexander, her fellow South African, the 2022 champion. Not had a birdie yet today. Hybrid.
Well, it was a damn good effort, wasn't it? With the hybrid. Heck of an effort from Ash there. I think you either like that shot or you don't. No in between.
Coming out sideways again.
Do you know, no moaning though, just getting on with it, which is fabulous trait to have.
Yeah, good save, really good save there. Couldn't afford to make another bogey.
Starting to add up at the 5th right now for Charlie Hull, who at the moment is Nelly Korda's closest pursuer.
Well, money's worth being had down this hole for Charlie Hull. I don't know how many bunkers she's been in this week, but I can't think too many. And to go in 2 of them on one hole is, well, quite something. But so far, handling it well. We saw what happened to Roseanne earlier in the week. You can very quickly start to run up a cricket score if you aren't prepared to take the medicine. So, like Laura said, she's got a good attitude. Thankfully, this is a par 5, so there's a bit of margin for error here. But now she's looking at a tough wedge shot. She's pretty blind from down there, playing to this massive green on 5, which is elevated. The flag on 40, so a long way back there. She's gonna do well to get this close. Wind pumping into off the left.
Well, this is a damaging little spell for Charlie Hull. Such a bright start to round 3 from the English player.
5th tee, Korda. 512 today, long as it's played all week. That's because the flag's on 40 odd. Looking a little anxious after that one. You can't see that, but that's absolutely perfect.
Well, after a pretty decent bunker shot on the 6th, this is Alexander's birdie putt.
And again, she said yesterday, all those lip outs, and look how far past that has gone.
And Vu driving off the 5th, the par 5. Only 2 of them on the golf course. Just managed to avoid the bunkers, so that's fine. That's running along as well.
Yeah, almost up with Nelly's. 15 feet. They're both well in range, you would have thought.
So this is the one back for Alexander. And this is what she was talking about after the US Open. The short game, not up there with the world's best.
Cracking second shot from Yin. Little flick now on the upslope, so this is very difficult. Just nipping it off the top, throwing it a long way back there, zip.
That's a beauty. Unusual way to play it, but it's worked out perfectly.
We've just made a 2 at 11. Thitikul going as well as anyone amongst the chasing pack.
That's a wide. So difficult. We saw Charlie do it a few holes earlier. When you're hitting it so hard, so easy to drag it left more than push it right. Lilia Ko, her second shot into 6. Aim it just inside the 6. Nice smooth swing and just let the wind do the rest for you.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It looks so easy to do, but the players are finding that wind so hard to get the ball to start it far enough left and just let the wind, as soon as but it's that wind knocking you forward.
Dictionary slow, this putt, right back into the teeth of it. Oh, amazing to get that past the flag.
It's going to be a 7 at best for Charlie Hull.
I thought she was just going to go up and hit that one. Managed not to. Jiyai Shin, her eagle chance at 9, come up just short. Have to really smash this. Yeah, that's very good.
Well, that will hopefully be another birdie for Jiyai, which would take her out in 32 shots. Well, others seem to be stumbling.
Comeback putt for Thitikul. Oh, well, that caught an awful lot of the hole. Pretty unlucky.
First drop shot of the day for the former world number 1. Back to 3 under, which is within 4 still. It's turning into a tough afternoon, and it's certainly been a tough hole for Charlie Hull.
I thought they said the wind was going to be less today. I'm sure that's what they said. It's absolutely humming out here, and that is very well holed for Charlie.
You're the local expert, Iona. You've been saying how marvellous it's been all week.
I wasn't saying it's bad, Laura, but it's humming.
Well, blown a little off target there, Charlie. Back to Cassandra Alexander, who will put a little bit in this after the 3 putt at 6.
Needs to be careful, that bunker at 295. Oh, she's hooked it. That might work out just perfect now because she hasn't caught it at all well. Yeah, it scrambles over the rough.
Yin, a user of Aim Point Express, using the feet to try and get the read on this one. With the way the wind is right now, birdies hard to come by.
Iona, would you say it's as strong as yesterday?
It feels like that, Rich. Really, getting out here onto this 5th green, and we're creeping closer and closer towards the estuary, and the closer you get there, the more the wind does tend to pick up. But right now, I mean, this is definitely 30 miles an hour, maybe more, consistently, with gusts up to more than that. And this putt's more or less straight down it, so gets the heart racing. You know, you got to be so confident in your stroke, so stable in the body.
Another look of despondence. We're seeing that a fair bit in the last half an hour or so.
Well, Lylia Ko, chip shot, just a genius, isn't she? We keep saying she plays these shots way more than with a lofted club, but she can play all sorts of different shots with that club.
And they've avoided those bunkers, Korda and Vu, so in good position here at the par 5.
Yeah, 256 so far. She hit a tee shot as well, so I'm doubtful she can get it all the way back there, but it's only 215 the front, but it always plays a bit longer, this shot over the hill, over the spectacle bunkers. There's a big bank just short of the greens. You get no help with that. Into off the left.
It's on a decent line. Go on, up you go. Oh, she's absolutely hit a perler there. It's a long part, this pin. 41 on. But beautiful. Eagle putt.
Yeah, beautiful strike, that one. Not easy with the ball, just a little bit below her feet as well.
Yeah, she couldn't get any more out of that, Vu. Now Korda, a little bit closer, 248 all up, 207 the front. So she can carry this onto the green and chance it. If she can do that, it will gallop on.
Yeah, she's got plenty behind it. There's 59 yards behind this pin. Oh, look at this shot. We've seen a couple of good ones today. That's one of the best.
What eventful. I think that's a fair way to describe these opening holes in this third round at St Andrews. Final major of the season. Nelly Korda starting the day with a 3-shot lead, opening up with a couple of bogeys. Charlie Hull joined her at the top of the leaderboards, just had a 7 at 5. And it's the 36-year-old Korean, the winner at Royal Liverpool in 2012 and at Sunningdale in 2008, Jiyai Shin, who's just one back.
So the genius of Lylia Ko. Can her playing partner Chen match it? Oh, it's lovely. She nearly beat it, almost where Lydia hit it to. So 2 good pars there on 6.
Charlie's tee shot on the 6th hole. Good par 4 this one. Yep, likes that one. Doesn't want that one back. Get out of there, just slow down a bit. Looks okay.
Yeah, the young girls there shouting, "Go on, Charlie." Jiyai Shin, what a front 9.
Well, this pin is all the way back, 48 back today. That's pretty good. It's not easy to get, and there's only, blimey, there's only 10 behind that, not even that.
Playing the easiest hole on the course, although we have seen what can happen when you find the bunkers a la Charlie Hull, but safely on board in 2, both Nelly Korda here and Lilia Vu.
Yeah, 41 birdies and 2 eagles.
Chances, aren't they, Laura? Well, Nelly Korda's is, not Lilia Vu's. I mean, she's got 30 yards. I mean, you never know. 2 good shots to get on the green, though. Never easy from down there.
I'll tell you what, James, they need to make some numbers now, because looking on the back 9, it's not getting any easier. There's 4 of the hardest holes on the back 9, 11, 12 and 13 and 17. Good luck with the back 9.
Yeah, but I think 5 through 10 gives you a chance here. Even in this wind, you've got chances. They might be able to drive 9. Next few holes they won't be playing that long for the for these players. But as Iona was saying, the closer you get to the estuary, the harder the wind blows, and the more exposed you feel as well out here. When this pin's on 41, that's 59 yards short of the back of the green. So it's still not at the back. I'd love to see it right at the back. 98 on.
That'd be something, wouldn't it, Jamie?
Wouldn't it? I love that.
Oh
98
my God.
on.
180 to the front, 280 to the pin. Have some of that.
Well, it'd be something else. I've never seen it all the way back here, actually. I've seen it sort of 60, 70 sometimes. Shared green with number 13 as well.
Those two pins seem very close together today, Jamie.
They
We
are,
just got a
aren't they?
look view of it from the
Yeah.
aerial shot.
And they're both on the green at the same time. Who's over there? Is that Georgia Hall? Thitikul as well. They're looking on. Lilia Vu's putting for an eagle. Well, she'd take 2 putts all day long, really, wouldn't she? Just off the left. Just a little bit of a fade on this one. It's just, everything's just gradually drifting that way. It's not a huge break, but the wind will be a factor as well.
Well, not even close, was it? I mean, at least 15 foot short. That's it was a difficult long range putt, but disappointing.
Jiyai to join Korda at the top.
I'm surprised 3 days in they're still leaving all their putts short. Very rarely are we seeing a putt get to the hole. I know it's difficult, don't get me wrong, but they've had time now. Thitikul across the green, and again, I think there's every chance we'll see this short, because look, it's absolutely into every bit of wind. Well, and of course that's the thing, isn't it? Then you batter it and it goes 8 foot past, and now you've got the downwind putt, which is, I'm going to say she's going to miss it. It's such a hard putt.
So that's on the shared green here.
Yeah, so they just stood to one side to let the leader putt for her eagle. But slow putt, straight into the winds. This one, again, about a couple of feet left of the flag here, just a gentle one.
Beautiful, great roll. Well, after a pretty awful start, the first 2 holes, this is a very impressive comeback. It's always nice when you get tap-in birdie, you don't even have to think about it.
Yeah, back to level par for the day. Calmly done from Nelly Korda.
Jiyai just tidying up over here on 10. She'll head off to the 11th, hopefully with the par tucked in her pocket. Yes.
Yeah, a number of years she didn't actually come over for the AIG Women's Open. Played last year for the first time since 2016. Finished third, mind.
Potential flyer this. Needs to be very careful. Gets this one going too much. Can go bounding through. Love the way she played it. Oh, that was superb. Just jabbed down on it. How did she get spin on that?
Oh, Lilia Vu's birdie putt. Actually, I'll take it back. I think it's all of 20 feet. At least. Now, this would be a little bonus if this goes in after. Oh, that's impressive. My word, that is so impressive. Cool as a cucumber, she is.
Yeah, the first wasn't exactly her best, but the second, spot on. And that means Lilia Vu is alongside Jiyai Shin at 6 under. Matches Nelly Korda's birdie 4 and remains within 2. The one back for Thitikul. Oh, well done, Gino.
That was exceptional, straight down the wind. It's done really well. Oh, this is, I'm assuming this is her drive's come down just short of the bunker. This tricky to the 7th. 33 on though, she's got plenty of green to work with. Yeah, well done. Very well done.
Sixth tee quarter, 362, blind tee shot. Heathery this hole is called. You hit out this big bank full of heather. Bunkers down the right. The coffin bunkers away left on 13. That's heading left.
Yeah, this could be trouble. Oh, it's just missed the first bunker. Oh, it's fine now. It'll be an awkward one for Jason to get a number. But actually, with that pin, not bad.
Not by design though, Laura, would you say?
Oh, definitely not. No, she got that one all wrong, but got away with it. That's the key.
There's a tower on the Lucas Air Base over there, and as long as you're just left of that from his tee, it's absolutely perfect. They know that with all their practice rounds. Anything right at that, you bring in all the bunkers, but just left of that, perfect.
Things had tightened up, but Korda back in charge. Back to where she started the day at 8 under par. That'll shake up in the commentary box, thanks to Trish Johnson and Laura Davies, who'll be back with us in a wee while. But Katrina Matthew and Christina Kim back with us.
Thank you, Richard. Nice to be back.
Been an eventful half an hour or so, up and down, and players struggling.
It certainly has. The wind, I was just out in the golf course, the wind really is picking up now. Don't let that sun deceive you.
That was a par attempt for Ronin Yin, and it's not quite done yet.
Par 3 11th, which has caused some issues this week.
Yeah, it's such a difficult par 3 here, back into the wind off the left, and it's a really quite a shallow green. You can't afford to go long, so we've seen an awful lot of people come up short.
Looking at the scoring today, it's been playing a little bit easier. Maybe that's when the wind was a little calmer than it is right now. Needing plenty of club here, Jiyai Shin.
Jiyai has been on an absolute tear today. 5 birdies offset by 1 bogey. Don't know if anyone noticed that, but when she was set up to the ball, you could see that wear mark on the center of the face of that hybrid. And that could be indicative as to why.
Her namesake Jenny has just birdied this hole, so 2 Shins in the top 5. There's a pun in there somewhere.
There is. We're thinking on it.
I'll find one. Don't you worry about that.
And here's Charlie for birdie on 6. Just off the right, that wind whipping off the right will just push it a bit more. Oh, and just didn't quite get it out there enough with the wind.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a tentative stroke there. It's just so much, you know, there's subtle breaks, but there's a lot of movement.
There's a graceful movement as well.
Those things kept me up all night.
They are rather noisy. They don't really get going till about 4:30, Christina, but yeah, it feels like the middle of the night.
I was up at 2.
Is it going to catch that bit of food, do you think?
Yeah, enablers.
Well,
that's what's going on right there. A wee bit of bread, just the crust.
Okay. to steady things down after a really awkward 5th hole.
Yeah, she did. You just have to try and stay out these bunkers. They really are kind of stroking distance, and unfortunate to kind of make kind of hash of the par 5, one of the birdie chances. Nelly was very fortunate there to avoid the coffins.
Yes, she was, wasn't she, Katrina, there? Hopped over them. It's better to be lucky, eh? 130 she's got left. And it's gettable, this pin, on 6, no doubt about it. Good lie, just on a slight upslope, out the rough. Wind, I would say, might be hurting her a touch, but not much. It's mainly straight across, so hit it RTV tower, just let the wind do the work, really.
I think 21 is our landing number. Yep.
9 iron. That's the club, I think.
Solid strike going straight out at the flag. Oh, looks like it just missed that 121 number that Jason was telling Nelly to hit, but that's all right.
Off the back of birdies at 14 and 15, Alexa Pano has made a 3rd day move.
Yeah, she's definitely giving U.S. Solheim Cup Stacey Lewis, the captain, something to think about. She's really long off the tee, very young, always having to think about setting up for the next generation of players.
Gap wedge for Vu from 86.
Yeah, not a bad shot there from Lilia. Just got a little bit of check, got it over that front tier that Nelly just hit into, but giving herself a nice chance of birdie, kind of back up the hill. And here Charlie just wanting to hit this drive between that TV tower and this edge of the stand. The wind's going to bring it back, and that's perfect.
She got fairly close to shell bunker in the 1st round, but that is perfectly thread between the greenside bunker and shell bunker there. That's the bunker for 11, isn't it, that she's avoided as well. Up on the green.
Yeah, this birdie attempt for Lydia Ko, hitting an absolute pearl, rolling that one in nicely. Gold medalist.
Well, she's looking for the perfect summer, isn't she? What? Gold medal, Hall of Fame, Women's Open at St Andrews. That's the trifecta you want.
That might be the mic drop moment of her career.
Well, you never know, Katrina. She might not be the only one saying goodbye at St Andrews.
And here's Shin for a rare birdie on 11, but a tough putt here. It's going to be a lot of break off the left. Down the hill, but with the greens running quite slowly, you've still got to hit them. Everything's noisy about GI or jersey or trousers.
Yeah, she's definitely making some noise on the leaderboard as well.
You can just see how much break she's playing here.
Go on. Oh.
Had a little look, didn't it? Just didn't break enough. Now Korda.
Perfect pace there. A stress-free par for her. Wonder if anyone will go and show her the coverage, see just how much she missed all of those bunkers by.
Katrina, I mean, being at St Andrews, this potentially, even for someone like Nelly Korda, world #1, 2 majors already, could be a career-defining moment.
Absolutely. I mean, I think when you see who's won at St Andrews in the past, you know, Stacey Lorena on the women's side, you've had Faldo, Nicholas, Woods on the men's side. So, you know, it's a long list of great champions.
Here's the other Shin, Jenny. Nicely judged from down there at the 12th hole, where they've pushed the tee back again today.
Lilia Vu for the birdie here on 6. Now the greens are quite slow here this week, only about 9.5 on the stimp meter, which measures all those things. And they'd rather play on quicker greens, these players, but you can't have them any quicker because of the wind. Just blow the balls off, especially the first 2 days. It is warmer out here, much warmer than it has been. I can feel my fingers today, as can Lilia Vu. This is right to left, uphill, slow.
Just took a couple of bobbles there on its way to the cup. But also, as well as for Nelly Korda, stress-free par for Lilia Vu.
Traditional side of the play.
Off the back of that lovely 3 at 7, Lydia Ko now at the par 3/8.
A little unlucky there just to kick off there, but just that they've moved that tee up a little and just got that pin position tucked in behind the bunker.
Well, I'm not sure Charlie Hull was intended to go past shell bunker here, Jamie, but she's managed it.
No, it's called like Jamie in a while. That's my oldest brother.
Sorry, that's a bit insulting, isn't it, Iona, really?
I'm going to think you were thinking it was my eldest brother, Jamie, there. Not our very own Jamie Spence. But no, we'll get to Charlie in a second. For now, Yin's in the perfect spot. 80 yards, but so hard to judge it down the breeze.
Yeah, that was beautifully executed, though. Used that little knob at the front of the green to catapult the ball forward before it started to grab.
Right by the Eden Estuary, 12th tee.
Such a difficult tee shot here because you do not see any of these bunkers. I think she's just laying up short of all of them, taking them all out. Leave herself a longer shot into the green, but you just can't afford to go in the bunkers.
(2013), the last time she's won on the LPGA Tour, Jiyai Shin, but she is right there, tied for second. Bit of sunshine, crowds out, and Charlie Hull in view.
Well, I'd love to know what the conversation was on the tee here between Charlie and Adam. I imagine it was something along the lines of Adam trying to talk Charlie down from the driver, but Charlie being Charlie, she's so aggressive. She loves to just give it a rip off the tee, and she's thread the needle beautifully here, but it's like 5 yards to work with. So she's left herself a little flick. This is where you got to make it count now. She's going to have to start this so far left of the flag. There's a little ridge there that's going to kick it to the right. And the wind puffing off the estuary is just going to feed it all the way down to the flag. She can land this like 35 short of the flag off the back foot.
Yeah, Charlie using some creativity, using a much lower lofted club. And just like you had said, Iona, just put it in the back of the stance and just kind of stabbing at it. A little run there. Love the play.
She is a great watch, Charlie Hull. And she's maturing, isn't she, really, as a player? That shot she wouldn't have played a few years ago, Katrina.
No, I think before she might have just been straight out with the sand arm, but she's got a lot more variety now, I would say, in her short game. And imagination, I think, is what you need round a course like this.
You're watching back on the tee. I don't know whether to call him my owner or not, but Jamie's back there watching.
7th tee, Korda. I think she's going to be a bit careful here to reach that bunker. She's got the driver, well, slightly down the breeze, you know. And it does seem to shoot forward off this downslope here on 7, once you go over the hill. So that big bunker is in play here. Depends how you hit it. She might just be in a little one.
Might need to slow down there. Oh, I think we'll be all right. We'll be all right. Yeah, we're all right.
That was quite lucky, I think, really. She maybe didn't quite catch it.
Lydia Ko trying to take another step closer to the top of the leaderboard.
And Vu on 7. Not quite as long as Korda. That's
a little bit of
actually. They got caught up in the bank. It's okay. It's in the fairway, but on the steep upslope. That one.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that maybe just finishes in that wee dip, but she should have maybe just about 130 yards, but a strange shot there.
Up on the green, Hall and Yin.
Oh, rolls that one in for a beautiful birdie there.
Much needed. First one she's had today.
Yeah, I think that's just the part of her game that holds her back a little bit. She can get her putting going.
Back to the 12th, Jiyai Shin. Elected to lay it up short of the bunkers here on the 12th hole. You hit it like that, I mean, why wouldn't you?
There may be some people watching that. Jiyai Shin, who is she? I mean, we're talking about a player who's been #1 in the world for 25 weeks, who's a major champion.
Yeah, she used to play in the LPGA and went back to play in Japan, and I think that's perhaps a lot of the public don't hear about her quite as much, but a quality player. Charlie just missing for birdie there.
One birdie, one double bogey on the car for Charlie Hull. Jiyai Shin, fair to say, rolling back the years. Another birdie opportunity coming up for her. Alexa Pano at only 20 this week, producing a fabulous round as well. Another youngster, Gino Thitikul, right there. Henside and Valenzuela, they've been done for hours. The AIG Women's Open coming from St Andrews in Scotland, in the Kingdom of Fife. Fair to call this the jewel in the crown at St Andrews. 44 courses in total in the area. This is Aberdour, which is just north of Edinburgh, as you come over the bridge. Spoke to one or two of the players who knocked it around Ely. You can see the harbour there and around the town. And they had Monday qualifying over at Crail Golf Society. Quality golf course. I had the pleasure of knocking around that one myself. And this is Kinghorn, up over by the Fife Pilgrim Way, where you can see that lighthouse. I mean, do you know how many courses you've played in Scotland? There's 550 in total, Katrina.
I don't think I've quite made 550.
But in the hundreds?
Maybe in the hundreds.
Yeah. What a I mean, growing up, you must have had the pick of the bunch.
Yeah, you get a little spoilt, I think. When you live somewhere, you just get a little bit spoilt and go and play all... Well, they're all nice, aren't they? But, yeah, I've managed to play quite a few in my amateur days.
Par 3/8 now for this pairing of Yin and Hall.
Tee up today on 137 yards, rather. That's what they're facing. Change of direction with a wedge here for Yin.
Oh, an absolutely spectacular tee shot there. Have that wee putt for a chance to get back to level par on the day.
Vu second, on its way at 7.
I looked an awkward lie. She had an awkward stance, the uphill lie, but played a nice shot. Just running off a bit. It just makes that hole so much more difficult if you don't get your tee shot over that ridge and then get the kick down towards shell bunker.
Lydia Ko, less than driver here on the 9th hole.
Yeah, some players take it on.
Yeah, some players take it on. You've got 2 bunkers out here on the right and then 1 on the left that's definitely in range with that right to left wind. But we saw Jiyai Shin just about hit the green, so I would expect probably Charlie and Nelly and that to take this on and give themselves hopefully an eagle chance.
Well, talking of Jiyai Shin, here she is. 5 birdies on the front 9. This for the first on the back.
Yeah, you couldn't really get an easier putt on this 12th green, back into the wind, so she's not got to deal with the crosswinds with the putt, just got to hit it hard enough.
Fantastic. One of the Sayri kids after a Sayri pack who led the way as far as women's golf in Korea is concerned, and Jiyai Shin putting on a show at St Andrews.
Korda, 7th hole, second shot, 68 yards. Got a pitch at about 52 over this ridge. Can she get some spin? Yeah. Doubtful from that line. Couldn't do much from there.
No, I think you're right, Jamie. That was all she had. She just couldn't get any... She played it nicely. Couldn't get any bite.
Yeah, clean contact, but like you said, Katrina, from outside of the fairway in that intermediary rough, you're just going to have a difficult time getting the ball to grab and spin.
Well, Jiyai not the only Shin going nicely.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest green. I think the double green, that one with 5. And just, it's tough to get the ball close, I always think, on that hole.
Said that she's actually been changing her putting style for these 2 weeks in Scotland, trying to imitate kind of like the Michelle Wee table topping.
Yeah, I definitely think you've got to try and get lower a little bit in this wind, probably widen your stance. I think Jiyai's got a lovely putting, you know, set up for this kind of windy weather, quite a nice compact stroke as well.
We're out here on the far side of the golf course. This is the spot to come and watch the golf. The crowds are out today with the sunshine. The stand to the left of this green is packed. I'm looking over towards 10 and the 11th tee, and that's again that little hill there is always a busy place to be. Great place to watch the golf. You can always watch 4 greens from here. Sun's out. It's definitely warmer. It's the best day we've had all week. The wind's still up, still tough. And Lilia Vu said quite a few putts into the wind, which I think you'd rather be putting downwind, to be honest with you. It's so hard to get the ball to the hole. Putting up this ridge for Vu and straight into the wind. It's just so hard to make yourself hit it, Katrina.
It is. It's to make yourself hit it and try and keep some sort of semblance of a nice stroke.
Lilia being able to do both. That ball rolled just beautifully end over end, finished just past the hole.
Just a hole further up. Charlie Hull trying to find a 2.
Nice try there from Charlie from long distance. I think she's got to try and take advantage maybe of 9, 10, 12 potentially if she gets a good drive away.
It was interesting watching her reaction to the bunker trouble. She stayed very calm, very cool.
She did. I think that's just her experience showing now. You know, she's been in this position. She was close last year. She knows she can't win it today.
But she doesn't want to let Nelly Korda get too far away. Chance here for the leader to grab a birdie.
Yeah, she's done well, hasn't she, after that start, Korda. This a little bit of a break for her. Lovely round of applause. Both players got onto this green.
Nelly is going to be left with not too far off the distance that she had missed her par putts on the first 2 holes.
What a tee shot. Deserves a 2.
And perfectly in the middle. Nice 2.
Well, she's come
2
to
in a row.
life. Yeah, hasn't she?
She's a lovely girl, actually. I played 9 holes with her earlier in the week and was very impressed. You know, got a really nice ball flight for these kind of conditions. Just kind of a low, slight fade.
And wasn't she playing in the group in front of you?
She did. How she shot 4 under, I do not know that first day.
New putter in the bag, Christina, for Nelly Korda this week. Just wanted something a little different.
Yeah, and it has shown a lot of promise, obviously, being 8 under through, 24 holes. Woof! Good stroke there. That's a good nerve calmer right there.
Yeah, put the spider butter in the bag. Just wanted to see something different this week.
Sometimes that's all you need, isn't it? You just need, it's just a change. You can go, I was always one I would change from one style to another quite frequently if I wasn't holding them. You never want to blame yourself as a player, so it must be the putter. So sometimes just a new look can freshen it up.
Playing with Jiyai Shin is Jinhee Im. All Korean pairing here.
Nice little fist pump there. That was maybe courtesy of a gust of wind, because that could have very easily have stayed out. Been very rude if that were the case. Beautiful putt there.
And here's Lydia at 9. She obviously just came up a little short with her second. And that a lovely little chip. She's so good at them. I think when you see someone on these kind of courses coming out with wedges and chips from a yard off the green, you know they're a good chipper.
Gino Thitikul. Back to 4 under par. She's playing with Georgia Hall. Unfortunately not happening today for Georgia. A couple over, so 1 over in total, but it's happening okay for the Thai player.
Eighth tee. Our leader pushed the tee up here. The reason for that is they put the flag on the front just over the one bunker there that guards this green. So stopping this will not be easy. It's a little bit downwind, but mostly across. I'm saying it plays 125. You've got a 9. Jason's just giving me the nod, so it's just a little one with this. Just going to try and hold it into the wind, coming in off the right here. Trying to get some spin on it. Not settled. Disgusting now.
Excellent shot there from Nelly, just played it out into the wind on the right and just came down gently with a little bit of spin.
Now, Hyun Chin playing with Lydia for a chance of birdie at 9, and she cans that one in. Nicely done. Started off with that double bogey 6 on the first after finding the burn.
Gorgeous aerial. Looking down at this par 3/8.
Yeah, it's the first time they've had a right to left wind to help them. Been coming over their left shoulder all day, and that's so easy to just come over the top of it, but suddenly you can rock back on your heels a bit. It's quite nice. Same club for Vu. You can hit a number of clubs here, to be honest with you, whatever you fancy. It's stopping it that's the issue.
Yeah, lovely tee shot from Lilia Vu there. Landed just short. Got a nice little bounce before it started spinning.
Didn't get the chance to defend her Chevron Championship victory. As far as defences go, it's been a pretty decent one so far from Lilia Vu. Over to 13.
Yeah, the par 4, she'll just have run through the fairway there with her driver, but she'll just be hopefully can see one of those spires in St Andrews to get a line for her second shot.
Yeah, very nicely played. A little left. Wind's not helping it. Just getting it to drift a little farther away, but that'll be all right there for her. It's always a little disconcerting when you're, when you can't see the actual flagstick.
Have a look at this one.
There's not going to be anything left here, is there, with Charlie? She's going for this green. You can just skirt those 2 bunkers on the right. Is the wind going to push it enough? Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. It's over that one.
Adam just confirming that, her caddy. Road hole. Alexa Pano struggling for par.
Yeah, tough putt here with the coming left to right. Really difficult to get it up high enough out the left. The wind coming that way as well.
I mean, you saw the wind really affecting that ball.
Yeah, especially just as they lose pace, you can really just see the wind taking them away.
That'll be a first drop shot of the day for Pano, who was going along so nicely at 3 under par. Esther Henselite tied for 10th, made the cut on the mark. Same story, Alban Valenzuela. No one getting away, even though Jiyai Shin is putting in a similar kind of round right now. There is Valenzuela, who is one of those with hopes of being on Suzanne Pedersen's mind with the Solheim Cup picks a couple of days away.
Yeah, they've both just got to be loving it. They've been finished probably a good couple, 2-3 hours probably, sitting probably watching the coverage now and just praying that wind keeps blowing.
Leona Maguire coming down the last 1 under par for today. Let's go back to the 8th green then with the final pairing.
Well, I hope I'm wrong, but you very rarely see putts hold on this 8th green. I don't know why it is. It's just one of those things. Not easy to read. It's exposed as well, so it's really whipping across this green now. Shared with the 10th, there's a huge expanse of putting surface here. This is a little bit off the right, and with the wind coming off the right as well, you would expect it to go that way a little bit.
Well, there's one hole rattled in from Lilia Vu.
Fantastic putt there from Lilia. Made the hole a bit bigger for Nelly, I think.
Yeah, it's just Lilia, you can, 1, never count her out, and 2, always know she's going to be good for at least one putt to go in from range.
And she never looks surprised when they go in, do they? It's as if she just expects them to go in.
I think that was reverse psychology there from Jamie about the putts not dropping at 8.
No, I meant it. Just, you know, typical, isn't it? This will go in now as well.
Just
no
the
doubt.
commentator's curse.
Ah, yeah, I don't mind, as long as they hold them. Got to be off the left here, Katrina, I think. Is that your memory bank takes you?
Yes, I would think so. And with that wind, it's got to be whipping from left to right, I would say as well.
Not to be for Nelly Korda. So she'll have to settle for the par, which means now just one ahead of both Shin and Vu. Yeah, Lilia's talked about her mindset when it comes to putting. It's a simple one. She says it's either goes in or it doesn't.
That's a very nice mindset to have. But she kind of looks like that when she putts, doesn't she? She doesn't... A lot of players can get kind of quite annoyed and het up and just about look so anxious, trying to hold them too much. But like you say, she just kind of very free-flowing, gives it a hit.
Well, she says it lessens the pressure of the putts.
A great mindset to have. And here's Yin now. Tricky little shot with the wind helping, but oh, she's just clipped that beautifully. That was a lovely shot.
There's probably a good chance she's surprised that it ended up short of that flag. Was probably expecting it to get one little skip.
And Shin here for birdie on 13's got to give this a whack back into the breeze.
Yeah, that one's just going to come up a little bit short, but still getting a little bit of a chuckle from her.
This is where she chipped on to Charlie Hall.
She'll be annoyed at not getting her second shot a little bit closer after hitting a really good drive. She'd have expected a better birdie chance than that.
Yeah, agreed. So no birdie for Charlie Hall. A little bit of work left on this one for Jiyai Shin.
Yeah, that was shorter than it looked from our angle. She's been very solid over those ones so far today, though, hasn't she?
Yeah, but a little bit of a fist pump there. She knew those are vital to keep the momentum going that she certainly has. This would be 3 successive birdies to end the front 9 for Hall and Yin.
Yeah, I would say the aim point must be difficult in this wind. Do they account for the wind? Is there another finger or something? You wet your finger to put it up for the wind?
Well, I mean, I would have to think that you figure out where the line would be, excluding the wind, and then, you know, whether you add or take away anything from there. You know, the biggest problem would probably be figuring out whether there's going to be an additional gust or not. But Hall and Yin measured that as a 1% putt, so probably just drifting from a little bit outside right. It's funny to think. I mean, we've seen her miss the last 2 days so many putts as a result of the wind, and she's 4 shots back at the moment.
And that was one I think she played out there, probably give a little bit more break to allow the wind to push it in. So difficult. Lydia at 10. Oh, you can hear the wind. Look at that ball flight.
Oh, that's so fun. So fun. And still a lot of fun as a player to hit those shots as well. It's probably going to be a little bit miffed knowing that it's a good 30 feet short, but it's such a fun shot to see.
Okay, last hole on this beautiful front 9 here at the home of golf, and it's drivable, but only just 309. I wasn't sure they could reach, but they were waiting, so they think they can, so that's the most important thing. But it's more across today. A little bit more down yesterday, but if you turn it with the flat, firm fairway, you can probably get just short for Vu. She's hit some quite low draws. That's what she needs here, one of those.
With an apex of 70 feet, that is pretty low, but I don't know if she missed that first bunker.
I think she's
there.
caught the bunker there. That didn't. She looked like she aimed on them, but the wind just didn't move it at all.
Yeah, it looked like it disappeared. Thitikul up at 15.
Left herself a bit of work there for par.
Yeah, well, that's the danger, isn't it? You aim at those bunkers hoping to turn it, and they are a no-go zone. Korda, can she avoid them? I'm sure she can. It's her Saturday best to get there, though.
Yeah, swing.
Nice.
Oh, sit down, sit down.
Oh, just skirted it, Jamie.
She's had a few of those.
You need all the little bits of luck you can take on days like this. But that's what makes this hole so good, because you're trying to miss those ones on the right, but then if you just overdraw it, there's a couple lurking on the left if you can't reach the green.
But she's in good position now, Nelly Korda, top of the leaderboard.
And making our way all the way to the 18th hole, Alexa Pano. Opportunity to get back the shot she dropped on 17, makes it 3 under 69. Definitely wanting to have Stacey Lewis paying attention to that.
Always lovely when you can birdie the last at the old course.
Yeah.
Puts a smile on your face.
Who did that yesterday?
I
Katrina?
wonder, I
Remind
wonder.
us. Yeah, no, it was fantastic to see if you weren't with us yesterday. Katrina Matthew with her final shot at the Women's Open. Oh, good putt back from Thitikul.
I hope you have gone back and seen it, and I hope you could see how good it was. It was spectacular, Beanie.
Well, the world number one is top of the leaderboard, but if you look at the names behind her, Jiyai Shin, Lilia Vu, Gino Thitikul, Lydia Ko and Ronin Yin, they've all been world number one themselves. Fair to say the cream has risen to the top at St Andrews.
It most certainly has. That really is quite the leaderboard. And even that second page, you've got some newcomers, Henselite, Valenzuela.
Here's some of the players who are on the periphery, if you like. Likes of Patty Tavatanakid.
Ronin Yin, first up to hit. Muttering to herself, you could see there. We see a fair bit of ball though, so that should be all right there.
Yeah, they're just 2 bunkers up the right-hand side there you've got to avoid.
Lydia Ko trying to start the back 9 with a birdie. Not going to get there.
What? Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Right up the face of this bunker. She's going to come out sideways. It's a real pop bunker. This is the definition of one here on 9. Not straightforward either, getting it out.
I was going to say just that, Jamie. It's not easy to see what she's going to do here.
What's that?
I think you sort of go steep and hit it, but it's so close to the lip, Richard.
Like,
it's not straightforward,
like
this.
it's almost an issue with your backswing once you get over the ball, because you're getting real close to this. You almost have to try and go a little
Yeah, it looks
more
like
right.
she's just got enough room for a backswing, but
you know what I mean?
the further right she tries to hit it, the more of the slope she's going to have to deal with.
Sit down through it. Great shot.
Yeah, very well out there, and great bit of conversation between Lilia and Cole Pensante. Gave her the information to know you're a wee bit close to that edge if you're going to take that line on. You know, she ended up going a little bit more right than what she was originally looking at, but gave her the opportunity to get the ball up in the air with a full backswing faster there. So well played.
So this is a choice. Do you go down the right, which has been a popular choice this week with the wind off the right, makes it easier.
Looks like Gino's going down that left side.
The rough's not too bad over there. You've got to be unlucky to get a bad line.
Yeah, it looks fairly wispy over there.
So Lilia Vu back there. A 90-yard shot here, 85, 90 yards. But it's just so flat, this second shot, or third shot in her case, to this ninth. And the green is flat. It's an unusual shot in golf, actually. Normally got something to picture the shot against, but not on this hole 9, never have been. Nice to picture a bunker to carry over or something, but it's just featureless.
It makes it difficult to get any perspective on the length.
Exactly, yeah. It's hard to get it close here, isn't it, Katrina, for some reason?
It is, and I think with that pin at the front as well, just makes it that little bit harder with the wind down and off the right.
It's got to land it closer to that white 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, between 65 and 70.
Okay.
Well, at least you'll be able to get some purchase from here, get some spin, because she's hitting it harder. Hold it off into that wind and hopefully get it close.
Take your time. What's your number?
Sit.
So they're in 3, and the difference between going in the bunker and just avoiding one. Nelly Korda, I take it, Jamie, in pretty decent nick here.
Yeah, perfect spot. 286 she's hit it to here, and 34 left, and well, take your pick. You could putt it if you wanted to. I'm surprised she's not putting, to be honest with you, because it's so bare, this grassy and tight. She could putt it, but she's going for the chip and run.
So Nelly won't be thrilled with that one. She might have been better trying to do the chip and run, like Jamie said, just play it along the ground a little bit more, take the kind of wind out of play.
Well, we were saying earlier, a little easier today, couple of 66s early on, but it's blowing hard now, rolling in at 10. Charlie Hull's front edge of the green here.
And that looks a nice line if she's got the right. Just so difficult to get it back to that hole. You're playing the wind's, I think, definitely just a little bit more into than you think.
See the length of that putt that Charlie's got to come.
She'll need a full shoulder swing on that one.
That's only 48 paces on. That whole location there on 10.
So one for par, one for birdie.
Yep, one for birdie, one for... I'd like to have seen Korda hit a putter there, Katrina, or a time, but I was talking about this earlier in the week. The men and the women, actually, they just don't hit that shot anymore, really, do they? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I'd probably been out with the putter, to be honest. But yeah, if you're not used to that kind of shot, it is difficult just to even just visualize it, I think, to know where to, land it, how far short to hit it.
Well, they all like to pitch it onto the green, don't they? Most of them.
Yeah, they do.
It's hard to get that out of your head, isn't it?
And I think with the greens being soft as well, it makes that, pitching it right onto the green more difficult because you're not getting any bounce.
Yeah, you've got to pitch it in the hole virtually, haven't you?
Kids these days.
Well, this would be a good save. It would be a pretty poor bogey as well. If she doesn't make this, Vu, she'll be kicking herself a bit here. Easiest hole on the golf course, I've got to think.
Well, she's a deadly putter and she wasn't far away from saving par, but it's going to be a drop shot. Still slipped to 6 under alongside Georgia Hall. Out on 16 is Thitikul.
Just playing from that left rough. Pin just 17 on. Oh, is that going to just dribble off the back? Just tough with that wind whipping off the right hand side to hold it out on that right hand side.
Par 5 14th, Jiyai Shin.
For birdie, but I think she'd take a 2-putt.
Yeah, quite a bit of real estate that she's having to travel. Go on.
Scottish caddy there, Fraser. Impressed with his boss there. Back we go to 9. Korda for the 3.
And she'd get quite a nice little read from Vu's putt, so she'll know what this is going to do.
Wow, what a birdie there from Nelly, despite the, realistically, that poor attempt with her second shot there. Great resilience.
Yeah, what a nervy start. Bogey, bogey, and what a response from the world number 1. Seems back in control of things.
She does. The second shot's forgotten now. A putt can make up for a lot, can't it? But yes, she does. After that bogey start, she's really settled into her round. Looking good now.
Under par for the day she goes. 9 under for the championship. 2 ahead now of the chasing pack. Start of the day with a 3-shot lead. At one point this afternoon, Charlie Hull was alongside her at the top.
Yeah, so what did you say, Christina? 48 paces she had to get. This is a full-blooded driver nearly with the putter.
Yeah, and well, thankfully we've got a person like Charlie
gosh.
Hull. Oh, to hit that. Wow. That was so much fun to watch. After taking that tee shot left and her approach shot left, this Thitikul's 3rd shot, and that is just going to race on by.
Yeah, tried the chip and run. I think if they played more over here, I think they'd really be out with a putter more. I always think a bad putt you can get away with rather than a bad chip always goes a bit further away. If you watch the locals, they're all out there with the old Texas wedge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tenth hole, 355. Just one bunker down the right-hand side, which sort of grabs your eye a bit. It's positioned so well, hence she's just playing a fairway metal here. Korda. Looks like the 7 wood. She's got a 7 wood in her bag. It's cranked quite strong. It might be the 3, but I think it's the 7 where I am. Can't read a newspaper, but I can see a club for 150 yards.
Yeah, maybe it's the 7 wood, Jamie. She's just got to keep it short of that bunker at 250. Doesn't want to leave it too short though, or it can leave you a long second shot into that breeze.
Yeah, she's laying back, well back there, Katrina.
Hall Yin now. Got a bit of a read from Charlie's putt, but again, also realistically, you wouldn't think it'd go in. This is going to be low the whole way. Low and short, my goodness.
Yeah, you could really see the wind get that one. She didn't quite get the contact, I don't think, and the wind just took it away.
Probably the 2 hybrid here for Vu. Might be the 1 hybrid. No, that's the 2. That went quite high. Same line.
Same result. Well, having to pay the price for finding the bunker off the last tee, Lilia Vu. Look how far short Ronin Yin came with that birdie attempt.
Yeah, I mean, she was, you know, seemingly half the distance that Charlie was, but mind you, Charlie was 120 some feet, seemingly from the hole. Oh, brilliant putt there, though. Brilliant putt there, nice, good par. Stays at 4 under.
Another one grinding for par as a Gino Thitikul was about to call her a tire.
Now, the last hole, she had a par putt that just seemingly went in. That last little dimple. I kind of figured that the next one was going to be left short, so you could see smacking her back, a little self-flogging.
Things looking a lot better than they were at the start of the round for Nelly Korda. Still a long way to go in what is the final major of the year. But the world number one firmly back in that number one position, 2 clear of Jiyai Shin. Here are the chasing pack. No birdies today from Lottie Woad, but she is leading the race for the Smith Salver, because you can see Louise Rickwist 3 over par for the day. Some good rounds in there. Gabby Lopez around a 69. Leonie Maguire 71 in the end. Back at level par.
Oh, I feel like we've seen a fair few too many times of Jiyai Shin in these bunkers. Here is her 3rd shot on the 14th. Taking that one backwards.
Missed the green, and not the best of recovery shots from Lydia Ko, so lengthy one for par. Laura Davis back with us. Nelly Korda seems like back in control like she was at the start of the day.
Yeah, very much so. It was just so unexpected, wasn't it? The bogey start from not bad positions, really. Just a couple of loose iron shots, and it just shows how quickly you can come unraveled. But she steadied the ship very nicely.
And all her closest challengers seem to be making an error. Even Jiyai Shin, for the first time since the 3rd in danger of dropping at least one.
Yep, yeah, it's tough. It's so difficult in these conditions to get every hole right. So she just wants to make sure the 6 is the worst number she puts up here. She does not want to hit a poor shot here and make a double.
Good strong swing from Jiyai Shin there. That's serviceable. I mean, this is a difficult hole location to get close to, and plenty of treachery, about 270 degrees around that hole.
Very friendly down there, isn't it? Side by side at 10, Korda and Vu.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this quite a bit, because it's sort of coming at them diagonally, really. 149 for Vu, 47 for Korda, so just about the same yardage really. But the pin's on 48. It's way, way back, so it's quite a long shot, this. I'm going to say playing 164, 65, club and a half of wind. And it's pumping right now. That's hit a brick wall.
It sounds like it is really pumping right now.
Yeah, it's this par for Chen, par on the Formidable 11th hole. It's the third hardest today. Oh, well done. What a good save. It's been the hardest hole the first 2 days, so a little bit of let up, but not much.
Yeah, I think most of the twos are probably a little earlier on in the day.
Yeah, well, she should have learned from that. 147.5. Oh, no, this one goes like a tracer.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was pretty cool. You know, number was good, just drifted off right a fair bit there. So she's going to be a better part of 75 feet or so from the flag, because it is 48 paces on, like Jamie had said, but 26 paces from the right and the left.
Ronan Yin, how close does she dare try and get to this pin on 11? Again, just oh, well, she's completely duffed it. Or I say duffed it, wrong words. She hasn't contacted it, and the wind has just taken over and taken all the power out of the ball. So she's got a horrific second shot.
Lydia Ko here on number 12. Big rip from Lydia there. Low chasing fade. Just right at the ledge's edge, it seems.
Hopefully Charlie has learnt a bit. You have to strike this perfectly, or else it's going to get caught with that big crosswind into. Feels like she might have pulled the... Oh no, it's gone the other way. They're going to be two very, very different, difficult shots for this pairing.
And that ball just now stopped moving. That's... oof. I mean, Laura, who do you think is going to have an easier shot?
Well, I thought Ronan was horrible, but I actually think Charlie's is more difficult on that angle. It's just so hard. Charlie's got a choice of running one up the right, maybe.
Charlie Hull right now in that share of 4th place at 4 under par. 35 shots now behind Nelly Korda, who is back in control of things. Jiyai Shin with a long par putt to come at 14. Best place to be, it seems, right now, given the winners in the clubhouse. So Alexa Pano, Esther Henseleit, Alban Valenzuela. I'm sure they're enjoying what they're watching after their respective rounds. Lottie Woad still waiting for that first birdie, but still leading that chase for the Smith Salva as the leading amateur, but Louise Rudquist not too far behind. Impressive from Angel Yin. Couple of eagles yesterday to make the cut. 69 from her today. One of this year's major winners, Amy Yang, with a round of 70. So in that group at +1.
Well, that was the windiest it's been all day there on that 10th. I must say, on that 10th fairway. Oh, Lilia Vu, they just picked up and just blew this ball. What's this? 100 feet plus?
It seems windier than the first 2 days at the moment, Jamie. Certainly the noise in the microphones seems worse.
Certainly the last 10 minutes, Laura, 9 and 10. We are exposed here, but it does feel that way. It's picking up those. It's going to be a long way in from here. But how hard have you got to hit this one? Could chip this if you wanted to.
Well, Jamie, on number 9, you were talking about Korda putting from 40-some yards off the green. Now you're talking about chipping from on the green.
I know, what am I like?
Pretty darn well done from Lilia there. He's going to have a bit of work left for her, but coming from so far away and everyone keeping their head down just to avoid the wind.
Let's catch up again with Jenny Shin. And down the slope it goes. Nelly Korda. Chance maybe to try and squeeze another birdie out.
Should take 2 putts, I think, Richard. Just coming off the right early, then it straightens.
Excellently played from Nelly Korda there. Stress-free.
All right, good forward.
Korda remains at 9 under par now. Laura and Christina talking about the difficulty of these shots coming up at the 11th.
Charlie Hull definitely with the easier of the 2 shots because she's chipping right back into the breeze, which will stall it. Little backstop there as well.
Yeah, that was rather crafty from Charlie there. You can see that flag just ripping right now, so she was playing literally dead into that breeze. Smart play.
If it runs past, it'll bank.
Now, a pretty good effort, in all honesty. Jamie said that was about 100 feet of putts. She got it to within, what, 6 feet? 5.5, 6 feet? And this is her bread and butter. She's very good, but she's being buffeted at the moment, so it has to be a solid stroke. And of course it is.
Well, we saw Ronin Yin here with that tee shot coming up shy at 11.
Decently played, very, very difficult shot. I know her caddy Dave Jones had said you can take it past the hole, and I think again she failed to play the wind there, so if she had gone a little farther left it would have stalled it and slowed it down a bit more.
Jiyai Shin, long par putt. This to stay within 2. No, that slides by. So our leader's got at least a 3-shot lead, because Lilia Vu has already holed her par putt on 10.
Par putt for Ronin Yin.
Should snap a fair bit here, would you say, Laura?
Yeah, right here. There you go. Oh,
Wow.
That's the save of the day. Without a doubt, that was brilliantly done. She wasn't greedy. She didn't try and lob it on top of the bunker and run the risk of putting it in the bunker. Took her 12, 15-foot par putt and got rewarded.
Eleventh tee, here we go. Toughest hole it's been, this one. 153, 5-iron for Korda. Seems right to me. Same sort of flight she hit on the last. We'll have a look at this one.
Come on down. Beautifully played from Nelly Korda.
It's getting better by the second.
Unfortunately, Charlie Hull missed her putt here. Ronin Yin managed the 3, but it's a bogey for Charlie Hull, who slipped back to 3 under par, and that's 6 behind Nelly Korda as it stands.
What a shot that was from Nelly Korda, using that slope behind the pin. Cannot go in Strath bunker at the front. It's a brutal bunker, that one. 153. Looks the same club for Vu. She's a little bit shorter than Nelly. Oh, that's got to go. That has got to go.
Well, it went, Jamie. It's just clawed its way over. She's got about a 25, 35 footer for birdie, but she looks disappointed. She shouldn't be.
Her lead is 2, but it's about to become 3 because Jiyai Shin has this for bogey. just about grabbed the right edge. All those twists, all the turns, a little smile there from G8, but Nelly Korda has a 3-shot advantage back, and I suppose significantly now 5 ahead of those sharing 4th place. That includes Ronin Yin.
Ronin Yin with the big stick here on number 12. Nice high tumbling draw off the tee. This one favoring down that left-hand side.
Lydia, birdie chance. Can't quite see where the actual hole is, so just hit it. See what happens. It's there. She's short.
And only just was it short. So little, you could see her just looking up to the heavens after she hit that birdie putt. Saw it finished short.
We're going to get some recoil on this one.
Yep.
You don't often get a yep and a 4, do you? So that's obviously where they were aiming. They were deciding they're going to take it down the right, take all these bunkers out.
Now Jenny Shin with this long sweeping putt for her birdie to get to 5 under. A solo 4th. It's a valiant effort there.
She's just about able to see there. I mean, you can't get much more wrapped up than that.
She could have the sunglasses on, actually. Have not a single bit of exposed skin.
She's feeling the chill.
Well, most exposed green on the golf course, the 11th. It's just caused havoc all week, really, with the players. But they've done well here, these two. This one's done really well to hang on here. Another foot of roll. That's another 40 feet away here for Lilia Vu, so she should be grateful here, really. And she's got a chance, sort of putting up the valley of the slope off the right and the bank of the bunker. I think overall it's going to go a little bit left to right early, then it might come back the other way, but I'd play a little bit left here. But she's putted into the wind every hole, Lilia Vu.
Well, she's been so good with the second putts in general. Talking of second putts, the wrapped up Jenny Shin. Well done. She's spoken about how she kind of fell out of love with the game a couple of years ago, but has rekindled her affections for the game, although she may be doubting it in the wind and the cold at times today. But now she's in the mix at the Women's Open. What's more to like?
Great chance for Korda. I think these next hour for her, well, she could have one hand on the trophy, but she's going to have to work for it. But the way she's playing, I wouldn't put it past her. This is off the right, quite a bit of break, and it's absolutely howling now. So must keep the pace on this putt.
Looked for a while like that was heading in. Still, Laura, nothing wrong with a 3 at 11.
Oh, and do you know what? For about 95% of that putt, it looked like it had to go in. So where other players are struggling, she's making it all of a sudden, starting to make it look easy.
World number 1, looking like it. Not sure about that hat.
No, I must admit that's outrageous. Get that off the screen, no one wants to see that.
You've really upset Laura now.
Jamie Spence loves seeing those hats, doesn't he? a gooner.
Well, anyone in the field at the moment you want putting one of these is Lilia Vu.
I just fear the worst for this one. This is such a horrible putt. You've got to hit it firm and you've got to hit it outside the hole. Either of those two bits wrong and it'll miss. Come on, Lilia. Yeah, well done. Really good.
Yeah, very nice two putt from Lilia Vu there. Just steals of nerve.
So they're heading off to the 12th, which this week is the Aon Risk Reward Hole, the season-long competition across the LPGA Tour season.
Despite being the shortest par 4 at the home of golf, the 12th hole at the old course can get complicated quickly. With strategy dictated from the tee, penal sand and weather must factor into all players' decision-making. Completely hidden from view, a cluster of 4 deep cross bunkers defend the fairway landing zones, while another pot bunker and heavy gorse guard the greenside areas. Depending on the wind conditions, players must decide their line and which bunkers to carry carefully, as danger awaits both misjudged covers and runouts. On the approach, players must bravely navigate a tabletop green with steep drop-offs, long and short, and plenty of intricate contours that test every single pin position. While birdies are definitely possible, the 12th requires better decisions to avoid big numbers and stay in major contention at St Andrews.
And a cool $1 million for the winner of this at the end of the season. Gino Thitikul leading the way. She's had a couple of bogeys so far at the 12th this week. It's the 2 best scores that count. We've had every number on 12 from 2 to 8. The leaders are heading there now.
Yes. Commitment.
Well, this is such a tough tee shot. Bunkers everywhere. I think she's laying up short of all of them actually with this club. Unless she's playing in between them, she can't carry the furthest of them. Back tee today, going down the left into the rough.
She's overcooked it. There's a good few marshals down there, so they'll find it. Yep, they've got hold of it. Awkward angle for the second shot. Hopefully a good lie.
Road hole and Gino Thitikul.
Yeah, she's got a strange little pitch shot there. The left of the green. Took it all the way up because she was going straight back into the wind there. Curious how she avoided that road hole bunker, ending up left of that flag there with the wind coming from the right.
Now, Vu, a lot of players go down the right-hand side onto the Eden course, but not for Lilia. She's going a little bit left as well, but avoiding the bunkers, I fancy. Yeah, very good. That's perfect.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Some challenges have faltered today. Ash Buhai is back at 1 over par now. Georgia Hall 2 over par. Others, though, still very much there, including Ronin Yin.
Yeah, wonderful approach shot here from Yin out of position down the left. She was totally blind. Hit this beautiful little pitch. Left herself a slow putt up the hill for birdie.
Very nice. There you go. Just the 4 back. Just shows if you get a bit of luck when you get out of position, you can turn it around.
Yeah, great save at 11. Now the birdie at 12 from the Chinese player. Trying to avoid back-to-back bogeys is Thitikul.
You can see she was playing quite a bit of break there. It was a good putt, but unforced error with that approach shot. So she is going to drop a stroke.
Charlie Hull just trying to make sure of her 4 here at 12. One of those gusts that means she'll start again. Yeah, she was wobbling a little bit during round 2 and made a really good finish on Friday, Charlie Hull. She'll be looking for something similar to the end of this 3rd round. Trust the process. That's what Nelly Korda was talking about after yesterday's 2nd round. Couple of 68s put her in prime position, and she's still very much the one to catch. The world number 1 at number 1 on the leaderboard right now. 3rd round of this AIG Women's Open. As she was overnight, it's a 3-shot lead. So who's going to be getting closer to Nelly over the next hour or so?
This would be one of your favourites to do it. Big right to left breaker for Jiyai. Oh, she never ever got it high enough. That's strange. She's such a good green reader.
That was just low the whole way there. Don't think we could blame the wind for that one, unfortunately.
How much is it, that wind, that noise in your ears and concentration?
Well, we're 3 days in now, so they're getting tired. You're tired of being buffeted when you're over putts. It's wearing it mentally. It wears you down. So it's difficult. And you know, these two, the reason they're out in the front, they're the ones that are surviving at the moment. But they've got a tough stretch of holes coming up.
That one is the only thing. Even if you're here, Nelly, it's in that top section. Like, to get this right will be, you know, pretty difficult, but anywhere on the green is good. Can you take a couple swings in there and tell me if you think it's juicy or if you think it's somewhere around 160 yards? Correct, but it would be like a controlled feel.
I mean, it is thick, but
yeah. Well, then I think we're definitely more leaning towards this one than the 7. Yeah. So where are you going to start this? Right up the gorge. Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, the only bunker that is up there is that one. So that's good, and that number is basically 107. Okay?
do you think it's playing it somewhere in the sea?
I think 35, you said it's a little thicker. I obviously cold and a little uphill lie. I wouldn't say 59 would be my minimum. 59. Yeah, like meaning like that's what it's gonna play. Yeah.
128. I reckon it's playing 160. You can't see the pin from here over the gorse. It's a tough shot, thick line. It's going to come out low. Oh, that's jumped. That's got to come down. Is it all right?
Very, very unlucky. The fact that's run down there. It's almost impossible two-putt.
Wasn't the best of first putts from Jiyai Shin, but hopefully can walk off with the 4.
Yeah, her balls always seem to find the center of the cup.
It's in the perfect spot here, Vu. Just about to see the top of the pin. Great lie on top of the hill. 128.
That was a bit unlucky. That landed right next to that sprinkler head, so where all the water will come down and collect. So that's one reason why it landed so soft.
Perfect position for Lydia, top of the hill. launches it high in the air. 25 on this pin today. Now, come on, steady. Yeah, what a shot. Everything was right for that one. Sounded great.
Birdie's so hard to come by on this back nine. There's no respite from the gusting winds. 13th tee for Ronin Yin, who's certainly turned her round around.
She's just trying to get it. If she could get it where Lydia Ko's ball was, she'll be very pleased. That's a bit further back. Oh, got past the bunker. Just. Well, that's turned a double bogey into possible birdie chance.
First bunker's fine. The last one's 236. Just a little after that.
Right, and up to the green, Lydia Ko. Beautiful approach shot here. It's not really makeable distance. Give it a good wrap. Let's go. Oh, wow.
Just one birdie on the card for Lydia Ko today. Only one bogey as well, mind you.
Charlie got the 3-wood out. She'll want to stay a lot further right of the bunker than Rowan did. Oh yeah, likes it.
Good foot movement there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's a Charlie finish, isn't it? It's lovely.
The Charlie shuffle.
That's well left. It's okay. I mean, it's fine. That's an option off this tee.
Just got to stick in there, Hull. Remember, she was in a share of the lead with Lilia Vu heading into the final round last year at Walton Heath, but Vu ended up winning by 6 in the end. One short, one long here.
Still gonna come, yeah. That left side's still gonna be a little higher. Not drastically, all your brakes right here. Feel it out. Correct, downwind.
Yeah, neither are easy, that's for sure. Which one would I rather have? I think they're both as difficult as each other, actually. I mean, Vu's closer, but she's got such a steep slope to putt up, and this one's coming up a slope, and it's going to fling it right. And I think that overall the putt's just going to keep moving a little bit left to right here for Nelly Korda, but very difficult to judge the pace down the wind.
That was pretty well gauged considering all things there.
Nice position maybe for Jiyai Shin to get herself in birdie range again.
This one might need to stay. Yeah, it's just a little bit left there, and gonna dribble on down farther away from the hole. She's gonna have a really difficult 2-putt, let alone thinking about making birdie. She doesn't care though. She is happy as a clam.
Well, she's already got the trophy twice. Third would be a bonus.
Vu putting up this very steep slope, and it's going to throw it to the right. When he gets on the green, he's going to go a little bit left to right as well, so it's very difficult to judge. It's the pace more than anything, really. You can pick your line, but it could easily get away from you here. Knock it by the hole if you're not careful. Oh,
That's
not that far.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying, Jamie. So that beautiful putting touch just lets her down momentarily.
Thitikul, perfect drive, aim it at that ball on the green. Nice high, gentle flight. Oh, she's gone for the low one. Oh, superb. Absolutely perfect.
Absolute touch of class there. She might be too young to really know much about the history of this place in the Valley of Sin.
Well, it's never nice, is it, when you don't lose your turn?
We call it dead sheep. Still you.
Very good.
Yeah, so Lilia Vu is looking at the better part of 25, 27 feet for her par putt. Again, I think she had that slope that she had to toss the ball over with her putt. Not to mention she was going downwind as well. So a lot of times if you hit something past the hole because it ended up being faster than you think it was, it's going to be that much slower on the way back. So something to always keep in mind.
Not this time. Lilia Vu going to slip back to 5 under par. Just so tricky from where she was. Same story as well for Nelly Korda, who has work to do for her part.
Perfect tee shot from Yin, leaving herself 160. Perfect lie as well, but to get it to stop near this flag, oh, so tough with the 8-iron.
At this point, does she get to decide which flag she wants to putt to?
That would be fair enough, wouldn't it?
Nelly Korda to keep the chasing pack at arm's length. So they both bogey this 12th hole.
Yeah, it's going to be a long ride in for these leaders. And they will be getting tired now, as young and fit as they are. This wind is relentless. She needs to make this one. She will, but you've got to be careful. Well done.
Well, she's got a great record over the closing holes, Nelly Korda. She's birdied 17 and 18 both days. They'll be hoping the wind maybe dies down a little when they get there.
For sure, but doesn't look likely. Now, Georgia, a little left to right. Come on, make one. Yes, well done.
She just, sorry, I was going to say, Laura, she's just double bogeyed 17 for the 3rd day running.
That's amazing, isn't it? 6 shots, and you think Nelly's 2 under on the hole already this week. That's disappointing for Georgia.
Yeah, that puts an end to her hopes of another AIG Women's Open title. Saigo, though, could get to 3 under. Leading the Rookie of the Year race on the LPGA Tour, and the Japanese gets herself into a share of 6th.
Yin first away here on the green at 13. It's where Katrina Matthew yesterday was saying these long putts, you almost need to get a bit of hip turn in them. She's absolutely miles away from the flag and straight back into the teeth of it. So she's going to have to give this a fair old whack.
Nicely judged from Janagan Yin, who is certainly amongst the challengers. Alison Whitaker back in the commentary box, and hopefully to see a lovely finish for Gino Thitikul.
This for birdie down the last. No one says no to that. At the old course, especially off the back of 2 drop shots. That's a round of 70 for her today. Currently in a share of 6th place. 2 steps up the leaderboard. Back down to the 13th tee, less than driver for Nelly Korda.
Yeah, that's all she needs, isn't it? 416. I think she can reach the end with this club. That looked a lovely golf swing. Perfect. That was so easy.
Shelling peas.
Charlie also from length. Just taking a reset. We're still in this very exposed part of the golf course, but as we get closer to the town, hopefully it will start to settle a little bit, but it's just been relentless. And this is also more or less straight back into it for Charlie.
It's pretty good effort, really is. What is she? Some 4 feet short, but well done nonetheless.
Just the 3 shots behind the leader. Lilia Vu with the same club, just the 3 metal. Might be less than that actually. Might have just been a little rescue. Oh, hello.
Yeah, she was a bit nervous, wasn't she? You could just tell she was. It thought it might be a yard too far left, and of course now it's in the bunker. Very difficult.
Guess we could say just on it at 16 for Jiyai Shin's birdie.
Yeah, a bit of a monster this, isn't it? Huge long putt up the hill, right to left at the end, but she's judged that beautifully. That long putting today has been just magnificent. Got the speed of these greens. I don't know if the greens are the same in Japan, but she's loving these.
She travels so much. There aren't many continents she hasn't won in. I think Africa perhaps, but has certainly done so a number of times in Australia. And there she is, within 2 of the lead. They're being challenged out there at the moment, though. We knew it was coming, the stretch from really 11 onwards, with the 17th always looming. But still, Nelly Korda on top. I hope you haven't been pacing off all of these putts today, because you would have been busy.
That's way too many feet for me, Al. I've been having a nice chat with Yin's coach, though, Craig Dixon, New Zealander, and telling me a little bit about her story and how she was identified as a young talent. There's some debris scuttering across this putt as she tries to stay focused. This is a really important one here. Oh. So easily done, but there was something getting blown across the green there. I'm not sure if you could see that, but it slightly put her off. Did you see that, Al?
No. You can see a lot of birds. The swallows flying low. That's never a good sign.
That's so unfortunate.
It was a struggle she had yesterday as well. She said, if I can actually keep the 3 putts off the card, I'll be a good shout to take the trophy home. And she knows it's been costly on the greens the last 2 days.
Alexander from the front of 14. They're 2 big hits, but she is a huge hitter. This is for Eagle. This would do her the power, I've got to tell you what. It's not far off either. Whoa, just another shove and she'd have been in. Excellent 4 though.
Just playing out sideways, unfortunately. She's found one of the coffin bunkers. They're aptly named. Just can't go in any of the bunkers. Last Tiger.
Got covered in sand as well, just as a little slap in the chops, as well as having to play out sideways. She's pretty angry at the moment. Don't blame her.
Yeah, really 2 drives. 2 shots gone just like that in the click of your fingers, and then you're on the back foot trying to save par.
This tee shot always gets me over the O in hotel, is it? Or O in course? Either way, okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Ideal. Just going to get out of the shadow, is it? Nope, it's just going to stay in.
We saw Lexi hit one yesterday. We thought, yeah, that's not too swift. That would look like more a jigger in than anywhere else. But made an amazing 5 after that.
Yeah, she dug really deep, didn't she, Lexi Thompson, on the cut line? She also birdied the last after that.
Yeah, just like even just a little hold in it.
She shot 71 today, by the way,
And then just commit to it.
to the top 40.
Okay. Well,
This isn't easy either. 175 left for Vu, because the flag's on the right. You've got to take that right-hand bunker guard in the front of the green, unless you can really chop one up in the air. This wind off the right.
And soft.
She's turned away in disgust.
Nothing you can do, Laura, is it?
No, not really. From there, like you say, the one place you can't put it's in that bunker, because you get up the face of it, you're coming out backwards again. So difficult now, Jamie. It's cold as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got colder the last 45 minutes out here, no doubt.
Well, they're a fairly athletic family, aren't they? If she can't run, no one can they, really? Let's be honest.
Yeah, all 3 women in the family Olympians.
Probably about 45 with that down slope. So 45. I mean, I wouldn't play it any more than the pin number at 53. Just with, and I'm giving you that because of the air temperature.
So?
Yeah, but it's a small one.
Oh, it's helping.
Yeah, I mean, it's straight across, which off the right always helps your shots. So with this air temp, the max I would tell you to play this is 152. Okay, committed line.
So 142 is the yardage. They're giving it another 10. It's a 7-iron for Nelly Korda. She's still going to try and hold this up with this pin on the right. Oh, it's in that little swale. There's a downslope just before this pin. That's not coming back from there. Long enough though.
Yeah, interesting yardage that they have worked out there. I think Jason didn't want her to hit a big shot. I think she's absolutely mullered it, to be honest.
Lottie Woad, still right in there. Level par, not the day she wanted. She'll have been hoping for a couple 3 under, but chance to make a birdie at 18.
Hasn't had one all day long.
Well, she still hasn't had one. However, what a beautiful way to finish. Amazing. Well, that is some round of golf. Well, that's got a smile on her face anyway. That will make her feel so much better. What a brilliant shot. And to be fair, it was nowhere else, was it?
Well, we've been saying all week how good her short game is, her wedge game is rather than a short game, but this is nipped off perfectly. She likes it. She's having a good look. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and just that little bit of check up, and in you go for a deuce. Very nice indeed. And now, an average day, she's back to 2 under. 1 under. No, 2 under. Very nice indeed.
What fireworks can Ronan Yin bring to us? Down 14, the par 5. Down in the rough, down the left onto the flatter part of the undulations at least.
Lydia, chuck this one out to the right. Get to 4 under. It's the order of the day. Nearly very good. It's okay, it's a chance, but not as good as she would have expected.
Curious whether Nelly Korda is closer to the pin on 5 or 13. Probably about 50-50.
Be good if you could choose, wouldn't it? I'll pick that one. She is closer to the 5th.
It really is amazing the size, Laura, of these greens here.
Extraordinary. Yeah, I mean, they're double greens, you can halve it, but even then, they'd still be massive, wouldn't they? 100 yards long, that 5th is, from front to back. I want to see a pin on 96 tomorrow, just 4 behind.
Or switch the pins, Laura.
Oh, there you go. Ooh,
Yeah.
now you're talking.
Yeah. That's the sort of thing I would do, but there you go. She was in between clubs back there and took the higher club, just trying to ease it, but it was... thought it was a bit too much, that 7, and it's proved it, and it's, again, you left yourself these long putts. It's really difficult to keep 2 putting 55 feet away.
It's a full backswing, this one, James, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a good effort, but you still got one of those.
Well, that was a thrill for us. It's a thrill for her as well. Lottie Woad is going to remember that second shot at 18 at the home of golf for quite some time, Trish.
Yeah, she's just one of those players, isn't she? Seems that she sort of... some things happen to her. Just good things as well, which is always nice.
A round of 72 in the end, courtesy of that wedge to 14. Outside chance for birdie. She's got a better chance than most, Lydia Ko. Not this time, just one birdie, one drop shot to her name out there today. Been plodding along.
See many a player here today. Just a little chip and run for her. Looks like she's going the low reap. We've seen some go high. Go on. Oh, beautifully played. Well done. That's a definite tactic for this back pin. I think a lot of the caddies have worked out. You can get it back there. Just make your par. They're not trying to make a birdie.
Well, this is a slow one for Lilia Vu. There's a scoreboard just the other side of this green, so they know where they stand in this great tournament, but they know there's a lot of golf. You've just got to knuckle down and do your own thing here. This for par.
A really good roll. I think it's gone a tiny bit further past. Yeah, there you go. Just that awkward length again.
This is interesting. So she's definitely going up the right side. Jiyai Shin just needs to almost pitch it. Oh, can't hit it too far right. It needs to come back. Well, that's perfect. Okay, well that is genius. Absolute genius shot, that one. That's about as good as it gets.
There's only been one birdie here today. I'm going to suggest we might get number 2, and that is an astonishing shot. Shot of the week.
That's just so brave, because we've seen so many times people hit it out on the wind, right-hand side, doesn't come back, gets one bounce on the green, shoots out over to the wall, but that has pitched in the perfect position. And she literally could not have played that an ounce better. Genius.
Has a real opportunity to apply some pressure in the final 2 holes now. Certainly will with that.
Bogey putt for Vu, because she was in the bunker. Had to come out backwards, and finally a good holding out stopped, and unfortunately just at the wrong time. It's going to be a double.
And that is 4 shots gone in the last 5 holes for Lilia Vu. Many of those courtesy of the bunkers around this golf course. So she's back to -3, 5 back of her playing partner Nelly Korda. Only 4 back after that.
Those early rounds that posted, Venezuela and Headlight that posted -2, they'll all of a sudden, they've been watching this afternoon probably, they'll all of a sudden fancy if she doesn't get back to 8 or 9, 5 back's not too far.
From down in the dip, Ronin Yin at 14.
Yeah, she's below the level of the fairway, but a nice lie from 264 yards. With the 3-wood, she can get over all the trouble, no probs.
Well, that's a brilliant shot. I will say she got a tad lucky with a perfect lie down there. Anything could have happened off that drive. But that's a good opportunity she's going to have there.
218 Jenny Shin. Interesting seeing she and Jiyai right next to each other on the leaderboard. Back in 2008, I was hearing a story that Jiyai was thinking about choosing a name, kind of an English name, and she said, I think I'll choose Jenny. And they went and played a practice round at the US Open the next day. And then a little 17-year-old or 18-year-old walks up and she goes, hi, I'm Jenny Shin. And then Jiyai goes, I think I'll stick with my own name.
She's going to become number 2. Do they like that, don't they? We've got all the Lees. We've got Lee 6 playing this week.
Beautiful drive down there for Jenny Shin, who is blemish-free. So chance for another down the last. She's played some beautiful golf this week, all over the, this year I should say, all over the world. There she is at -4, 3 adrift of the leader in the world number 1, Nelly Korda, trying to bookend the major season with victories. To Alexa Pano, the likes of Gino Thitikul have been done for a little while now. They're all rested up and probably enjoying the fact that conditions are still tough out there on this back 9. We knew it was coming, Laura.
Yeah, no question about it.
Yeah, it's not getting easier, that's for sure. And the tee's gone back here on 14 to the back tee. 570 yards of it, this par 5. And the beardies, the 3 bunkers down the left, they suddenly come into play. Haven't been in play all week because of the OB down the right-hand side.
Got any good news?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're doom and gloom merging.
No,
you
not
are,
off this tee. Well, I'm just saying, this is a tough tee shot off this back tee. Front tee, no problem.
Takes it down the OB line and just absolutely smashes it. Might run out. Stay. It's going to be okay either way. Even if it goes in that first cut, it's lovely.
Yeah, that's long as well. That's way past where Ronin Yin was. So, well, not way past, 20, 30 yards past. So she can comfortably get up from there.
There's poetry in motion. The move of Nelly Korda. Same to the second shot for Jiyai Shin in here at the road hole.
Hospitality suites back there, really nice. Get a chance to have a nice drink and a good feed and watch some world-class golf. And you won't get any more world-class than what you just saw. I think they should give her this. That was such a good shot. You shouldn't have to putt at this point.
Wasn't it Ben Hogan that once said that? Didn't he say you shouldn't have to, once you hit a shot onto the green, you shouldn't have to putt? It's unfair. If you're that good from tee to green, you should just win tournaments.
Bear in mind this hole is averaging closer to a par 5 than a par 4 today. The only fitting end after the first 2 shots is for this to be rolled in. It is a putt to tie the lead for Jiyai Shin here at 17.
Yeah, just watch this unusual stance she takes. That putter is so close to her feet, just almost bolt upright. And it works every time.
Yeah, the only other birdie, Leanne Pace, earlier in the day, a lot earlier in the day. She made a 3. That's the second.
And the second worth another watch.
Sends it way out to the right, as Trish said. Trust the wind, trust the strike. And there you go, when you're that good, and when you're playing this well, all you see is that shot. You're not seeing anything else. You're not worried about the road, Holbucker. You're not worried about the road. You're worried about how close can I get it.
She has a share of the lead now, Jiyai Shin. She's only won 2 AIG Women's Opens. She's making a strong campaign at another 5 under par for her day. A little bit more sheltered from the wind where they're standing. And all the hotels, the hospitality down the right of the final hole here. She's one of just 8 players in the field that's played this event at this location twice before. All 3 editions, Jiyai Shin.
Surprising, quickly down for the tee. Just smash it anywhere really, just don't go right. And other than that, it's always going to be perfect.
That's a good line, like between a statue and a tower.
Seems to have avoided the divots down in that little section. So in a good position again. Running in for birdie.
It's just started to unravel a little bit with the putter from short distance for Roning Yin.
Now Jenny Shin would love to just make one more, just outside left. Oh, it moved more, didn't it? Because that's where she hit it. It just really broke across the hole.
Just from the left-hand side. Now, right at this moment in time, that pin looks like there's no wind blowing whatsoever. I refuse to believe that. But if it isn't, she's going to go straight at it. Just a little bit left. Yeah, I think it is. Look at it. You can see it now. Just into off the right. That's a disappointment.
Something she hasn't had much of in the last trio of weeks. Here are the ball placements down 14 of our final pair.
Yeah, easy driving hole, this 14th, huge fairway to hit. No trouble. Depends how good you are, doesn't it?
In your heyday, you'd have just seen centre fairway, you know you would.
No, I was a bit mad. I used to take on the wall. So I thought it was a shorter line, you know.
That's not a surprise either.
Yeah.
What about with the howling left to right wind here? I'd love to see this hole played with a left to right wind. It's a bit different, isn't it?
I don't remember it ever being that way though, Laura.
No, I think you're right.
I remember the Open when Rory hit about 410 down the end of the fairway, straight down the wind. I don't think she can reach. She looks like she's got a iron there. Is it a hybrid type club? No, iron?
Iron?
Yeah, 271. There's just no point. As long as you get it over Hell Bunker. There's some good names around here, aren't there? Hell and Coffin.
Have you been in all of them? Because you know them like you've been there.
Probably.
Yeah.
You have as well. So just a layup for Vu.
I call them all the same thing. Just saw it scampering it over that little bit of rough. Long way back for her third shot, but safe.
Could use a change of fortune in the last 5. It's not an easy place to find it.
Yeah, I think if you can lay up quite a long way back, it helps with your pitch shot, but Korda can reach 247. She had the 3-wood and the 7-wood out. I don't think the 7-wood's going to chance of reaching. 3-wood's a good line, nice fluffy line, get a bit of anti-spin against this one, so I think she can get this there. If she hits the right flight. You've always got to get the right bounce here on 14 as well, short of the green.
For the big slinger.
In the swale.
It'll be short, but it's fine.
Area could be in the bunker.
Now the caddy, Jason, thinks it's in the bunker. They'll be very pleased when they get down there.
Just preparing for the worst, hoping for the best. It's going to be the ladder. Should be in position to take a crack at it, Nelly Korda.
And here it is, look at that balance, perfect power. Wants to turn it over, overdid it. At this point they're both thinking bunker. We now know it's not, but look at that nice high finish, but perfectly in balance.
Holmes birdie putt at the last hole. Get to within 4. Oh, just pushed it out the right side. Seen a lot of people hold that. Seen Thitikul hold that exact same putt.
Yeah, shame after all the good work that she's done. Managed to find 2 birdies from 12 onwards. Not an easy task. Formality, you'd like to think, for Jenny Shin for her part. And it is blemish-free, a round of 70 today. Started her Saturday's play, 6 shots off the lead now, just 3.
Yeah, very satisfactory that. Solid play. How many back will she be?
Now the LPGA rookie and Jinhee Im. Had a top 15 at the US Women's Open. She's not scared at a major. She's going to be part of the picture tomorrow. How much of it will be up to her on Sunday. Round of 71 today. Inside the top 5. Not bad on your debut.
There's Jiyai making that nice walk. She'd love that walk tomorrow with about a 4-shot lead. She's going to get to the bridge any second now. There'll be cameras guaranteed on her. Not quite the moment Katrina had yesterday, but if you've got the lead, Sunday afternoon, what a moment.
How many shot lead do you need to stop at the bridge on Sunday and have your picture taken and sit down and just relax? And you just can't do that, can you?
I think if you got a 2-shot plus lead, you're going to sit on the bridge, aren't you?
Or go back once you're done. Make the 280-yard odd walk. Let's go back to the par 5, Lilia Vu.
Great lie for Vu. She can spin this one. It's a lovely strike.
Good shot.
Stunning. You could see perfect line. Started it just where she wanted to, and just perfect ball control. Beautiful shot.
Maybe a turning point for Vu. Jiyai Shin doesn't need one. Birdie down the last and she'll match the best of the day. She'll also take the outright lead, depending on what Nelly Korda does, back at 14.
Bagpipes playing in the background. They're piping Jiyai Shin in. Now can she live up to it with another corker? Got very high. A little safe, but nonetheless aboard the green.
Yeah, it's hard to believe she could be this happy all the time, but I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen her anywhere without a smile on her face. Well, anyway, anytime she's near a golf course anyway, but quite a delightful character. Some player too.
Nelly, did you say she'd released a few albums as well? She's a bit of a singer?
Yeah, she actually has, hasn't she? She's a great fun. Nelly Korda trying to trundle this one in there low at 14.
So this isn't karaoke. She actually can sing as well.
She can do the lot. There's nothing she can't do.
Lydia Ko's putt for birdie from the front of the green up the 15th. Good effort.
Kind of a good analogy for a day, really. Just there and thereabouts. Level par, one of each. And lots of eyes watching on.
Isn't it lovely? Yeah, there you go. There's Charlie's army. They'll be disappointed today, but they'll be back for a bit more tomorrow. The grandstands are full. Sun's out. What a day. Oh, they're in hospitality. There you go. Take a picture. They're down there. Who's on the 17th? Let's have a picture of them.
Really is a great way to get your kids into the game, though, isn't it? You come, you see the hype, you see everyone cheering for the players. Do you remember the first event you went to, Laura?
It was, yeah, it was Woburn. I walked around with Sevi.
Did you?
Yeah, at the, not sure what they used to call it back in those days, but they used to play Sunningdale, Wentworth, Woburn. Always got taken to there and always watched Sevi.
Trish?
Yeah, Dad used to take us to the Dunlop Masters at Chepstow every year. I remember watching Baldovino Dasu, who was the brother of Federica Dasu that we played on tour with.
For me, it was Kari Webb at the Women's Open.
Okay, that's a little bit later, to be fair.
You hang on to the golf balls when you get them signed. I'm sure a couple of autographs will be signed post-round by Jiyai Shin. This for a final birdie to get to 8 under par and take the lead on her own.
Well, not to be, but smiles, obviously. That's a fabulous round of golf, really is, and she is bang in contention. She really is. That's going to be... Well, you wouldn't expect anything other than a good round from her tomorrow. Whether it'll be enough or not, who knows?
She'll be front and centre, won't she? 67 in round 3 here for Jiyai Shin. She saw it in 07, she saw it in 2013. She's yet to get a win at the home of golf. She already has 2 to her name at other venues.
Nelly for birdie, left to right, down the hill. Oh, it's staying out high. That's a good putt, really good effort. Just unlucky with the third shot, really. Tried to play that lovely little chip and run, just got away from her.
She loves the crowds, they love her back. Amasses fans with every step she takes in this game. Jiyai Shin, 36 years young. Can't have a picture of a game without her, to be fair. We're going to see every single moment of her round come Sunday. And if she's out there with Nelly Korda, it's going to be 2 very different styles of play.
Yep, yep. Both supreme, both very different statures. There you go. She's signing for the walking scorers. Signing a golf ball each for them for all the work they've done.
After the spectacular spinning third, it is a birdie for Lilia Vu, so perhaps that the turning point coming home. She could use it after dropping 3 shots in the last 2 holes. Gets one back there. So she's back within 3 of the lead. Is shared by Jiyai Shin there and Nelly Korda.
Fifteenth tee, Lilia Vu, turning into a lovely evening. 400 yards is 15th, and she loves that one. What a scampering on down there, through the saddle, beautiful.
Might have had a little extra on that one, wanting to play a little bit of catch-up.
Yes. Temperature's gone up about 10 degrees in the last 10 minutes. It's beautiful out here now. Wasn't out there on the loop. Now, Korda needs a finish, really. Just, things haven't quite gone away the last hour or so.
It's probably going to run up the bank into the rough. Come on, back down you come. Not quite. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, she'll be featuring at the 19th edition of the Solheim Cup in a couple of weeks' time. We've got lots to look forward to, with the USA taking on the Europeans. There she is, Lilia Vu, also in the automatic rankings, amongst others. One new face will be Lauren Coughlin. Alison Lee currently set to jump back in. They've got 3 picks. Laura, who would you pick for the US side? I can ask you that one.
Yeah, well, I think I'd certainly go for Lexi.
Would there be a Cupcho or something like that on your radar?
Possibly, but she's not quite got her game, has she? So I'm not sure, but I'm sure Captain Lewis will have her ideas.
Yeah, Stacey will. Well, mum's the word for the 4 that Suzanne Pedersen and yourself, amongst others. Yeah. Can you show us your answers over there?
Covering them up.
So you see Charlie Hull, Esther Henselite. She says it's a dream of hers to play, and right now she's in the automatic rankings. I think after getting the silver medal, she's probably a pretty good shout no matter what happens this week. Grant, Stark, Sagstrom as well. It's going to be a battle. We've got one on our hands now after the courtesy of the play of Jiyai Shin today.
Ronin Yin has chipped it up to here on 15, so she's got the better part of about 6 feet for her par putt. Oh, and that just skirts by on the right side there.
It's just all gone wrong for her, hasn't it, over the last half hour or so? Missed 3 very similar putts, to be honest, and that's the difference. She's still there. Tap this one in. Yep, we know now the 7's the number they're chasing. She's 4 behind.
Now Lydia Ko, after a beautiful approach here on 16, this is what she's staring down for her birdie putt. If she were to make this, this would get her into a tie for 3rd. Going to swing a little bit from the right to left on this one here, up above the flag on 16.
Yeah, without a doubt. We've seen most players from this kind of angle struggle to see that. Lydia, one of the very best in the world. Come on. Let's see one go in. Yeah, well done.
Had that one on a string. She's within 3.
Hard graft out there right now. Having to dig deep.
How about having to take on a sea of former and current world number 1s to try and win a major? You look at the top 5 now. Jenny Shin, the only one that hasn't risen to that number in the world. Then you've got Gino Thitikul as well, and a share of 6th who has. But Jiyai Shin is done and dusted. She'll be headed to the media centre. I'm sure she'll win over even more fans like she always does. So she's in the clubhouse at 7 under par, with 4 left ahead of Nelly Korda and Lilia Vu. And down to that 15th fairway we go after 2 good drives from Vu and Korda.
Yeah, 2 excellent drives down 15 and the flag at the front. There's a chance here for both players to get a red number on the card. It's sort of front central, really. And Lilia Vu, she's in a little collection point. Lilia Vu, there's lots of divots, but she's found a beautiful lie. Sort of on top of one of the divots. At the end of it, it's perfect. You can really get a nice crisp strike. So what she did on the last, it's sort of a similar shot, really, with the wind across. Just hold something into that right to left breeze. It's a good chance, this.
That's where we've seen so many balls come up, Jamie, all day. They get to the top of the hill and they go down into that little swale. Very few have got back to the pin.
Didn't need a lot more of that, did it? Another yard, really, to get over that bank. So everyone's been coming up short here, have they?
Yeah, I think that the wind, the crosswind is just, and they're trying to be so precise. And they're digging in, and a little bit of spin, and it comes down.
We're just coming out of the semi-first cut. I might take that spin out of it, 107.
Much of the same, but she is on the right level, so better chance. Here they are. They've had a cracking day out. Got the souvenirs. Nice little bubble hat. Not many teeth between them.
That age and stage, Laura.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they'll have some nice railings in about a couple of 3 years.
I remember seeing the pictures of Nelly Korda when she was a youngster with Jess and Sebastian. By the way, Sebastian did actually qualify for the Olympics and opted out. So they nearly had 4 of 5 Olympians in that family, if you can believe it.
Why would you opt out? That's amazing.
Stage of the season for him, changing surfaces. That's what they said. Down to 17, par save, and it's going to be a miss for Mao Saigo. A third drop shot of the day. Prior to that, she'd had enough to offset them, so she's 1 over par for a third round. Well, Iona's had her work cut out for her here at 16. Very unsociable for you, these two.
Oh, I thought you were referring to the fact I was rolling my sleeves up there to remove a barrier that was blocking Charlie Hull's ball down the left.
You've had even more then.
Yeah, I'm singing from a supper out here. This beautiful evening, absolutely glorious. It brings a tear to the eye, looking back towards the town. Yin first away here. From 81 yards, lying beautifully, a tight angle.
And a fabulous shot there from Yin, taking advantage of that big drive down the right-hand side, giving herself a great birdie chance.
Still enjoying it, probably happy that she's in a little tighter. She's been sweating from long range today, running Yin. Just off the front of it, here's Lilia Vu.
It's a chance, this, actually. It's not too much of a slope she's putting up. There's not much break in the putt either. It's just a case of the speed. She just come out bad of that.
She just seems to have lost the pace in the greens a little bit, hasn't she, the last few holes? She's hit one way past the previous hole.
63 tops.
Charlie down the left-hand side of 16. 69 is the number. She's in the wispy grass, but the ball is lying okay. This is probably a tougher angle because she's got this gully that defends this pin. So she's got a couple of ways she could play it. She's played some low ones today, but she's probably more likely to flight one out of this just to make sure it comes out clean enough, but needs to make sure she gets it all the way up this ridge. Long is the only place to miss this. Back into the breeze, which helps. Oh, just stepping off. Perhaps just because there's quite a lot of activity over on the 17th tee. Needs full focus now.
And that was just what Iona said she couldn't do. There was plenty green behind that pin. She's left herself a tricky 2-putt now.
Now, Nelly, to get back into the lead on her own. She's seen how slow it is. Lilia Vu coming up well short. Yeah, it's a good try. A little bit high. Stays tied with Jiai's.
She's done what you want to do, though, Laura, in terms of trying to create good memories in the closing stretch, the first 2 days. Naturally, birdies at 17 and 18 on Thursday and Friday, 4 under par for those last two. It's good to have in the bag.
Not quite sure if it's ice cream weather.
Yeah, I reckon if they've got one, Iona's going to have one. She'll see that. She'll be straight off to the same van.
After all that work moving that board, she probably needs one.
And one. Vu needs to work hard for her par here as well. She's up to the task. This time round, no one's been better in the last 2 seasons on the weekends, scoring average-wise, than Lilia Vu, so it's a little out of sorts for her today, being over par.
She just takes it all in her stride, though, doesn't she? She doesn't seem to get up or down about it.
Rudquist, can she make her par here on 17? The back of the screen's pretty flat. Oh, just at the end when it died, it just fell to the right. So she'll go to +3.
Just in that battle for the low amateur with Lottie Vode. Lottie's kind of pulled away today with that eagle on the last to finish.
Yeah, there's 5 shots between them now, but that can go quickly. Quickly to Charlie Hull we go. It's a decent rise. She had to go up and over. Decent length ahead to save her par now. So she will do the paperwork and we'll go back to the tee.
3:45, the 16th. Threading it between the out of bounds on the right, the bunkers, there's many of them, but should be able to carry Deacon Syme, the last of the pot bunkers. Looks a bit nervous. Oh. Well.
That was very fortunate, just missing that last bunker there.
Can you guys move in? Yeah.
It just helps if you've got that extra 5 yards, 10 yards in your bag, doesn't it, that Korda has. They look like they're aiming, going to aim further right here. Yeah, yes she is. She's almost aiming it over my head on the side of the OB here. Bold play coming up. I hope that comes back. I hope that comes back. I don't believe it.
It's on the path.
She was aiming there.
That's out of bounds, yes, isn't it, Jamie? There are white stakes as a fence before the path. And that just seems an unnecessary risk. But there you go. She's been driving it so beautifully all week, taking on the lines. So you can't criticise when it does go wrong.
Yeah, I think she could have aimed a bit further left, because I think, as Jamie said, she had the power to get over that last bunker. Always easy sitting here, though.
Yeah, very much easier, isn't it? And the wind's not as strong, so you can almost guarantee that even if you don't quite catch it, the wind will bring it back into the fairway, whereas today, slight mishit, and that's the result.
Can't win it here, Laura, can you? That left-hand rough, there's nothing down the left, really, but she's having another go at it. She's over me again.
Hopefully take 2 goes better than take 1.
Do you know, it normally does. It's a really strange thing. You hit a horrible tee shot, miles out of bounds, and then you stand up and you do. Well, that's pretty much what... And she's going to get on that path, I believe. Well, one of the players yesterday got exactly the same result, and that's a good result.
Troubles for our co-leader Korda, down 16.
Just pushed it out there. Thought the wind perhaps would take it, but I think that was just a bit of a push. Still amazes me she puts these with the flag in when it's so windy, because they're thick pins here.
Yeah, it's... I mean, so far it hasn't happened. She hasn't had one knocked out, but what if it happens tomorrow? Oh, look at this. Gone up to the right. You don't see many people tee it up on the right here. Oh,
I think the hotel wall would be in danger for me. Perfect, though, from Lydia.
That
that little low bullet fade. And it works.
And here's Yin now for par. See if she can knock it in. Oh, for birdie, I'm sorry. Oh, and another one. She's really missed a few in the last kind of on this inward 9.
She talked about how mentally draining she found the greens the first 2 days. I think it's going to be another to add to the pack.
Yeah, I don't think today's helped her in any way, shape or form, because she's hit it really nicely. But as Katrina just said, just this back 9, a succession of inside 8 feet putts missed. That one's in. That's just a par after that shot. Deserved better.
Just kind of wears on you. They then start getting up to them, and you just feel you just can't get them in the hole.
Yeah, it can break your confidence. 4 3 putts in the first 2 days. I think there's going to be a few more to add to the list. There she is, 1 over par, and a share of 6th at -3, 4 adrift of Jiyai Shin, who might lead on her own by the end of 16. Well, Katrina, you're lucky enough to call this country home. We're happy to do it this week. There is Aberdour, which is just north of Edinburgh, across the bridge. Ely as well. Have you played down there, Katrina?
I have actually. I live just due south of there. I look straight out my window and look over right to Ely.
Yeah, another view there of the harbour with all the boats. You can drive all the way along this road. Plenty of little pubs and fish and chip spots to stop along the way. Just got to come and see it all. 550 golf courses in this beautiful country to choose from, where they've been playing the game for over 600 years. And the town that looks over it all here in St Andrews. It's just magic, especially this time of night, Jamie.
Yeah, it's a wonderful light, isn't it? Just think of that. Just the whole town is framed beautifully in this light evening sunshine, bathed in it.
I think it's going to come out a little less spin.
Good light for Lilia Vu from 86 yards, that's all. That's all to the front pin. It's not an easy shot though. Big ridge in front of this pin, and it falls away on the right, and there's a big bunker left. Coming out the rough might help her here, just get a bit of forward momentum into the wind.
I think it depends on when you're going to do.
Another great wedge shot there from Lilia, setting up a very nice birdie chance. Just kind of steadied the ship.
So confirmed out of bounds down that right-hand side. We can see the white stakes.
Well, yeah, that was a real error off the tee there. For Korda, 78 yards from a great line. Needs to get up and down here, really.
That's a nice shot, and that's for bogey. Hopefully she can get it in, otherwise she'll drop 2 back.
Yeah, hasn't had a double bogey all week. Will do well to keep it that way. I think she's over by the first here. Rydquist.
Is there OB over there, Beanie?
I think there is, both
Oh.
OB left and right of the 1 and 18, but tough to get close to that.
It's a good shot from over there. Now a birdie putt ahead to 17, Lydia Ko.
Can she emulate Jiyai Shin shot?
I think that's the spot she was aiming. I don't think she wanted anything to do with that pin, just in case she kept it outright and then was up against the wall. That's the bogey double at best. So with her short game, you'd hope she could get that up and down.
Plenty of people in the crew. Husband June's out as well. To 18, Saigo.
That was a big drive. She sit down here in 18, got the chance of the eagle up the valley of Sin, but you've got to hit it. Goodness.
Tell you what, 6 inches, she could have had another go. That was very close to coming back.
She could. I remember, I don't know if you remember, Constantino Rocca duffed his chip and then hold it to get in the playoff with Daly.
That's it.
Showing our age there.
1995, I'm going to say that was. Probably wrong, but that's my shout.
Plenty of tests along the closing stretch. Some from the course, some from the players. Like Nelly Korda is feeling right now. This for bogey. I'll wait for the 17th team. We can see some feet back there, some shadows. This is what they're waiting for.
The 17th, the road hole. OB all down the right-hand side, but the wind just buffeting from that direction and helping.
I think she might have got away with that. You could see the ball. If she can get to the back of the ball, she can get it somewhere up there near the green.
No mucking around for Nelly Korda. She wants to get on with this. This for the bogey down the green. Pretty quick down the hill. Oh.
Good try there, but she'll be kicking herself. You really want to try and keep doubles off the card. And falling out the lead.
Tumbled, really. Back to -5. Jiyai Shin leads by 2, courtesy just one errant drive from Nelly Korda.
And this, as she knows, is a slow putt, a little bit right to left. Not as much as you might think. We've seen quite a lot of players miss this to the right, so probably just a foot. Oh, she's not hit that one either. She'll be annoyed at that one, Shalora. Just, you know, front of the green.
After that drive, just horrible. And she looked at the putter face. I think she was hoping there was a bit of mud on there or something that she could have blamed, but just a shame.
Yeah, there's one part of her game that kind of lets her down. It's generally length putting for Mao Saigo. So just the par down the last round of 73 for her today, still in the top 10.
Well, with everything going on, what a great opportunity this is for Lilia Vu. The way Korda's ball just turned away low side left, you think she's got to keep this inside the left lip here for Lilia Vu.
She's had half the shots of her playing partner on the same hole. They're on the same score now, Lilia Vu and Nelly Korda.
Amazing how quickly things can change. 3 shots there just in one hole, just from one swing from Nelly.
Charlie having a rip here. She'll hit the nice solid draw. Oh, that is absolutely perfect. That's as brave as you can be. Look at that. Long too.
Couldn't have placed it better. You can go so far further right on that tee shot than you really think. I think over the L on Hotel is about the middle of the fairway.
Hasn't made one all day. Rudquist. This from near on the stands, down the left of 1.
That's the way to play the hole. Oh, I thought she'd got that one.
Early call, Beanie.
She'd know better.
It is a humbling game, isn't it? Bogey free, 67 yesterday, birdie free, 78 today. And she finishes off with a par. Still will be in with a bit of a chance tomorrow. Depends what Lottie Wode, who's 5 shots clear of her, affords to her. Bright future ahead. With a win, Nelly Korda would take the Rolex Annika Major Award. Sure, she's not thinking about that right now. She's thinking about the fact there's OB down the right of 17. But it will be given away at the end of the week. 18 players have a chance, in fact, depending on how it all pans out. Ayaka Fudaway currently leads, and you have to be inside the top 10 to be eligible for the points. And a player must win at least one of the 5 major titles as well to take it away. And this is how it looks at the moment. You can see Fudaway, who was victorious at Evian. Amy Yang broke into the major champion conversation at the KPMG Women's PGA earlier this season for the very first time. Nelly Korda picked up her second at the Chevron Championship, and same too for Yuka Sasso, who got her second in the US Women's Open. There is the 2023 champion of the Rama, as it's known on tour, Rolex Annika Major Award on the left.
I don't think Nelly thought much of her snack there. She's thrown some of it away and she's struggling. Got to take something on board late in the day. A couple more really big tee shots coming up for these two.
This will be interesting to see where Yin goes, whether she plays it out to the right, or as we've seen a lot of them do, Laura, play down the left, just probably aim at the bunker and just let the wind drift it to the left and play for a 4.
Well, they're just waiting to make sure the screen is cleared completely. The 18th tee, of course, just behind where this hole is cut today, so it's a busy part of the course. Yin down here on the right side of the fairway, just trying to get a better look at the angle in here. She's got such a tough shot. The good news is she's in the wispy grass and it's lying really nicely. She's got over 200 yards to go though, so the safe play is definitely down the right hand side. Hope it kind of feeds up. She did very well to get it onto that top plateau.
Running up on that one. And that's almost level with the pin.
Yeah. She's not going to hit a shot in a hurry. It's not one to mess around with, eh, Katrina?
Absolutely not. I think Dave there was maybe trying to point out going down left of the bunker there, but we'll see. It all just depends what you feel. If you can play a draw that kind of running up the slope, and we saw Jiyai's run in, all slopes in that way.
Lydia, she did get up and down from the back of the green, so she can't reach the 18th, but she can certainly give herself a nice angle. She might favour just left half. Oh, hit the path. She might get on now. No, still come up short. But that, if it goes, the further left it goes, the easier it becomes, I think. Yep, that's nice.
If it gets there, just gives you the front edge there.
Just taking it all in down there. Still trying to sort this out down the left of 17. Ronnie and David Jones. Bit of an awkward wait back on the tee though for these two.
Well, a decision has been made. There is room left if you want to go left of the road hole bunker. But there's just so many swales that encourage their ball to be gobbled up in there. The one place you do not want to be is long.
Oh. Well, I'll be honest, I didn't see that shot coming off. I really didn't. It didn't even seem like she hit it that well. It sounded weird, but what a result that is.
Well, that was an amazing shot. I think maybe a little left of where she was aiming.
60 top. Most this is going to pitch us 70, isn't it?
Yeah.
And just commit to that line. Do you like it finishing just a little right of the white crane? Yeah, finish it. Like 5 yards right of that white crane's good.
From a perfect lie, Charlie Hall from 183. Wind off the right with a 7-iron. Doesn't want to be long. feeding one in from right to left here.
Come on, down. Okay, that's pretty good. Shot. Kind of.
I think Adam summed it up there. Pretty good. Safe shot.
And the people in the jigger in giving Adam some stick there. It's a tradition. You have to do it.
The ever-present peanut gallery.
I thought they were cheering on Charlie.
Adam looks like he's going for a par. Oh no, he's putting the divot back.
So the fairway clearing. Not that they'll be able to see much of it. Back on the tee.
This is a fun tee shot if you're not playing in a tournament.
I'm looking.
It's
You
a
had
nice
to hit it
wind.
twice, didn't you?
It's a nice wind, Laura, for this hole. Down off the right. 454. Open your shoulders. Over the L.
Yeah, good one.
Perfect, just down the left half of the fairway.
Well, Korda's birdied this hole both days. Good luck making birdie with this pin. Can't have been many birdies. I know you're going to scrabbling around on your computers. There can't be many.
It's 2. Jiyai Shin just made the second one.
2? That surprised me. I didn't think there'd be any with this pin. First things first, the drive.
Well, that takes some nerve, doesn't it? You've just hit it out of bounds. And then that. Perfect.
Part 1 of the equation down the road hole done for Nelly Korda, but it tests you all the way through.
Poetry in motion there, I think. She really does have a fantastic golf swing. Very elegant, poised.
Sandra Alexander, this to get within 5, and that's a real hope going into tomorrow. Can she read it right? Yes, she can. Well done. A really fun day coming up for her. Nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Yeah, it took a little courage hanging in there. Par at 17, birdie down the last after doubling 16 like Nelly Korda did. So she'll be in the last 8 or so groups tomorrow. Down to Charlie Hull with length ahead.
The hospitality here is packed to the rafters watching Charlie Hull. Long range putt down the breeze. Big swing on it.
Tough to tell from our angle. I think it might be a little longer than it seems. It usually is from the low angle. We'll see.
Here's Buhai for par, not the day she was hoping for. Oh, sneaked that one in the left edge.
Yin with the putter from just off the green. Break from left to right. A slow putt.
She's had on the greens just another one of those length putts, but it is straight back up the hill. Should be okay.
And this is right in Lydia's wheelhouse. Just a little wedge one hop spin and hopefully stop just next to the hole. She'll be disappointed with that. She had more room, I think, than she thought, just over between the, probably 10 yards between the valley of the Shin and the hole.
Yeah, just not her best effort, was it? Sounded a bit clunky almost. Charlie really does have to hold this one. She's 2 under, doesn't want to be going to a 1 under. Just 5 back.
Pars do not come easy on 17. Both players working hard for them. Back up the slope here for Charlie. Little bit of break from the left.
You could just see that frustration coming out of her there. Again, when you have a putt that you hit that races on by, it's going to be that much slower on the way back. Easy to forget.
Graphic tells the tale a little for Charlie Hull, who hasn't had a birdie since the 3rd hole today.
Here's Lydia down the hill on 18. Going to be swinging a little bit from left to right. She got enough speed to keep the line. Great try there.
Yeah, it was a beautiful effort. It's going to be a round of 71 for Lydia Ko, who's been basking in the European summer. She'll have another chance to do so tomorrow. We'll be right in the thick of it come Sunday in the final round here of the AIG Women's Open. Just 3 back of Jiyai Shin.
Come on, Ronan, just one good stroke here. Birdie the last, and you are well in it as well. Well done. It's been a while since she's had that nice feeling of holding a decent putt.
At least down the 18th, it affords you, well, the chance of a bit of joy as we go to Pei Yun Chen for birdie. And that will sting, not her day today. Round of 76, so back outside the top 25.
Everything considered, I think it's 215.
195 for Korda. Got the 7-wood. That's a lot of clubs. She hits his 218. I think it's down breeze a bit. He's going to take something off this, no doubt about it.
Past the 18th tee.
I think she was just playing for down there. Maybe she took that club so she could carry the road bunker, but it did seem an awful lot clubbed, kind of helping off the right.
Yeah, it's hard to say these two have made a mistake, but that looks like one. If she gets it up and down, all good.
She looks a little flummoxed by it.
Yeah, maybe more plan than execution. Down to 18, letting it rip. Ronan Yin.
Down. Down pretty good. Down pretty good right now. It's like
The natural contours very kindly. There's a little bit upslope there just to bring it away.
From the cars and the crowds to 17. They can get close to the action here as well.
.180 from a perfect lie for Vu. Is she going to try and run it down the green? She's not. She's going down the left. That's pretty good.
That worked out well, but she did take the road-hole bunker on there. You can kind of see what Nelly was maybe trying to do, maybe just went with a club too many. I'm surprised with that right to left wind that more of them haven't gone the right-hand route and just let the wind take the ball round.
Yeah, well, Jiyai did, didn't she? She really played it beautifully. Charlie, she's going to be giving this everything.
Go on.
I love watching her hit driver, that recoil. Oh, get up. Tremendous drive.
It's not going to stay there, but she's got the firepower, doesn't she, Charlie Hull? Has the star quality as well.
You could hear Adam there screaming. He couldn't believe it went up and came back. He's loving it though. Why wouldn't you?
It wouldn't be stress-free being on the bag of Charlie Hull. He doesn't lack in the bravery department. Great shot there. Hopefully finish on a high note after a testing day for the English woman. Think of some of those early rounds, the likes of Esther Henselite and Alban Valenzuela, a distant memory. Those 66ers. Final few groups are really being tested in a very different fashion. Although Jiyai Shin didn't really get the memo. She's been a cut above this afternoon after that 67 for our leader. But generally speaking, a much kinder day. The scoring averages will come down at last. Rounds of 69 from Lopez Lee, as well as Angel Yin and Rose Zhang. So we go back to, well, technically 18, I guess, but playing 17, Nelly Korda.
Yeah, about 45 yards past the pin here, Korda. It's no trouble. See a lot of players go down this route, actually. It's quite a safe way to play, but it's a lot of club where she hit here. But straight into the sun, that's the problem with trying to see this pin. Straight into the setting sun here. Tight lie, so she can drive it in. She'd better get some spin here. It's all uphill from where she is. You'd have to say it's a must up and down, wouldn't you?
I think you've been a bit dramatic there, James, to be honest. Yeah, a long way to go yet.
Okay, calm down, eh?
It's only Saturday.
She's going to be almost on an identical line for the second part of Charlie Hull. Hopefully has a different result from over there, Nelly Korda. Just ticked past 6:30 local time. There's lots ahead here at St Andrews as well. We've got Tom Grennan headlining on the concert stage. You can actually see it right up in the top left of your picture. So that should be good fun. It's lowered the age and the average age of the ticket holders for Saturday by 6 years. It's the first day we've had more women than men buy tickets as well. So great initiative. By no means a new one, but an effective one from the RNA. Now Lilia Vu.
From a good lie. Jab that one out.
And here's Yin here, just with her second shot. She's got a lot of green just to the right of here. Not a bad angle, actually, to come into this flag from.
Not a bad way to play the 18th, is it? With the bagpipes playing, you have to say, it's very dramatic.
You know you're in Scotland.
It's lovely. I love the bagpipes. Magnificent.
She's a long way from Shanghai, safe to say, running in. Plenty of people from all over the world flocking here to St Andrews. The women doing so for The third time as an AIG Women's Open.
Laura, you love the bagpipes, eh?
I do.
I do too. Pipes are calling.
Exactly. So is this a must make for Vu as well?
No, not for Vu, no. You don't let go, do you?
No, I've got that bone now.
You got it.
Yep.
Must make here for Vu. Bit of right to left, isn't it? It's a nasty little putt, this. Listen, you make 5 on 17, it's not the end of the world, is it? That's what you got to tell yourself, but 4 feels like half a birdie.
No, we've seen a lot of putts missed on this. It just kind of seems to dive left. Well, that's a good putt there.
Quite right, Jamie, because it's playing at 4.65. So you make a 4, you're making up some ground.
Hey, they liked it. It's all good fun to watch from outside the ropes. It's a little bit more nervy inside it. A good drive down 18 here for Charlie Hull.
Really good judge of pace there from Charlie. We saw Sego there kind of mess that one up. It's just, it's tough going up that hill. You've really got to hit it, and she judged it perfectly.
This is the putt that Charlie missed. Keep the pace up. Nope, she's done exactly the same thing. So she drops 3 back.
She looked like she was in cruise control after the birdie at the 9th. Has dropped 5 shots since then. Nelly Korda.
Yeah, I think that tee shot in 16 and even that second shot there in 17 have just kind of flustered her a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right, Beanie. That was a very strange. I think they got the wind wrong because you got the hotel right there on your right on 17, and it can be a little bit difficult to judge it. Now Charlie judged that first putt beautifully. She's just 5 back. She's not out of it.
Oh, and you wouldn't put it past her. Springing forward through the pack tomorrow. With the crowd behind her. This for birdie. Her final hole of the day for Ronin Yin.
Well, she's missed so many. It'd be nice to see her hole one, but no.
That one never had a chance. There'll be some putting practice in that camp tonight.
Yeah, but the trouble is you spend all year on really fast greens, and these are so slow because of the conditions we've had. I mean, the R&A wanted them up at 10, 11. They would have wanted decent wins, but they wanted the quick greens. But what they've got, it's just so difficult for these girls to recalibrate what they do week in, week out.
You go from putting on tiles to putting on shag pile carpet near on. They had to do it with the winds, like we say, on Thursday. They started the week at 10.5, slowed down to about 9.5 in green speed. But another who will have a chance, might take a good round here on Sunday for Ronin Yin. 73 for her today, but she's just 4 back.
352 down off the right. Perfect wind. Let's rip. Hit a down slope. Go on.
That was the opposite of a downslope. I've no idea what that hit. It stopped it dead.
I think it hit sort of the ridge of the road, Laura, the grass ridge. Very unlucky. Could have hit the road, couldn't it?
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Granny Clark's wind.
Good old Granny Clark. Made a good apple pie, apparently. Anybody reach this green today?
Charlie just got up on the green, it rolled back. I haven't seen anyone actually on the surface, but I'm sure some of those longer hitters early doors would have done.
As Jamie said, I think you just need to get a down slope just to give you that shoot on if you want to have a chance of getting the green.
She could really use something positive down the last, though. Hasn't had much of it on the back 9. Nelly Korda. Just taking a little time over on the walk to herself.
Interesting not going over the bridge today. Maybe saving that for tomorrow.
Yeah, I've not seen anyone not go over the bridge.
I think she's not happy at the moment. I don't blame her.
The bridge less taken. 4 over par for her round. More than all of that damage on the back 9. Hasn't come easily, to her safe to say, today, after 2 consecutive bogeys to start the round. Fought back into it nicely with 3 birdies before the turn, but it's taken a turn for the worst for Nelly Korda, especially after that drive down 16. There she is alongside Lydia Ko, who's going to be in the hunt again. Jenny Shin on the same number as 2 former world number 1s, 1 current. At -4, they're all going to be chasing Jiyai Shin, one of 8 players who has seen this golf course twice in tournament conditions in the AIG Women's Open. She's known as the final round queen as well.
That's a nice nickname.
Yeah, one of the best closers in the game. Not to mention Lilia Vu, who's been brilliant in the majors on the weekends the last 2 years.
Yeah, Lilia seems fearless, doesn't she? She gets her chance, and more often than not, she takes it.
Oh, shadows.
Been a very quiet walk for Nelly.
Steady.
She's got to think, though, if she can make birdie here, 5 under, she's only 2 back. I think once she gets in, obviously, as Laura said, she's going to be annoyed. But when she gets in and kind of looks at it all and recovers kind of from her back 9 today, she'll realise she's still in with a great shout tomorrow.
Just takes your breath away every time you walk up this 18th. It really does. It's something else. It's 18th in the middle of the town. It feels it's incredible. Lilia Vu has actually, I think she's got a good yardage here, and it's on a little upslope as well. Really clean lie. 109 yards, big good gap wedge. The pin's just only over the valley of Sin here. So she can hit this, get some spin on it. It's pretty good, I think.
Nice shot there. I think she was a little concerned. Maybe just got away with it a little bit. Didn't quite strike it how she wanted.
Thing we know about Nelly Korda is she'll be quickly in that.
I think she'd like to carry it all the way and spin it. I think that's what she might be doing. Running out of this bank is very difficult, as we've seen over the years.
Yeah, nicely done to have her chance to get one back, get one closer to who's going to be the overnight leader, Jiyai Shin.
Yeah, and I think that's the one kind of advantage of the greens being that little bit softer and slower. You can be afford to throw these shots in, and they do spin and stop. That Valley of Sin is steeper than you think. Striding up there onto the 18th.
Yeah, the low camera angles, Christina, have a really nice way of showing off everything that St Andrews has to offer.
Oh, without question. I mean, everything from the way that the shadows dance, even when the skies are bright and the wind is whipping, you can see the shadows of the clouds throughout the day. You know, we're entering close to that golden hour. It's absolutely glorious.
I think as a golfer, it's probably as close as you get to kind of a golfing religious experience the first time you come here. Everyone feels like they're at home. That's why they call it the home of golf, but it's the home of golfers as well. Big moments ahead, though, you think, for how Nelly Korda dissects the day. I'd love to roll one in here at the last.
Yeah, I think this would definitely make her dinner taste a little bit nicer. She might just forget a little bit about that 16th hole if she can roll this one in and finish on a high.
Little left to right. She looks like she's aiming maybe a ball out. Can do funky things at the hole, this particular putt. But there you go, there's the view. Come on now, break, yes, well done. Really good. Jamie Spence will be happy now. She finished on 5 under.
And Nelly Korda digging deep at the last.
Just shows the class of the world #1. Never out of it.
That'll feel much better. Tied for second. Going into tomorrow as it stands, of course. Depends on Lilia Vu.
And these two won't be paired for the first time this week tomorrow. One of them will be with Jiyai.
Almost a little look of relief, more so than anything else. Get within 1 going into the final round.
Two great final birdies there from the closing pairing. Been a struggle for them today, but a great way to finish.
Absolutely, and it's going to make for such an incredible story tomorrow. As you had said, hopefully that birdie will sort of staunch the wound a little bit for Nelly. Lilia just looks like she's just getting started. It is going to be a raucous Sunday of golf.
It's a venue that requires and seems to find a good winner. You think about those that have done it here in the women's side of the game. Lorena Ochoa, Stacey Lewis, both of whom got to world #1. We're going to see history repeating itself 3 times in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. And of course, Lilia a chance to defend, which is very unusual in this championship. There's the world #1. Should, yes, he's still smiling. That was a rocky little section of 6 holes. She dropped 5 shots in that run.
It is amazing, though, Christina, 4 of the 5 of the top 5 have tasted the top spot in the game. Lilia Vu got there after her victory 12 months ago at Walton Heath.
Yeah, just remarkable. And if she were to pull it off tomorrow and clinch that defense title, she'll be the first player to do so since Yani Seng in 2011.
I thought it was short, but it just trundled. It looked like it did a little bubble just off the putter face, and I thought that will never get there, but Lilia knew better.
It was almost like it took its moment at the Swilcan Bridge right at the end. She hung tough today, didn't she? 3 birdies in the last 5, Katrina. Solid coming home.
She did. She kind of stumbled there around the turn, but you know, a really nice finish. Just keep her right up there in contention. I mean, Jiyai obviously the kind of star round today to leap into the lead, but they're all kind of stacking up there behind her.
Yeah, it's one thing to shoot 66 like Valenzuela and Henselite did earlier in the day. It's another to do it with the lights right on you, like Jiyai Shin did in that 67. So she will lead by 1 over the rest going into the final round here in St Andrews tomorrow. So if you're just sitting down, you've been out for this Saturday, we'll get you up to speed with how Jiyai Shin launched her way through the field. It was a quick start.
It was. Long birdie putt here on 1. We saw a lot of people go long on 1. Tricky kind of double breaker. No problem.
And then to back it up immediately with this putt from just off the back surface of the green. We've seen so many people leave this putt short. She just pours that in beautifully.
Lovely shot into the 8th. Played really hard all week. Few more birdies today, and Jiyai was one of them.
Yeah, she had a trio at 7, 8 and 9. 2 pars to start the back 9. But then found this at 12. Her second shot, a short little par 4. She would roll that one in for birdie number 6 of the round.
And I think this was potentially my shot of the day. Just played it out to the right, let the wind take a little bit, and then the contours of the green. And this just ran down perfectly to a couple of feet.
Yep.
One of the best shots we've seen all day. And then down at the last, wasn't far from another. She makes it look so easy when she's on song.
She does, smiling the whole way round, but when you shoot 5 under, you do tend to smile, don't you?
She's probably just as likely to do it after a level par round, knowing her. But that was some performance today.
Yeah, it was just spectacular. I really think that shot into 17 would be, I mean, insofar, I think that's the shot of the championship. It's just absolutely perfect.
So they are all done and dusted. And it's Shin by 1, but she's got the defending champion chasing her in Lilia Vu. 4 pars to start her day, then this at 5.
Yeah, the first par 5, first of the 2 par 5s, probably 15, 20 feet, just sneaked in the left side.
Over to the 8th. Came up a little short, long putt across the green. Can she gauge it? Little left to right, and it's got some speed on it. Good job that hit the hole. Yeah, there she shakes her head. She's pleased now.
And then having 2 bogeys and a double. This is how Lilia answered on number 14.
Good shot.
Just spectacular. Fearless.
And then 16, just out that left-hand rough. Just had to get it over that slope. Lovely contact. And just got the spin in it from that great contact.
She'd just seen world number 1 knock one in. She thought, I'll have some of that as well. Looks like it's short. Takes it down.
And all the way down it went. Birdie at 14, birdie at 16, birdie at 18. She's built some momentum in the final stages of the round today, and she'll carry that through into tomorrow. It's been a year plagued with injury for Lilia Vu. She won right back after coming back from that back injury as well earlier this season. We know she's got plenty of grit. She showed that in the last hour and a half, and she is just one back of the lead, held by Jiyai Shin. who's won at Royal Liverpool, who's won at Sunningdale. She's never won an AIG Women's Open at Scotland, nor at the home of golf, which feels just a little bit extra special, safe to say. If you're going to win it, you want to get one here. We've only had 3 editions. This the 3rd around the old course. Look at that, they're all stacking up. Lottie Wode inside the top 10. Always fun, Christina, to have an amateur in the mix.
Absolutely, and to have one of such a high caliber level as Lottie Wode. Showed a lot of resilience today. Absolutely fantastic eagle on the last for Wode.
Plenty to look forward to. And there's lots on the line for many of these players, even outside the top 15, with both of the Solheim Cup selections being made tomorrow evening. Find out the European side, Laura, on Monday, won't we?
Yes, we will. I'm going straight from here to meet with the captain and all the vice captains. I've just ordered a chicken tikka masala. We're going to sit and have dinner and see what happens. It's going to be a very interesting conversation.
Oh, to be a fly on that wall. Got plenty to choose from, with a number of Europeans putting their name in the mix. But that concludes our coverage from round 3 for the evening. We have much to look forward to. It'll be the same times for our broadcast tomorrow. We hope you can join us to see if Jiyai Shin can get her 3rd. Can Lilia Vu defend? Will Korda have their say on the final Sunday here at the home of golf?